All right. Peace. ATM Hotep. And I hope that I could be heard and everything's all clear. So, peace to everyone. Welcome and peace. Today is Friday, June 24th. This is your brother Wujawu. And you're tuned into the Seshu Mahani Meta Netcher YouTube channel, or simply the Seshu channel. And yeah, I appreciate anybody who's tuned in right here at the beginning, at the start of things. That means you are subscribed and you get the notifications. All right, so really appreciate that. So today, or to this evening, early evening, I'm doing this live just to have a review of a recent post I did, which is a topic that I bring up and post on Facebook from time to time. Over the years, I've been posting similar topics for quite a while, and people chime in and engage in a conversation. And in my experience of doing that, in all of the comments and engagements, there's a pattern that I see emerge, a long time ago. And so I just want to kind of review and discuss that live here now. But I'm going to focus on the most recent time that I posted about this subject. And the subject is spirit. And so the question is that you see on the screen is spirit energy? And, so again, I bring this topic up from time to time. I've been doing that for very often over the years, but I may ask different questions, different related questions to it. And so I'm just asking this question here as the title of the show, is spirit energy? And to review the consequences of equating spirit with energy. And then so, there are many people who do just that. Many people who will describe spirit when you ask about spirit, or when they started to elaborate and give descriptions about spirit, or just talk about spirit. They'll talk about it in such a way where they're equating it with energy. Now, some people will just outright say it. They you ask them, well, what is spirit? And they will just outright say, well, spirit is energy. Some people, you say, well, what is spirit? Then they may describe or elaborate, and in so many words, they're saying spirit is energy. Then you have people, and it may be some of the same people, so it's not an either or. It may be a lot of overlapping, but you have people that will describe spirit as an entity, as a thing, as something that can do something, that can move, that can do various different things. And along those lines, along those thoughts, people usually will speak of spirit in the sense of deceased ancestors. So ancestors become spirits, and then those ancestors who are spirits, once they transition, they become spirits, and then they can influence and do things from their dwelling place, which is usually referred to as the ancestral world or the spirit world, and they can actually do things and influence the material world. So all of these different combinations, from one extreme to the other and everything in between, is what I have asked, had discussions on, questioned, shared, chimed in on, whatever the case is, over the years. All right. But for here and for now, I want to kind of narrowly focus on the recent post that I did. So I'm going to share my screen in a few minutes, and I'm gonna kind of walk through, briefly walk through the post and the comments, the comments that are there, because every time I do a post like this, even if it's not the same exact people making comments, every post, if you were to look at all of my posts I've ever done related to this topic, you will see similar comments being made, even if they're by different people. over time. And so it's a consistent various sentiments that people have about this subject. All right, about spirit, and energy and so on and so forth. All right. So again, appreciate everybody who's tuned in. Let me look at the chat for a bit. If you're tuned in, type something in the chat so I could give a quick shout out. Do my quick shout outs real quick before I dive in. All right. So I see Sekou Kele, and forgive me if I mispronounce it. Shout out to Sekou. Shout out to Vyasa. Monica Lamb is in the building, and that's all I can see in terms of anyone who's typed. So if y'all can hear me and everything, I'll just continue on and dive on in. All right. But as a matter of fact, I'm not sure if Emiket had posted the link on my post, which is where it definitely should be posted on the post itself, because that's the meat and potatoes of why I'm going live, or what I'm going to focus on. All right. Okay. So is spirit energy. So let me just, while those of you who are tuned in, and I can pay attention to the chat real quick. I want to see what you all are answering. If you all can give me a short answer, yes or no, without the explanation, but what do you feel, or what do you believe, or what is your understanding of spirit? Is it energy? Is spirit energy? So let me ask a different way. Do you tend to describe spirit or think of spirit as energy? That's my question. Do you think of spirit as energy? Do you describe spirit as energy? And if asked to describe spirit, or what's your thoughts on spirit, what's your understanding of spirit, would you describe it as energy? Would you define it as energy? So you all let me know in the chat. All right, so I'm just going to quickly do a little survey, and then I'm going to share my screen and all that good stuff. Now I know there's a delay, there's latency between what I'm saying and then what when you all hear it. And there's an awkward moment of silence when that happens. So I'm going to keep on talking, but I want you all to at least answer that question. So Monica says, I have heard your video on this topic, so I'm disqualified. Yeah, Monica. See, now I'm glad you said that, though. So let me put this out there too. This is not my first video talking about this. Like I said, I've done many posts on Facebook over the years. So this is an old issue that I revisit from time to time. I've done videos on our archives right now. You can go back in time in our archives, and you'll see, I believe the title of one show is called The Misconceptions of Energy. There's a show entitled that. Then I did one called Spirit and Psychology. What else related to that? And there's a couple of other ones. So, this is not the first time that I've done this or anything like that. All right, but let's see. Let me get some of the comments up. I'm waiting on answers, and I don't see any answers. So I know the latency is not that bad. And if you don't know by now, when you're tuned into this channel, and where I'm involved, I like engagement. All right, I'm not gonna sit here. I don't like to simply just talk, and there's no interaction, no engagement. All right. So while I'm talking, I try not to. I don't really pay attention to the chat, but at points there are definitely times where I engage. That's what it's really all about. So I either post a panel link, you can chime in, come on the panel, or type comments in the chat. So with that said, let me just go through a couple of comments so far. So Sekou says spirit in African language nyama ku umuka, and I'm forgive me if I'm mispronouncing any of those words. So he's given us three words. And so let's see another explanation. African word for spirit. Wait, what was the first one? Okay, spirit in African language. Okay, those three. Then African word for spirit, Bambara. Oh, in Bambara is Nyame. In Kian, Rwanda, Umwuka. These words don't simply mean energy. They are intangible concept describing the essence of things, vital force, and life itself. Yeah. And see, we're going to get into this. Yeah, we're going to get into this. So let me see if there's any other comments, and I do not see any comments. Emiket. Interesting. Inyama in Kiswahili means flesh, meat, with the prefix m found in imnyama means animal. And from animal, you get the word anime, where we get animated, where it deals with movement, that which can move on its own volition, and volition being will. All right, so that's what separates the plant and animal kingdom, is that both plants and animals are alive and have life, but unlike the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom cannot move on its own volition. They're not mobile, so they're not called animated objects, hence they're not called animals. They're called plants. And humans, we are animals. We're animated. So anyway, but we're going to get into that. The word animated, and how it relates to the word soul, spiritus, ruach in Hebrew, nephesh, nafs, ruh in Arabic, all of that good stuff. Maybe not tonight though. Okay. All right. So I don't see anybody answering the question except for Sekou. Actually, she was sharing. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and dive on in. All right. So let me share my screen. Pull it up here. And I made it big enough. Hopefully I made it big enough so you all can see it. All right. So here is my post I did yesterday. And as you can see, I did yesterday at 1:34 a.m. Was that the time? I guess it was the time. So I put this post up yesterday. All right. And it says, spirit is often discussed as if it is synonymous with energy, but by folks not very proficient in basic physics. And I hashtag it, kill the noise. And, I have a running hashtag, kill the noise. In case you didn't know that. But so again, spirit is often discussed as if it's synonymous with energy, but by folks not very proficient in basic physics. So why did I say that? But first, let me say that anyone familiar with Facebook, you know that when you do a post, if you want a highlighted post with a background, Facebook limits you the number of characters you can use. So when I post like these, there's more that I can say in the post, but I try to make it condensed so it will still allow me to have this highlighted background. So you see the background on this post. And if I were to type more words, it would prevent me from doing that. Okay, so and I'm only saying that because somebody mentioned it yesterday to me. Why I didn't because of the comments, they say, why didn't I elaborate from my comments in the original post? So I let them know. That's just basic Facebook 101. All right. And if you do it from your phone, they allow you more characters. But anyway, so that's just Facebook technical stuff. So anyway, spirit is often discussed as if it is synonymous with energy, but by folks not very, very proficient in basic physics. So why did I post this, and why do I say that? I say that because something very, very simple. And I'm only speaking about those people who actually do this, who actually equate spirit with energy or use the two terms synonymously. All right. I'm not talking about all human beings on the planet Earth. I'm not talking about people who don't do this. All right. Because if I read all the comments below, you'll see where I actually had to point that out to someone. They're saying I'm generalizing. There are people who don't do it. I'm like, of course there are people who don't do it. There are people who don't do a lot of things. There are people who do things and people who don't do those same things. But my post should be obvious. Like, no one goes around and walking around and saying, in my opinion, so and so, so. You just talk, and it's understood that it's your words and it's your opinion, or what have you, your thoughts. You don't have to say, well, every time you talk, you don't have to say, these are my thoughts, and then proceed to talk. So I swear, this circus community, boy, I tell you, it's some weird behavior that goes on. But anyway, so why did I say this? For those people who equate spirit with energy, the reason why I said I invoke physics is because energy is studied in the domain of physics. Energy is a focus within the discipline, the scientific discipline, the scientific study of physics. And so if you're going to equate spirit with energy, then you would have to have some proficiency in basic physics in order to do that. It's very, very simple. So look at it this way. If I equate if I set up the equation A equals B, and I'm making that declaration, I'm saying I'm telling the world that A equals B, which means this thing right here is the same as this thing right here. Okay, it's equal to this thing right here. Now, in order for me to make that declaration, I have to know about both things. Otherwise, how could I possibly make that determination? So I have to know about A and I have to know about B in order to declare that A equals B. Okay, so if I'm going to say that spirit equals energy, which is what synonyms are, they're a high percentage of equality between meanings of words. That's what synonyms are. I'm sure everyone knows what a synonym is. Synonymy is the study of synonyms and so on and so forth. But that's what you're saying. When you make something synonymous, you're setting up an equation. This equals that. So if people are coming and saying that spirit equals energy, then you have to know about both. You have to know about spirit and you have to know about energy in order to say those two are synonymous. And where do you go to study or to deal with energy? Physics. Physics is the discipline that deals with that. So this is why I made the statement. Now, I made it in the negative. I said, but by folks not very proficient in basic physics. Why? Because this is a problem. People talk about spirit and equate it to energy, but they're not competent enough or proficient enough in physics to even make that declaration or equation. And as a result of that, a lot of conversations dealing with spirit, spirituality, and spiritual subject matters and things like that, they end up confusing, ambiguous, all over the place, and even full of misinformation. And it's because of that some people get turned off and they say, oh, that's that spooky stuff or whatever the case is. And, it feeds and fuels the atheistic mindset because they're like, nah, that's just some spooky stuff and everything. Like, that's all confusing. That's just some mumbo jumbo. That's just some mumbo jumbo stuff. And so that is the direct result of the lack of knowledge that people have about energy in order to equate spirit with energy. Because if you ask people, what is spirit made of? What are the exact components of spirit? What is it made of? Or what is it? And things like that. In all of the explanations that you hear, people will try and attempt to describe spirit, either its behavior, its substance, if it even is a substance, and so on and so forth. And it will always go back to terms and concepts that are fully studied and developed within physics. What are those terms? Energy, power, force, those type of things. They say energy is some kind of force, or it's power, or it's energy, power, force. So these are all concepts that are fully developed and spoken of, studied, and talked about, and everything like that in physics. So if you're going to do that, then it is best to have a basic proficiency in physics 101, as it relates to energy. So anyway, that's the intent. That's the pun intended spirit behind my post. All right. So that is the spirit behind my post. In what I'm saying. So, but anyway, so I want to focus on some of these comments. All right. So now that is my post. Now the first person that comments is Nicholas Scott. So shout out to Nicholas Scott. I don't know if he's listening or will be listening. Now Nicholas, he starts off and says the quantum brain, the quantum mind, and quantum consciousness are cited in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which explains how the quantum physics theory applied to superposition neurons and synapses could explain consciousness. Now, I read that, and then he let me give it a second. He says, "Do more research in applied physics, please." So I took both of those comments, and I'm reading it. I read it, and I'm like. And I had to go back to read my post. And I'm like, why would he post that in a response to my post? So already on the first comment, my post is almost being diverted or hijacked, because it getting into quantum brain, quantum mind, and superposition neuron and synapses to explain consciousness. I never mentioned consciousness in my post at all, or anything like that. Now, to get to consciousness from my post, he would have to mention or declare or say something to say spirit deals with consciousness, and then you got to link something. But you can't just jump out and just do this. So anyway, I respond and just kindly tell him, I said, reread my post if you wish to chime in. Consider staying on the point. Because basically I'm telling him he's like out there. He's off topic. All right. So that was that. But now, so I'm not going to read all of these comments because these comments are nested. So if you see, it's got this one has 11 replies and so on and so forth. Facebook allowed the nested comments, and I really don't like that nested stuff there. But anyway, so we have Roar, and I'm not sure how he pronounces his name, but I'm gonna say Roar for now. So he comes on the scene and says, Wujau, So what is spirit and what is energy? Kindly explain. Thank you. Now, and there was another person that asked the same question. Um, and I did not answer his question purposely because it doesn't matter what I define it as. I'm making the statement, and this is basic reading comprehension. I'm making the statement that spirit is often discussed as if it's synonymous with energy. So regardless of how I define it or whatever, I'm only talking about the scenario or situations when spirit is used synonymously with energy. So nobody has to ask me at this point what for me to define spirit and energy. The fact that people use them interchangeably is the foundation of my topic post. All right. So that's why I didn't answer him. So I'm going to click down so you'll see. So my first response to him is let him know. I said, the point of the post is highlighting the cases where people use spirit synonymous with energy, but are not proficient in basic physics to do so, yet still do. So I didn't answer his question. I just engaged him or tried to re-point to him the point of the post. And then Asar Balance says, you didn't answer the question. And I respond to him and I say, clearly, I know I didn't answer the question, as if he had to tell me that, you know. But he said I didn't answer the question. So obviously he's looking for me to answer the question. But Roars comes back and says, yes, I understand exactly what your post meant. I am saying to be able to make a distinction to which you are pointing out in your post, could you define what the two phenomena are and explain what distinguishes them? Thank you. Now, see, here's where Roar starts off wrong, because he says he said he understood what my post meant, but he clearly did not. Because he says, I am saying to be able to make a distinction to which you are pointing out in your post. So let's go back to my post. Am I making a distinction in my post? Absolutely not. I'm doing the opposite. I'm saying that they're being used synonymously. A synonym is in the opposite direction of distinction. Distinction is to be antonymic. To be an antonym, to distinguish something. If I'm making something synonymous, I am not distinguishing. I'm actually pulling them together. I'm actually making them one. The same. Equal. So, that's what I'm saying. This is basic reading. So you know, in me understanding that, I respond to him. And I say, I don't see that you understand the post. So I'm politely telling him that I don't think you comprehend my post for him to say that. I make no distinction in my post. I actually speak to the use of the two as synonyms. In other words, my post clearly speaks to the use of them not being distinct or distinguished, which is synonymous. And I tell him, I said, please reread the post as it is. And I'm kindly telling him, don't project anything in my post. Just read what I say and don't make up something and then ask me a question about something that you make up. That's not cool at all to do. And so I'm just telling him that. All right. Then he comes back and says, yes, you are repeating yourself. I say in your post, you are clearly inferring that there's a distinction. Now, how in the world in my post am I, quote unquote, clearly inferring a distinction? I'm not. I'm doing the opposite. I'm saying spirit is often used as a synonym. Like, Okay, but I'm all right. Let me keep it cool. Keep it cool. But anyway, I'm just saying, where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Right here. Yeah, he says you're clearly inferring that there's a distinction, and that's not the case at all. Okay? He says, now, as someone who does not know the difference between spirit and energy, I am asking you to help me draw a distinction. This is one step further to your open-ended post. Thank you. So again, the brother did not comprehend my post, because not only after I told him that I'm not making a distinction, he's trying to tell me that I am, when I'm the author of my own post. And this is what I say to him. I respond to him and I say, I just stated that I'm not. And I say, I'm obviously the author of my own post, and I'm telling you that I've made no distinction. I literally speak to the use of the two as synonyms, and I put it in all caps, just in case, the brother may be missing it. I said, where and how do you walk away from reading my post that I'm making distinctions? Now, I'm going to pause right here because I want to make sure that I'm not crazy. Now, I know, those of you in the chat right now, you may not have even seen my post. But just so far, just based on what I just shared on the screen, do y'all understand where I'm coming from? Do you understand how this brother is trying to insist on something that I never said in the post? There's no implication in my post that I'm making a distinction. I'm actually saying that they're used synonymously, that there is no distinction. I'm indirectly saying that. I'm saying that spirit and energy is used as if there's no distinction. That's what synonyms are. So you all tell me, am I crazy? You all tell me, am I crazy? Because here's the thing. See, like I try my best to shoot it straight. I have patience, and I have my tolerance level is still up there. I have patience, but I noticed that as I get older and everything like that, it is definitely less than it used to be. And I'm a type of person that I just want to get straight to it. Like I just want to shoot it straight, get straight to it. I don't want the curvy, wavy line. The fastest way to get to from point A to point B, they say, is a straight line and whatnot. That's me. As I get older, I'm like, hey, let's just get it. So I'm trying to tell this brother, but at the same time, be patient, because I know, my experience, I know how these conversations unfold. And people will hijack your post, and they will post all these comments and not really engage the actual post itself. And then when somebody else come on the post, they're not gonna want to read through 100 comments just to chime in. And so it spoils the post when people do that. And it's borderline, like a trolling situation. So all right, so anyway, let me continue a bit. I hope y'all can see it, because I just now looked at the screen. It's kind of small. Let me see if I can make it bigger. And it won't let me let me make it wider. That's Facebook limitations. All right, so yeah, I know y'all can see it a bit. I apologize for being small, but all right, so let me keep going. So okay, so now I do another comment to him. I say to him, to possibly help, I said, the point of the post is not any distinction. So I'm repeating myself. I'm telling him the point of the post is not even about distinctions. I said the point is that people who use the two as synonyms are not proficient in basic physics to speak on the issue or have a fruitful discussion. This results in many ambiguous and confusing outcomes. So I'm telling the brother my state of mind for doing the post. I mean, you can't get any more better than that. You're talking to the author of the post, which is me, And I'm telling him what I mean by the post. And he's trying to sit there and insist as if he wrote the post that I'm inferring distinctions and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, why? Where do people get that from? That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm telling you all this. You know, I call it, if y'all don't know by now, I call it conscious community as a whole, a circus community. This circus community has weird behavior. It does. It just does. And you know, some people like that. Anyway, so he comes back and says, Wujao, I think we have a comprehension problem here. You think? When I read this, my first thing was like, you think? You know, but me, I'm not trying to be rude or anything. And I actually hope the brother is listening now, because I think the Emicat, I don't know if Emicat posted the link on the thing. You know, the brother, because I do these live streams at the drop of a dime, so the brother may not even be free to listen or whatever the case is. So he may catch it in the archives or never or not at all. I don't know. But anyway, you know, I'm trying to be maintain, you know, a level of obviously respect and things like that. But I'm telling you, it's really weird what people how people act and how they are in this social community that we call conscious community. Anyway, so now he wants to break down my post. The audacity of this brother. Like, I'm the author of my post. I did my post. It's on my timeline. But yet he's going to tell me what I mean by it. You know what I'm saying? The audacity of people. But anyway, so watch. This is what he said. So he's breaking down my post line by line. So he quotes, spirit is often discussed as if it's synonymous with energy. Now, this is his commentary. He says, the use of the conjunction as if in your post was to make a comparison between spirit and energy. And in the context of your very own post, it is a negative comparison. That is, they are compared to show that they are not the same. Now, see, I don't know where this brother got his English lessons and context clues and context and pragmatics and semantics and stuff like that, but he's just mistaken, and you know, and I come back and break it down to him further. But anyway, he says this is reinforced by your next statement, which reads, and then he goes to the next one. He says, but by folks not very proficient in basic physics, suggesting that if folks were proficient in basic physics, they will know the distinction and not use the two phenomena synonymously. See, that's where he's all wrong. He's just flat out wrong. And see, instead of him listening to me telling him he was wrong, that I told him above here, he's insisting. And this is what happens in this circus community. And this is where it starts to fold over into being oppositional, adversarial, and combative. Instead of just listening to the author of the post, I'm telling this brother what I mean by my post. But he's trying to tell me I mean something different when I'm the one that wrote my own post. And to me, that's crazy. So he says, to conclude, I am posting the grammatical meaning of the phrase as if, as defined by Cambridge Dictionary. So now he whips out a dictionary. As if and as though are conjunctions. We use as if and as though to make comparisons. They have a similar meaning. We use it as if, as though, to talk about an imaginary situation or a situation that may not be true, but that is likely or possible. Now, see, his own definition, as Brother Garfield would say, daggers himself. Because the reason why I use as if is simply to point out the fact that I'm talking about a limited group of people out of the population of human beings on the planet Earth. Not everybody does this. Okay, not everybody associates energy, spirit with energy, and so on and so forth. But I'm gonna point something else out to you. But let me go back down to where I was. Then he goes on. Then he said the floods. Oh, say so. Basically, he's quoting. And matter of fact, he added that. That quote later. Now I don't know if you all pay attention, but people be editing their comments, and which is a good feature, because sometimes you make mistakes, or sometimes you hit return and you ain't mean to hit the enter key and return and stuff like that. But some people are slick with it. Some people will edit their comments after you bust them up. After you prove somebody wrong, they'll come back and edit their comments like they never said something. But on Facebook, when you click edit history, I don't know if y'all can see the edit history. Yeah, it pops up. You can see the before and after on people's comments and see what they changed and stuff like that. Some people don't know that. Okay, and it's crazy because sometimes I catch people out there. They act like they never said anything. And matter of fact, somebody did that on this post, but I caught them out there doing that, and instead of them just coming forward and whatever, they covered it up by deleting their comment altogether, and that's a shame. But guess what? Y'all know I got a screenshot of it. It's crazy. It's crazy what people will do just to argue with you. Anyway, okay, so let me go on down. So then we have Mongezi Mbokani. Now, I know this. I don't know the brother, so let me not say it that way. I know this user to be, he does, what do you call it? These side comments with a lot of emojis and GIFs and stuff like that. Like he does that all the time. So, and that livens up the party a bit. So anyway, so what I do is for anybody else that may be like the brother Roar, I break down my posts more on my own. So I say, so far the comments are showing indicators of not understanding or lack of comprehension of a simple post to help out. And then I say, I can't believe I need to break down a simple post. So bullet number 1, there are people who use spirit synonymously with energy. Period. There are people who do that. Bullet number 2, many of the same people are not proficient in basic physics to do so. That's it. That's my post in a nutshell. Then I say, if you wish to chime in and comment on my post, a good idea is to start by stating if you yourself are one of the people who use spirit synonymously with energy, or whether you're familiar with others that do so, who do so. Then you can address the next by addressing if those who do so or who do use them as synonyms, whether they're proficient in basic physics. And finally, share thoughts on whether or not such discussions by them are fruitful. That's it. That's it. So then, of course, I get replies. Brother Mongezi, he says, Wujao, no need for that breakdown. Just answer the questions that people are asking, please, sir. So I already know he don't get it. And look, his comment has likes and hearts and everything like that. And as a matter of fact, even the other brothers' comments do the same. Look at this. Likes and hearts and things like that. So this is why I'm saying, am I the one that's tripping? Okay. And so we have a big problem in the circus community of reading comprehension and just in general. So anyway, so I tell this guy, Mongezi, I said no, and I broke it down as I wish. So basically what I'm telling him is, you're not going to come on my Facebook page, on my post, and try to dictate an order and tell me what to do. So he said, answer the questions, sir, and no need to break down. So I said no, and I broke it down as I wish. Like, miss me with that. So he comes back and just laughs, as he normally does. Um, and then, okay, so now we have an actual comment. So Gershom says, Wujao, Gershom Shalom. He says, I am guilty of doing this just the other day, and I was being attacked by an atheist to prove spirit is real. I use the term spirit as energy, as one of the basic definitions of energy is, and then he quotes it. So you see what he did? See, this is a person who is appropriately and correctly chiming in on my Facebook post, because he identified himself as a person who does this. So he don't even have to go to somebody he knows that does it. He does it. He said, I'm guilty of it. He said, I just did it the other day. I use the term spirit as energy. So then he defines it. And then he says, I then asked a physician, I think he means physicist, because a physician is usually for medical doctors. But anyway, he says, I then asked a physicist in the group what kind of energy is used to power and heat the body, but he never responded. Now I see this post, and I would like to understand how to better articulate the science from the non-physical. As you know, in the Hebrew, spirit is from ruach, or breath, as it is often translated. See, now that is a proper comment, or a valid comment to the context of my post. So then I respond to him. I say, it's only so much to be said on a Facebook comment, but you should notice that the words ruach, nephesh, spiritus, psyche, anime, etc. are associated with wind, breath in some form or fashion. They refer to different aspects of the phenomena, but are often used as synonyms while ignoring the distinctions and nuances. I'll be going live tomorrow to revisit this issue. And I posted it yesterday, so I'm live now. Anyway, so I don't want to slow walk this. I just wanted to go over that first comment, and then maybe a couple of more interesting ones. I mean, it's so many on here, but I don't want to bore. I don't want to go live just to read. You all can come to my Facebook page and read through this yourself, right? But I just want to point out a couple of more things. So then what I attempt to do is I try to reset the conversation with people, even when people get off track and I feel like they don't comprehend the points or anything like that. I still come back and try my best to reset, right? So I asked this brother straight out. I said, Roar, are you an example of a person that uses spirit and energy synonymously as indicated in my post? And then he responds now. He says, yes, I do not see a distinction between spirit and energy. Yes, so I can contextually use the two synonymously. But I will more often than not use spirit for living organisms and energy for inanimated objects. But the central concept is the same to me. Now, see, he should have led with that. He should have led with something like that in his first comment. But because he didn't comprehend my post, and he went to a whole nother direction. So then my follow-up question to him is, do you have the understanding of spirit being a property of matter? And then he answers, he says, yes, spirit energy is a property of matter. Without matter, organic or inorganic, we wouldn't be talking about their energies or spirits in the first place. Matter is composed of resonant frequencies, and those frequencies vibrating at specific wavelengths are what I call their spirit or their energy. So he's answering my questions. And see, if he started off by this, we would have a more fruitful, progressive conversation. And, so I want to, emphasize that. Now, but let me just tell you all why I asked him this question. See, and this is part of the consequence. When you set up an equation, A equals B, that means everything that A can go through and and can be examined also applies to be. So if spirit equals energy, then everything that we say about energy and all of the information and knowledge and scrutiny that we can place on energy is the same that we can do for spirit if the two are equated. So energy is a property of matter. So if he or anybody equates spirit with energy, then they must concede to spirit being a property of matter as well. And that's why I asked him the question to see if that's indeed what he do. And he answered in the affirmative. He says yes. Okay. So this is how the conversation should progress. This is how the conversation should have gone in the first place. Okay. So he sees it as a property of matter. So that's it. I'm fine with that. All right. So then I asked the same question to Mangezi. And I say, are you an example of a person who used the two synonymously? He says, just move it along. Yes, I am. So instead of him saying yes, like how the other brother did, he says he's trying to order me on my post. He said, just move it along. Yes, I am. And that's what I'm saying. The audacity of these people and the behavior that they have in the circus community. That's what I'm saying. There's some weird stuff that goes on. You know, I don't know. I'm not built like that. But so then Ra-Ra-Or, instead of nested, he basically put it on his own thread. He repeated his other comment to pull it out so people could see it. But now this guy Mangezi, he posts a picture of an deity. Now let's just check out. Let's just look at the mindset of this person, Mangezi. All right. He posts this picture. And then he says, Ra-Roar. He said, hence, I posted this pic. I wonder what it is. And then Ptah Atun Hotep, he says to Mangezi, he says, does your picture represent spirit? So he's asking a legit question. Does your picture represent spirit? And Mangezi says, Ptah Hotep, you tell me. Teach, brother. Like, what? How can, why would somebody post a picture and then when asked about it, they tell the person asking, you tell me? Like, who does that? But watch. Ptah Hotep comes back and says, Mangezi, he questions it and he says, it's your picture. And you posted it saying, hence I posted a pic. What does it represent? And look what this guy says back. He says, Ptah Hotep, let's get Wujao Eri Matt to assist us. I know he is well read in the field. Like, what? That's crazy. Look, and then Mangezi comes back. Ptah Hotep comes back and says, I don't understand. You post a picture, but you need someone else to tell me why? As a matter, I meant to like that comment, but y'all understand? Like, am I tripping? Hold, let me go to the comments. So listen, I'm gonna take a little breather here. I want the chat to tell me, am I tripping? Am I tripping? So look at what we have here. We have this brother Mangezi. He's trying to order me around on my own post. He's telling me to answer questions. He's telling me answer questions and then when he answers my questions, he's trying to order me. He says, keep it moving. Yes, I am. But then when somebody asks him a simple question about a picture that he posted, he says this kind of stuff. Oh my goodness, man. This is crazy. All right, so let's keep going. I hope y'all can see this. So then Mangezi comes back and says, if you don't want to be assisted by someone else, go right ahead and tell us what it is. Like, what? Now, mind you all of this is because he posted a picture. He posted this picture, and somebody asked him, what does it represent? And he's giving this guy a hard time. So then I come on the post after I see it, right? So as you can see, I see it like 3 hours later. And I say, I tell Patal Hotep, I said, listen, I've witnessed weird behavior like this many times over the years. It's weird that someone posts an image, and when you ask them what does it represent and why they posted it, they need someone else to tell you. Just weird, especially when that same person tried to tell me to answer other people's questions, etc. Again, just weird. And then he comes back to me and says, please educate us on your next live session on what that image is. Otherwise, if you don't know what it is, cool. See, all of that. And this brother refused to answer the question. But yet he's trying to order me on my own post to answer questions. That's weird. And Mongezi, if you're listening now or if you're listening to archives, you need help, brother. Straight like that. You need help, because this is not the first time that you do stuff like this. Like I said, I just shoot it straight. So anyway, like I said, I'm not gonna read everything. I'm trying to pick out another highlight. Okay, so now Roar, he gets adversarial again, right? So, and I'm gonna show you why in a second. Let me try to find it. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now because I'm trying not to read everything, right? I'm not trying to bore y'all with reading stuff, because I really want to get into engagement and actually talk about spirit and energy. All right, but I'm just setting the stage. All this is to set the stage of the recent conversation and why I'm even live right now. So anyway, so I tell Roar, I said I broke my post down in a comment above. You're reading into my comment things that are not there. So then I break it down further. I say spirit is often discussed, and this is a quote. So I'm quoting my own post. Spirit is often discussed as if it is synonymous with energy. And then I explain. I said this points out an instance where spirit is used as a synonym for energy as opposed to being used for something else. Now let me do an FYI for y'all right now. There in English, and just in the grammar of languages around the world, there's a thing called conjunctions and disjunctions. Okay, disjunctions distinguishes. Conjunctions don't serve that same purpose. So, for an example, I'm gonna say a sentence, and you're gonna in two different ways, and you're gonna see how they can mean two different things. Okay. Let's see. What's a good example? Okay, if I say the phrase vehicle or car, even though I'm using the word or, I'm actually making vehicle and car the same. Okay, vehicle, like if I'm explaining how I traveled or how somebody traveled, I say, yeah, he went by vehicle or car to the store and before he went to the airport. Now, when I say that, I'm using or. I'm saying vehicle or car, and I'm using or right there to use those two words as substitutes for one another. Okay, those two words can be substituted for one another, and it'll still mean what I want it to mean. Yeah, she traveled by vehicle or car to the store before she went to the airport. So vehicle and car in that sense are the same. I'm just elaborating. I'm elaborating on a type of vehicle. I'm saying car. Now, if I say, now I'm using or again. If I say coffee or tea, in that way, I said, do you want coffee or tea? Now I'm using or still, but I'm making a distinction. Coffee and tea are different, and it's understood differently. You understand? But yet I use the same word or. So anyway, so the brother was trying to school me on conjunctions and conditions and stuff like that. I mean, I don't understand why he tried to do that. But anyway, so all to all to try to say something about my own post that I'm the author of. But anyway, so anyway, I put a pin in that. But then I go on to quote the second part. I say, but by folks not very proficient in basic physics. Now I break this down. I say this points out that although spirit is often used synonymously with energy, those that do so are not proficient in basic physics and are lacking in knowledge about energy. In these cases, this often results in unfruitful discussions that are heavily ambiguous and confusing outcomes. So, my use of as if is to say people equate spirit and energy as if they are proficient enough in physics and competent in the knowledge related to energy to do so, but are not. Now that can't get any more plain and simple than that. But in circus community fashion, the brother comes back and says, what a bunch of generalizations to say those that do so, use spirit and energy synonymously, aren't proficient in basic physics and are lacking knowledge about energy. Then he says, you wouldn't know that, would you? I'm like, what? And see, this is comprehension issues. This is like a lack of reasoning, basic logic, and comprehension. Because, of course, I don't know what's going on in the minds of the roughly 8 billion people on the planet, all human beings on the planet. I am obviously talking about people who do this. It's just that simple. That's it. If I say the phrase, I'm gonna give y'all another example. If I say the phrase that people often wear sweatsuits as if they're going to the gym and work out, but never do. Of course, I'm not talking about all people on the planet. I'm only talking about those instances where that statement is true. So I'm only talking about people who actually equate spirit and energy and don't have proficient knowledge in physics, specifically about energy. So I'm only talking about those things. So for him to say you wouldn't know that, would you? Like, duh, I'm talking about those people who do. So yes, I do know that. It's crazy. He says you are basing your conclusion on subjectivity and ridiculous conjecture. See, he's assuming that I'm trying to find out if people are proficient, whatever. No, I'm talking about, I made the statement and it only applies to where the statement and the condition of the statement is true. This is basic stuff. He said, like I said, I have knowledge in basic physics, and yet I see energy and spirit as semantics that mean the same phenomenon. Great. He says, now do yourself a favor. Now you're trying to tell me to do myself a favor. He says, do yourself a favor. Define spirit and energy according to your superior understanding. See, now notice how he used superior understanding. This is how you know people get into their feelings, or they something happened right there, because now he's projecting. He's trying to do the, oh, since you have superior knowledge, Almighty One, you tell me, blah blah blah. See, that's the attitude. And I'm telling you, this is the weird behavior in the circus community. He says, I clearly, politely ask you to define these terms so that I can learn something I probably didn't know. So kindly do that, as the condescension doesn't help the matter. I simply need a definition of these from you so I can learn something new. Thank you in advance. He's talking about when he asked me to define it. But see, the premise in which he asked me to define it was wrong. And one thing that I know better to do is you never acquiesce to a faulty premise. Never do that. So him asking me that question, it doesn't apply. It's irrelevant. I'm only talking about the instances where people use spirit and energy as synonyms. That's it. Not me. So then I address him. So I'm going to read this and then we're going to move on. So I address him, and if y'all know my style of addressing since I've ever been online, period, going back to AOL, America Online, and CompuServe days and whatnot, I always quote people in double arrow brackets so that I can precisely address what they say. So people cannot say that I'm misquoting them or anything like that. And I do that in case people edit their comments and delete stuff. So I already have it quoted. So like he can actually delete this whole comment and I'll still have it in my comment. He can't delete mine. You see what I'm saying? So anyway, that's just an FYI to you all. Anyway, so I quote him and I says, my post is rooted in my experiences, having discussions on spirit and energy, not conjecture. My post is not to be taken as absolute application to all people in the world. I shouldn't have to point that out. Then I go on to quote him. He says, now do yourself a favor, blah, blah, blah. I say, speaking of conjecture or projection, the superior understanding part is just that. See, he's projecting. Then he says, he clearly politely asked for the definitions. And I said, I clearly didn't ask you when you asked. The reason I didn't answer is because my post clearly indicated that the use of the two terms synonymously synonymy would indicate that what can be said about one can also be said of the other. Taking that into consideration, the point of my post is that people will do that with the two terms, but lack understanding of energy in order to do so. In other words, in order for anyone to establish an equation such as A equals B, they would have to be knowledgeable of A and B to make that determination. This is basic logic right here. So to do you a favor, there are many examples where people speak of spirit as an entity. This contradicts its synonymous relationship to energy. There are also many examples of people not understanding spirit to be a property of matter, nor it being a measurement. This too contradicts its synonymous relationship with energy. Why? 3 of a few reasons. Energy is a property of matter. Energy is a measurement of the ability to do work. Energy is not an entity. There are people who speak about spirit being synonymous with energy, but ignoring the facts related to energy. So the equation of spirit with energy fails due to the lack of knowledge of energy, which is something addressed in basic physics. If spirit is to be equated with energy, and energy is treated on in the domain of physics, then spirit should comfortably fall under and be discussed under the same domain or sphere of study. Also, to do you a favor, here is one of the videos from 4 years ago where I discussed the issue. So I'm starting to give him links and everything. So anyway, I don't want to long this whole thing out. And then the sister Empress Quet asked the same question. You know, what is spirit and what is energy to you if they are not synonymous? And see, this is what I mean. I don't like what is triggering that question. Like what I would like to know, even from her, why would she read my post and ask me this question if he says when she says if they're not synonymous? Because my post clearly says spirit is often discussed as if it's synonymous with energy, but by folks not proficient in basic physics. I'm saying that the two are discussed synonymously, not synonymously. All right, but anyway, so and then the post goes on and on and on, and like I said, I'm not gonna read all of this, and it's a bunch of nested comments and things in there. So go to my page and read it if you're interested in all the comments. I'm just skipping because there's a lot of comments in the nested ones that I'm skipping over. All right, so anyway, enough of that. All right, so I just wanted to kind of set the stage for all of that good stuff. So enough of that. All right, so is spirit energy? All right, so now I want to get into discussing things with you all in the chat. All right. As a matter of fact, let me post the panel link. Emiket, if you have the panel link, if you could post the panel link, because I want to engage. All right, I want to engage. All right, either from the chat or y'all can come on in here, and on the panel. I want to hear from you all. All right. So now I wasn't paying attention to the chat when I was saying what I was just saying, but let me scroll back up a little bit. Or I don't know, maybe Emiket, you could tell me if there was any comments that I need to address or whatever. If not, I'm gonna keep it moving. Let me pin this to the top. Okay, is spirit energy? All right, so let's get into some basic stuff here. Um, all right. So here's some more context and some rationale behind why I bring this topic up every now and then over the years. All right. So, and I see somebody came in already. So let's begin with so Hotep. Well, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much. What's up, brother?
All right, Hotep. So since you popped in, I'm gonna give you the mic, give you the floor. So if you had any comments to kick things off with first before I share my screen.
Okay, sorry. You can go now. I'm on the phone. Sorry. Thank you for letting me in. Um, I I'm the one who wrote the comment in the Sekou Kele
Yeah.
when
Yep.
I was trying to give the different names of spirit in some African language that I speak. You
Okay.
know, few of them. So like I'm a Mandinga. My language is similar as Bambara. Uh, Madinga, we are all the same kind of linguistic group in West Africa. So
Okay.
for me, whenever I hear the word spirit, because for English language, because it's a foreign language to us, so I understand that whenever they use the word spirit in the European language like English, they are referring to the breath, the aspect of breathing in and breathing out. So the word spirit is synonymous to breath. But
Yeah.
when I go back to my language and I look at the word nyama or nyene, there's a different way people pronounce it, depends on what dialect you speak. So usually it means a lot of things because like trees, inanimate objects, all are considered to have nyama. So
Mm-hmm.
even something that dies, it will be considered that it still has nyama. So, for example, in the Bambara tradition, if a man goes to the bush and he kill a lot of animal, so they will ask him that these animals that you kill, are they for food or you kill them for fun? So if you say no, I kill them for food, and they say okay, then, but if you kill them just for fun, then the nyama might affect you. So you need to make expiation. You need to like ask for forgiveness because you just killed them for nothing, and these things have nyama. So,
Right.
so the concept now it go beyond breath, as it is in English. So I
Mm-hmm.
begin to think, then what does it mean? Then what is the nyama and what is spirit? So for me, I've been struggling all these years to actually understand it. So to a point, I thought maybe it just means the essence of things, that beyond matter, beyond energy, the essence of things, life itself. Because what we call life is beyond energy. No one can touch life. No one knows what life. We are all in life. We are all alive. We exist, but no one can really define what life is. We can define energy. That energy is this, and energy is that. But what is life? When something dies, where does it life go? The life just disappear, or does it just go into non-existence? So what is non-existence? So all this type of this. So I think our ancestors thought that nyama have to be the very concept of something coming into being or coming into life, that which bring things into being, that which bring things into life is nyama.
Mm.
So matter is just a manifestation. Energy and everything are not manifesting nyama. Nyama is invisible, but it
Mm.
is the one that brings things into existence. So it's what people even call God, or what other people even call. That's why the ancient Egyptians say Imana, that which cannot be seen, or
Yep.
Amen, that
Mm-hmm.
which is invisible. So I think it's beyond what we are trying to describe in the scientific world as energy, as matter, or using all these electron or what have you. I think this is something that is at the very base of life itself, that is invisible to us, but is responsible for bringing things into being. That's the way I see it.
So listen. You said a mouthful. So hold up. Let's unpack what you said, because
Okay.
that's I appreciate. Listen, I appreciate, number one, you coming on the panel and sharing that, because you said a mouthful and you were preaching to the choir. Boy, I'm telling you. So, okay, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's the motivation, or the direction that I want to have a conversation about, to progressively get to the bottom of, or get to the heart of the issue of those things. And so the problem is in the movement from one language to the other. So like you correctly said, in the languages that you speak and in your culture, you have terms that obviously have concepts linked to them, in your psyche, in your mind. But then when we try to discuss it in another language, what we try to do is to associate equal terms. Like we try to find the equal term that means the same thing. But it becomes very difficult,
Yes.
because it doesn't capture everything that you conceptualize in your own language. So we tend to use words like spiritus, which is where we get spirit from, soul, psyche, anima for animation, um, breath, wind, air, to blow, all those things to try to describe and conceptualize the very thing that you were discussing, that is hidden, and it's at the core of it all, basically. And so this is the reason why I ask the questions that I do, because what people will do, unlike you, they will settle and just say, well, spirit is energy. And then they don't understand the consequences of doing that, because now by doing that, you're limiting it to energy, but now you're actually opening up the can of worms for it to be looked at on the same level as energy, like we do in physics,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So now, in the years that I've had these discussions, because I've been talking about this for like 10 plus years, right? And in the years that I've had these discussions with various different people from the continent, different cultural backgrounds, here in America, online, in person, and everything, there is progress to be made with this confusion. And really, it's not as difficult as I once thought, Because if we go to the heart of these actual words that we tend to use, we can actually find the answers, or closer to get to the answers, just by a process of elimination, or just identifying what these concepts really were. Okay, so let me just share my screen real quick. So I'll make my screen big. So give me a moment. I'm gonna walk down something, and it's gonna come right back to what you brought up. So first of all, I want to ask the question, what is science? And we're going to answer this question, in a summary definition of what science is. So what is science? Science is the use of evidence to construct testable explanations and predictions of natural phenomena, as well as the knowledge generated through this process. All right. And this is coming out of that source. That's the basic general understanding of what science is. Okay, to everybody. All right. And I want to start with that because what people tend to do, people tend to dichotomize spirit and spirituality with science. Like they make it like enemies of one another. Like, science, spirituality is anti-science and science is anti-spiritual and this and that. But okay, so let me move on. So now, the way I often explain science, I say the same thing, but I word it differently. So I'll break it down into two things. One, science is the method and tools used to know when something is known, which means that it's the tools of discernment. Because if you go into the etymology of the word science, it actually means to know. But it's not, but it's actually the tools that allow us to know. And then number two is it's the corpus or body of knowledge that's acquired and accumulated through the use of number one, which are the tools themselves. All right. So that's science. Now, next question. How does science work? And this is important to understand so people can understand how science works. Because this is what people are subjecting spirit to when they equate it to energy. Okay, so now scientific knowledge and understanding accumulate from the interplay of observation and explanation. Scientists gather information by observing the natural world and conducting experiments. They then propose how the systems being studied behave in general, basing their explanations on the data provided through their experiments and other observations. They test their explanations by conducting additional observations and experiments under different conditions. Other scientists confirm the observations independently and carry out additional studies that may lead to more sophisticated explanations and predictions about future observations and experiments. In these ways, scientists continually arrive at more accurate and more comprehensive explanations of particular aspects of nature. Now, I pause there because how science works and what science is the aspiration of all people throughout all time. It's not, because the reason why I say that is because people tend to say science is the white man's science or it's modern. But if you look here, everybody wants to be correct, accurate, and have very, very detailed and comprehensive explanations of the aspects of nature, because all of us live on the planet. We live within nature. We want to be able to accurately describe all the phenomena that we see. So science is about doing that. That's the goal of science. The goal of science is to be able to come up with explanations for how nature does nature, how nature does what it does. And if you look at indigenous, quote unquote, spiritual systems, they're doing the same thing. They're trying to describe nature and the various aspects and phenomena within nature in a very comprehensive way. That's what people are doing. So now, let's go to what is spirituality real quick. Now, this definition is coming out of Oxford Dictionary. So, what is spirituality? Spirituality is the quality of being concerned with the human spirit or soul, opposed to the quality of being concerned with material or physical things. Now, I put that opposed to in red because this definition contradicts when people try to make spirit into energy, or equate spirit to energy, because this dictionary defines spirituality as something that's opposed to physical or material, the physical material world. But energy is part of the material world. Energy is a property of matter. Without matter, there is no energy. And so the very definition of spirituality is opposed to the material. It's talking about that which is opposed to the material. So based on this definition, spirit cannot be energy. But yet so many people describe it as energy. You see what I'm saying? So the only reason why I'm putting this on here is because people don't even realize that the use of the word spiritual, spirituality, as defined in English, goes against their attempt to make spirit synonymous with energy. All right. Now, I don't have to read all that because see, what you said kind of made me fast forward to these things. So let's go over some of the definitions. As a matter of fact, hold up. Before I do that, I'm gonna play this short little video I did. Like, this is like what, 5 years ago. I did a video about, I think, 5 or so years ago, as a little comedy skit, but it's a teaching moment. So I'm gonna play it and hopefully everybody can hear it. So y'all just check this out. It's a short little video. I created a little character called I told you so, with the one of those Facebook filters. All right, so don't think I really look like this. All right, but anyway, hopefully y'all can hear it. All right, but check it out.
I tried to tell you here. So let me break down this spirituality. So what is spirit? Huh? Well, spirit is breath. Is wind. Is breath. It's from Latin, spiritus. Breath, wind. Okay, so what is a spiritual force? Well, you first have to understand force. What is force? Force is the pushing or pulling applied to an object. The pushing and pulling applied to an object. That's what force is. So now spiritual force, spirit being wind or breath, is the pushing or pulling applied to an object. Spiritual force. That's what wind does. It's a force applied to an object. Spiritual force. That's what it is. Now, when force is applied to an object and it causes the movement of that object or the displacement of that object, work is considered to be done. So work is force times the distance. That's what work is. That's it. Okay, let me show you some spiritual work. Spirit is breath or wind, and force is the pushing and pulling on an object. Okay, remember that. And force being applied to an object causing it to displace is considered work. So here's some spiritual work. You see that? Breath moving an object causes work. To summarize, spirit is breath or wind, and when it's applied to an object, it becomes spiritual force. And if the object is displaced or moved, it becomes spiritual work. And the ability or capacity to do work is called energy, spiritual energy. I tried to told you. Okay, one more time. Spiritual work, simplified. Here it is. Spiritual work. Tried to told you.
All right. Anyway, so that was a little skit that shows the relationship between force, work, the word spirit, wind, and blow. So now I want to get back to what you were saying, because I'm actually glad you said it, because then I could fast forward to kind of like the more meaty aspect of coming up with some more explanations. So here's the thing. The reason why spirit is the choice word to use when talking about these concepts, the world over, right? We know that spirit is a Latin term, spiritus, and it originally meant breath, to breathe, from the root verb meaning to blow. Now, what people need to understand is that this word is used figuratively. No different than how a lot of indigenous cultures around the world describe the very beginning of the universe as some kind of aspect of water. But we know it's not really water, literally water, but that is set up as a metaphor, as an analogy, So wind and air and breath is used as a metaphor, in a metaphoric way, to explain this. But here's why. Now, air and wind is invisible, meaning that it's not a substance that we see with our eyes, but we can feel it and we can see the results of it. Okay, when the wind blows on an object, we can see the object moving, but we can't see what's causing it to move. All right, so what ancient people did was they described two things simultaneously. They described the movement itself, and then they described the causal agent of that movement. And so this is where you get the separation between spiritus, or spirit, and soul, and things like that, and anime and animation. Because when we think of animate or animation, we think of movement, something that moves. Like if you say you're animate, you're moving. But anime originally meant breath as well. All these words trace back to wind and breath. So the whole concept is that there is an unknown or unknowable or imperceivable causal agent that is causing things to be alive or to move around, to be animate or inanimate objects, how we describe them now. So it is this described as its spirit, and then you have the causal agent that's causing all of this to occur. And so this is why from the word spirit we get things like character or disposition of somebody, like oh, you have an uneasy spirit, like you rub me the wrong way, I don't like your spirit. Because we use that in the terms of, oh, you're giving off some kind of vibes, and we use the word vibes, like like I don't vibe with them too well. They have a nasty spirit about them. They got a nasty spirit about them. Okay, right. So what happens in English, and I know this is also true in other languages, as well, is that they blur the lines. They use all these words interchangeably, and that creates the problem. And so what our job is, what we need to do today, is to properly put these words in their proper place, and figure out the referent to each of these different words. And so on the screen, what I was going to share, let me just share my screen again. I lay out all of these various different words. So, for example, I'm going to start with energy. And I'm just going to read a couple of these so that everyone become familiar with the history of these words. And knowing the history is part of the process of figuring this stuff out. So energy ultimately comes from the Greek word ergon, which means deed or work. This was a descendant of the Indo-European wergon, which also produced English work, liturgy, organ, and orgy. Addition of the prefix in, which means at, produced the adjective energus or energus and energos, at work, hence active. Something that is at work is active. Okay, and that word act is the word to do. So the doing, to do something. So anyway, which Aristotle used in his rhetoric as the basis of a noun energia, signifying a metaphor. Now, this is important to understand. This is what I mean by people got to understand these words are used metaphorically, signifying a metaphor which conjured up an image of something moving or being active. This later came to mean forceful expression, or more broadly still, activity or operation. English acquired it via the Latin energia. Okay, so that's the basis of the history of the word energy, because we look at a young child or a baby like, oh man, he's full of energy, boy. He's kicking around, kicking and screaming, he's running around the house, man. He got a lot of energy. He got a lot of energy, and we'll say that. But now here's some more aspects of energy in a more narrow sense. Energy is not a substance, fluid, paint, or fuel. We use this term to denote a construct, numbers calculated in a certain way, that are found by theory and experiment to preserve a remarkably similar relationship in every diverse physical phenomenon. Now that's the technical meaning of what energy is. All right, and you all can screenshot the source and check it out. Another explanation of energy. In physics, energy is an abstract, non-material quantity associated with the state of a system. Okay, again, that's what energy is. Another one, this is the last one about energy. The confusion related to energy, heat, etc. is suggested by Chi, Slaughter, and their collaborators that these conceptual difficulties are due to ontological misclassification. And that's important to note. Ontological misclassification. In particular, they claim that students unwittingly classify physical concepts like heat and current as material substances as opposed to processes, and that shifting between these ontological categories is quite difficult for students. So in other words, people are viewing heat, current, and things like energy as material substances or entities when they're not. So for example, I'm gonna give an example of one that we don't confuse. So brother Sekou, if I ask you, how tall are you? What's your height?
So it's a 56 centimeter.
Okay. Now notice your answer was you gave me a measurement.
Right. Or 63.
Oh, you 63 centimeters? Okay. So
63, yeah.
okay, so now so you gave me a measurement as an answer. Now your height is a measurement. And you would never see height as a thing, as an entity, because it's a result of a quantity of a measurement. Now that's what height, but guess what? That's exactly what energy is. Energy is a measurement of the capacity of something to do work. It's not a thing. And so when people talk about energy, not knowing that, this is what it means. People are having an ontological issue because they're switching from it being a measurement or a calculation into an actual material substance or a thing, an entity. And so here's the problem. If spirit is energy and ancestors are spirit, then they're making energy a thing again, some kind of entity. And that's wrong. See, so that's causing the problem of trying to articulate and express these things. So anyway, let me keep going. So here's my example that I have as a further explanation. So now this is me talking here in this paragraph. I just typed it out. So again, I say this all the time. The issue comes down to one of language, semantics, pragmatics for the most part. Scientific nomenclature is a common thing, which is where you take existing words and precisely define them to shape the scope of communication within a given scientific field of study.
Right.
Common example, people can relate to the so-called legal system, where people know about legal jargon, which uses everyday words differently. And I give an example. Take the word over, for example, in the phrase, she is over the children. The word over is a spatial word placing some object higher than another in space. Yet we use over to mean in charge, responsible for, in that sense. And then look at the word charge. I say in charge. Look at the word charge in the previous sentence. Physics uses it differently than what I just did. See, in physics, a charge is something different than if I say Sekou is in charge of the daycare center. You see what I'm saying? So physics uses it differently. And so that's why we have to pay attention to nomenclature and terminologies. Okay. And so this is why it's important. And this is why I made my post about energy. People are not doing it. Okay. So now a reflection of this ongoing problem with energy being a measurement or a thing of substance is also shown in the term dark matter. As Neil deGrasse Tyson always says, dark matter is not matter. You see that? We call it dark matter, but it's actually not matter. Dark matter is not matter. It's a measurement. Therefore, it is a misnomer. Dark matter is a calculation, yet people and scientists call it dark matter. So that's the thing. Energy is a calculation, but yet people think of energy as an entity that can do things. Energy is doing something, and it's not. No different than your height. Your height is not doing anything. you just said you're 63 centimeters. That's a property of you. That's a property of your matter, of your existence. It's an attribute or property of you, and that's what energy is. So to define some terms to kind of round back to this whole breath thing. So now what everybody to notice is that all these words point in some form or fashion to breath. Okay. Now the word psyche, like Latin animus, which is the source of the English word animal, the Greek psyche started out meaning breath and developed semantically to soul and spirit. And see, that is where the confusion happens, is because people use soul and spirit interchangeably, like synonyms, but they're actually different. But that's where the confusion starts. And ever since then, we when we try to talk about this, we're confused because we don't go back and straighten this out. Soul and spirit are different, okay, but they're used interchangeably, and we shouldn't do that. Anyway, English adopted the word psyche via Latin psyche in the mid 17th century, but it did not really begin to come into its own until the middle of the 19th century, when the development of the sciences of the mind saw it pressed into service in such compound forms as psychology and psychiatry. Okay, psychology is the study of the mind and behavior, and then psychiatry is literally the healing of the mind, how to heal the mind. All right, so that's those two words. All right, so let's move on to spirit. Now, in Latin, spirit or spiritus originally meant breath. Now you see that psyche or originally meant breath as well, but that's from Greek. So remember, the Greek had a word for breath. It was psyche. Latin speakers had a word for breath. It was spiritus. So now, it was derived from the verb spirare, breathe. The source of the English word aspire, conspire, expire, inspire, perspire, respire, transpire, etc., which probably came ultimately from the prehistoric Indo-European base spes or peace, an imitative of the sound of blowing or breathing out. And they call that onomatopoeia, when words sound like the phenomenon that it mimics. Like when we say shh, when we want to hush something up. Okay, that's onomatopoeia. So now check this out. It says the source of the Old Church Slavic piscati, which means to whistle, and we know that breathing, you have to breathe out to whistle. pistadi, hiss, and Old Norse fisa, which is fart. But in the Augustan period, it gradually began to take over as the word for soul from anima, which itself originally denoted breath. So now here again is the swap. You see how one word takes over from another word. And so the word soul is anima, but the word spirit is spiritus. So Latin had two separate words, spiritus and anima, for two different aspects, but then they merged and they got blurred. Okay? Now, so let's go back to what I said. Wait, is there another one I can read? Okay, let's look at animate, and then I'll break it down. Okay, so animate, etymologically, an animal is a being which breathes. Its immediate source was the Latin adjective animalis, which means having a soul. Remember, anima is soul, spirita, so spiritus is spirit. So the Latin adjective animalis, having a soul, a derivative of the noun anima, breath, soul, which also gave English the verb and adjective animate. Anima is a member of a set of related words in which the notions of breath, wind, and spirit, life, goes back to what you said earlier, are intimately connected. See that? For instance, the Greek animos, wind, possibly the source of the English animon. Latin animus, spirit, mind. Here's where you get this changeover in the mind, where you get into psyche. Okay, how that change took place to go to the direction of the word psyche. So spirit, then you get mind, and you get courage and anger. Because remember, what is psychology? Psychology is the study of the mind and behavior, human mind and human behavior. And so animus, meaning spirit, mind, courage, anger, it starts to fold over into the word psyche or psyche. Because when human behavior, we behave based on how we think or the content of our mind. And anger we consider as emotion of behavior. So anyway, in Sanskrit, anti, which means breathe, and so on and so forth. Now, the breath sense is presumably primary. The spirit life sense is metaphorical extension of it. Okay, so remember that anima originally meant breathe, breath or breathe. Last one for right now, soul. This is a quick one. Behind the word soul lies the ancient notion of the soul as something fleeting or mercurial, which means that it's temporary. For its prehistoric Germanic ancestor, Sawalo was related to the Greek allos, quick moving, something that is temporary or quick. Its modern Germanic cousins include Silly, Dutch Ziel, Sajal, and Danish, and I'm not going to pretend to pronounce that. Okay, so what do we have here? So let's just summarize real quick. Soul is a quick snapshot of something. It's a temporary condition. It's mercurial. Anima was the Latin word for our soul, but anima, psyche or psyche, as well as spiritus, all pointed to breath or wind, breathing. Now, if we go on the other side of the confusion and go back to the heart of everything and put things back in order, it goes back to what I said. Metaphorically, when we as human beings observe natural phenomena in nature, we see objects move. Now, if a human being is moving, what is causing the human being to move? Can we see that? And I'm asking anybody on the panel. Can we see the whatever it is that's causing and allowing human beings to move? Can we see that?
No, we can't. We only see the human moving.
Right. So we see the results, right? We see the consequence of it.
Right.
Now, when we look in nature and we just observe our surroundings around nature, we see objects moving. We see
Right.
we see we see objects moving. Um, Now the objects that move like human beings we call animals because
Mhm.
they move about on their own will, on volition, right? But we
Yes.
could we could look at trees and plants and we see that they move relative to where they're rooted at, but they
Mhm.
sway back and forth. They move. Now, can we see the thing that makes them move that causes them to move?
No.
Okay, so now what we did, we equated the two. Whatever it is that allows and causes the trees and plants to move that we cannot see must therefore be the same thing that allows and causes human beings and animals to move. And so we call it wind. Literally, the wind causes the trees to move, right? That's the reality. That's the reality. But we use
Right.
that but we use that in a metaphoric way to identify that thing that we can't put our finger on, but yet it allows us to move and as you described, live.
Mhm.
Because remember, life is defined as a um as a pulsating thing. And that pulse, that in and out flow, or that pulse, is described as breathing. Because when human beings breathe in and out, we contract and we expand. We contract and we expand. And that's how everything around us, based on our observations, behaves. When human beings, we start off small, we expand. We call it getting older. We call it maturing. We go through puberty. Our bones grow. Our teeth come in. We get taller. Then as we get older, we start to shrink. We start to contract again. Um, at the peak of our lives, somebody may be 6'5", but by the time they get in their 90s, their height, they will not be the same height, and things will start to contract. And so you have this expansion, contraction. That movement, that general movement of expansion and contraction is what we in part call life, whether it's on the macro level or the micro level. Okay? So this this phenomenon of expansion and contraction, the causal agent of this is something that is imperceivable. And so we're forced to use metaphoric or analogies to actually articulate and explain and discuss it. So water is something that we use a lot in many cultures to describe aspects of these different things. And then wind is another um, term or use that we use in a metaphoric way to represent these things. And so out of that comes all these different terminologies that nowadays we're confused about because we don't know the difference. We have put them all in a blender and just mixed all these terms up, but they all trace back to breathing or breath, but used as a metaphor. So when we discuss energy, I mean, excuse me, when we discuss spirit, without even tracing just the things that I said by itself, we're already going to start off in a confused state because, and this is why people have a hard time trying to describe spirit, and they just use terms coming out of physics or that we're familiar with. So we say, okay, it's energy, or it's power, it's a force. So for example, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you an African scholar. I believe this is it right here. Now this is coming from Asar Imhotep's older presentation from 2018, and he was discussing African spirituality, and this is I just took this to make this point here. It's coming out of Jean-Pierre Pygmy Kitabu. Now, and I'm going to quote it. It says, this fragmentary and poorly understood tradition is summarized in Shabesta's description of Ilima, the vital force. Remember, Sekou, you had used the word vital, like a vital force. The vital force that parted the water. His text explains that Ilima probably represents the original Twa. Let you back in here for a second. Yeah, the original Swa name of the Supreme Being, thus of God. In the Ife language, Ilani or Illa is, now look at this in red, is energy, force, power, or strength. Now see, this is part of the problem. When we try to explain the cultural conceptualizations of these things, and we try to have these discussions, we start to misuse these terms. So now check it out. He says that Ilani or Illa is energy, force, power, or strength. But those things are different. Energy is not force. Energy and force is not power or any of that. They're different. They're distinct. And so once we start to understand this, we'll be able to properly align the concepts and have a better understanding and dialogue about these different things. Energy is the measurement of the capacity to do work. Force is the pushing or pulling on an object. And then work only occurs if there's movement. Because here's the thing. If I try to move this big old boulder, right? This big old like let's say one of the big pyramid blocks, and I try to move it by myself, and I spend 6 hours trying to move that block. But that block doesn't budge. It doesn't move an inch. It doesn't move anywhere. Not a millimeter, centimeter. It doesn't move at all. But here I am for 6 hours. I am putting pressure on it. I'm sweating. I'm in the hot sun. I'm sweating. I lost weight. I'm out there in the sun. I'm pushing. I'm getting tired, exhausted. And then I finally at the end I say, man, whoo, I need to take a break. Boy, I've been doing a whole bunch of work. Guess what? I did no work. No work was done. Because the force that I applied to that object did not move. Work is only done when a force, which is pressure, pushing or pulling on an object, causes it to move. See, simple things like that. Then, if we know that, then we wouldn't describe movement as force. Force is only the pressure, the pulling or pushing on the object, not the movement. And see, so that pressure times the distance in movement is the work. You see what I'm saying? So now, so this is what can happen.
Can I take your back?
Oh, I see you got something in the background. So what can happen is, and this is why I did my post, and I do posts like this. If we start to have a better understanding of all of these different concepts of energy, of power, of strength, of force, and work, and all those kind of things, if we have a better understanding, which is found in physics, which means if we study these concepts in physics, and then we could come back and go through our memories of our cultural memories of what each culture is trying to describe, now we can start to have better conversations and explanations of things, because we could put it where it's supposed to be.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because we wouldn't call something energy anymore if it's actually not that. We wouldn't say it's work or power or force if it doesn't fit. And once we do that process of elimination, I'm telling you, we'll be closer to having the understanding of what things actually are, because we'll know what they're not.
Right. Can I say something?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Yes, definitely. I What you are explaining here make a lot of sense, and because people are throwing words around, just using things interchangeably. So that's why what you are explaining makes a lot of sense to me. Because last week I did a presentation on Sarnetta on what Afrocentric scholars said about African spirituality.
Oh,
So
okay.
basically, yeah, I wasn't explaining spirituality in detail, but I was like the opinions of Afrocentric scholars. So many people don't know that Diop actually said, we have to go back to African spirituality. In one of his early articles, the Allah Tropique, I think it has not been translated to English, I don't know, but the French community have it, where he said, the going back to African spirituality is necessary for the cultural renaissance, as opposed
Mm-hmm.
to Islam and Christianity.
Right.
So while I was doing the presentation, Rabon came on the show and he was like, okay, what is a spirit? Even though
Mm-hmm.
it was off topic, but he was trying to say, what is a spirit? So I said, well, my understanding is uh, this idea of spirit. First of all, we are speaking English and we
Mm-hmm.
have to be careful using certain terminology. And I could just give you a definition right now, and you might use the definition, uh, so that certain scientific vocabulary I just use, then you can turn that around and say, no, it doesn't mean this. So if I say spirit just mean energy, then you would define energy. You give me the formula and say, this is what energy is. So what are you talking about? So, so everything I'm saying, guys, I'm on the phone, please. So it won't make sense. So I told him, I said, my understanding is that spirit is the source, the actual source of matter and everything. He said, yeah, but what is it? So I said, well, I can't tell you. That's what I said, the source of everything. So what I was trying to tell him there is that even life, the appearance of things, even the things we are seeing around us is an illusion. Because we can look at plant and say plant is green, the apple is red, but is the apple really red? Is the plant really green? That's how it appears to us. So this the same way when we look at someone and say this person has energy, that's why they are alive. They have brain, that's why they are conscious. When the person die, the brain is still there. The air is still around him. Why is he not breathing? Why is he not moving? The air is still there. It's still around. And the brain is still there. We can see it. What stopped them now from moving? What stopped them now from breathing? So there has to be a hidden agent that have made these things to happen. So it's not just the presence of air make someone breathe, not just the presence of brain make the person conscious, because the neurons network in the brain, everything, they can still be present and this person is dead. Air is present, but the person is not breathing. So we can say the spirit is gone. So what we are trying to say here is that the hidden or unknowable agent that have put these things to work is that thing that is absent.
Right.
So for me, this is what I was trying to explain. But for using a scientific mind, and science is biased, is based on evidence. So the fact that I cannot present a mathematical formula for what that agent is in science, then my definition is inadmissible.
So now let me. So I'm glad, man. I'm glad you said that. I didn't see your presentation or anything, but I'm glad you just said everything that you said, because I've had these conversations with many people similar to what you just described. And what I tell everybody, just like what I'm saying now, is that we have to go back to the drawing board in order to progress and have a fruitful conversation. We have to go back to the drawing board. And so when people ask questions like that, well, what is it? And then without going to the drawing board, then the conversation is just going to end up being, a waste of time, really. So now here's the thing. Now what I do, because my focus, everybody knows that my focus is ancient Egypt, right? So I'm gonna see if I have it on here. I think I do. I should, because I have a whole bunch of slides here. I believe it's right here. Right. Okay. So on this slide right here, let me make it big. So now this is where, now hold up, before I even speak to this, what I wanted to say while you're talking, what you sparked in my mind is that when you mentioned Diop giving a suggestion that we get back to spirituality as opposed to the Abrahamic conceptualizations of things. And then if you look at Diop's work, all of his work that came after that and for throughout his lifetime, he was very, very scientific. He was a scientist.
Yes.
So now check this out. What is on our shoulders and what's demanded of us is to bring the quote unquote spirituality up on the level of a science. That's for us to do. So in other words, because here's the thing. Okay, let me give you an example. The planet Earth, the actual Earth itself, was here long before the word Earth was ever used. Okay? The object itself pre-existed the actual word that we use to discuss it and talk about it. Okay? Now, I use that extreme example to get to the word physics and the word science. Science and the word physics comes out of Indo-European languages. Okay, physics as well, right? The word energy and so on and so forth. But yet, human beings have been on the planet prior to those words ever being coined and utilized. And human beings, since being human, have always been part and parcel of nature, been living in, of, and by the environment that we all find ourselves living in. So we have observations, we have trials and errors, we test things out. Like for example, imagine the very first human being to eat, let's say, a strawberry. Do you know how scary that is? No one else on the planet has ever eaten a strawberry before, ever, and you're the first person to eat such a thing. So what runs across your mind? You're going to be like, wait a minute, is this thing going to kill me? Is it going to help me? Is it going to hurt me? Is it going to kill me? What? And so you may not eat it at first. You may wait and try to see if animals will eat it first. You may put it out there in the middle of the grass or whatever, or the clearing, and see if some animals will eat it. And then you watch the animal after he eats it to see if the animal dies or if the animal lives. And you're like, okay, it's safe for the animal. So the animal ate it and nothing happens to the animal. So then you're like, okay, I'm going to take a chance and I'm going to eat it. So then the first human being eats the strawberry and then nothing happens. The strawberry tastes good. It makes him feel good. And then he or she goes back to the rest of his group, his community, and say, look what I found, man. I found this strawberry. It's good. It's safe. We can eat it, and blah, blah, blah. And so knowledge is passed on. Now, nobody has to be that first experiment guinea pig again. Okay? I'm saying all this to say is that at all times, we have been trying to come up with observations and the explanations of why nature is the way it is ever since we've been human. And so we have been performing science for as long as we've been human, even though the word science and the formalization of the scientific method was not put in any books or anything like that until modern times, still we had a degree of science at all times. So my point is that a lot of these quote unquote spiritual systems, religious systems and things like that, if we stop dichotomizing it and trying to make it into something that is not, and look at it as an ancient way of explaining natural phenomenon, where they relied heavily on figurative expressions to do so, once we realize that, it'll be easier for us to take that and then try to elevate it to the point where it can become scientific, because now we can scrutinize it. Not to say all of it is true or factual, but now we can put it to the level of scrutiny to see what stands and then what needs to be thrown away. And that is our job to do that. But we first have to figure out and understand what was said, what was conceived, what was conceptualized. And that is the first problem that a lot of people have. They don't even know. They don't even know what certain cultures conceived and what they believed and what they thought of this and thought of that, because they don't even know the language. They don't even know how to convert what those conceptualizations are in our modern way of articulating these things. Hence why I'm live now and why I keep doing these Facebook posts periodically. Energy. We're trying to equate spirit. We're trying to explain spirit, but we're using physics words like energy, force, power. You see? And so in order for us to do that, we have to go back to the drawing board. And that's all I'm saying. So now what I'm showing on the screen though is in Kemet. Now here's something, and I'm just going to touch on this briefly in a summary way. In Kemet, the conceptualization of the human being was different than how we conceive the human being today. In ancient Egypt, they looked at the human being as a composite of multiple beings, multiple entities. Okay, and I have here on the screen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 on the screen. All 9 of these is what makes up the human being. And each one of these 9 entities had a different function and purpose and expiration date and so on and so forth. So it starts off with the Khat, which is will be the more so the equivalent of the physical body. Okay, the corpse. Then you have the Kaibit, or the shoot, which is literally a fan casting a shadow, but it's used as an element of the human being. That's not the body. It's different from the body. But these are metaphoric, because the word literally means shadow. And what's interesting about that is that every object casts a shadow when light hits it. Okay? And you cannot outrun your shadow. So your shadow moves with you and you can't outrun it or anything like that. So it's stuck with you. And so metaphorically, there's an aspect of the physical body that is a mirror of it based on a projection of some other aspect. And we're going to get to that. Remember, you don't have a shadow unless there's a light source that shines on you in order for you to cast a shadow. So you got 3 things: you, your shadow, and then the light source. And so we got the Khat, the Kaibit. Now we get to the Ka. Then we have now the Ka is translated as spirit. The Ren is translated as name. The ib is translated as heart. The sa is translated as uh, a spiritual body, for lack of better words. The sekim is translated as power. The ak is translated as um, the effectiveness, or beneficent soul, spirit. It's also translated as spirit. And then the ba is translated as soul or spirit. So just in this list alone, we got four words that is translated as spirit. The kaibit is translated as spirit sometimes. The ka is translated as spirit sometimes. The ak is translated as spirit sometimes. And the ba is translated as spirit sometimes. Just that alone, we start to lose the differences between those four things by translating them with the same terminology and our concept of it. Because our idea of spirit is whatever it is. And then if we say, well, the kaibit is spirit, the ka is spirit, the ak and the ba is spirit, all of them are spirit. They're like, oh, okay. Now we lost what the Egyptians meant. We don't know. By doing that, we will no longer know what the reality is behind these things. So anyway, I just wanted to get to that point because when we try to identify things as spirit, and we use that term spirit, we know that a lot of these terms go back to breath. And like I said, there are two major components to this thing. There is the metaphoric use of blowing, or the wind, and everything like that. You have the cause of the wind, and then the results of the wind. Those are two different things. The results of wind is what we can perceive, and what we can observe and perceive, and we can describe, and we can discuss, and we can talk about. The causal agent of that is imperceivable. It's imperceivable. And ultimately, the causal agent is that which is imperceivable. And the ancient Egyptians identified that aspect and deified it as Amen, as you mentioned. Sekou, I don't know if Sekou's still there. I'm up here running my mouth. I'll be the only one here. Oh, you just turned the camera off. Okay. So
Yeah, I'm here. I just muted. That's all.
okay, no problem, no problem. So Amen is a principle of this imperceptibility aspect of nature, that which is imperceivable, and from that area comes a lot of different things that is talked about among the ancient Egyptians. So, but that's imperceivable. But then the aspect that is perceivable, that we can observe and stuff, is described differently. And so we have to understand that. So when we're using this word spirit, and we're just grossly just blending them with all these other terms, we're never going to have a understanding. We're never going to get anywhere with it. So to describe it as energy, if people do that, and that's fine if they do, they just have to understand that there's consequences to that, because you cannot describe spirit as energy but then also say that ancestors are spirits. Those two don't go together, and that creates a problem. And so we have to straighten out problems like that. We can't say deceased ancestors are spirits, because then you say, well, if they're spirits, where are they?
Right.
Where do spiritual entities exist? And what is the defining limiter around these spiritual entities called ancestors? Like, for example, if you and I were to stand side by side, there's a border around me and there's a border around you that makes us distinguishable. You know, our skin, like our body, our physical shape of our body and everything, we cannot walk through each other because we actually have a definition or a border that defines our physical makeup. So, what separates one spiritual entity from the other that makes them distinguished? Do they have spiritual skin? Do they have spiritual borders around their makeup where we can detect one is different from the other? Or is it just a big blob of ancestors just all melted and merged all into one blob? See, those kind of questions would be triggered once people start to engage in a conversation and start to describe people, you know, certain ways and stuff like that, or deceased ancestors
That's
as spirits.
that's deep stuff you're saying right there. You know, that's very, very deep. I thought of it sometime because I was like, the ancient Egyptians talk about the bath being judged at this hall of Ma'at, but not the car. No, they don't talk about the car anymore. Once the mythology described the hereafter, they don't talk about the car anymore. So what happened is the car, if been fused into this universal whatever quote unquote spirit, has it been merged into a universal invisible divine power that is no longer separated from being, or you know, that the soul is something that can be judged, that can be, you know, because it's temporary, it can be destroyed or whatever, but the spirit or whatever we call spirit, when it leaves, it definitely doesn't exist alone as an entity on its own. It joins back to what some people would say the water of noon, where all began. So these are deep stuff that spiritual people we need to look at. But like you said, I agree with you. When we start using words like energy, you know, using scientific concepts, and then we are stuck because now we got to now explain them using scientific terms, and then the scientists will now say, okay, we will deal with evidence here, and that's what science is. Then you are stuck. Then you can't, and then because you can't explain, you begin to give up on spirituality because you have not really studied the philosophy of the spiritual people. Because our ancient people in the villages, they are not confused because they have different words for energy and natural things, and they have
Yes.
these words used to describe spiritual stuff. They are not confused about it. So we are trying to fuse it together, and we are not doing it properly. I think that's why we are having these difficulties.
You're absolutely right. And so now it's appropriate for me to share what I was going to say about this right here. So let me just make my screen bigger. Where is it? Okay. So now I have on my screen. This is very, very, very crucial, critical, and crucial. The importance of nomenclature. Okay. Every single study and discipline creates a nomenclature. And for those who don't know, well, let me just read. I'll just read. This is the importance of nomenclature. The word nomenclature is defined as the devising or choosing of names for things, especially in a science or other discipline. The body or system of names in a particular field. The nomenclature of chemical compounds. The term or terms applied to someone or something. So, what is a nomenclature? A nomenclature is a very surgical and specific declaring of terms and definitions. And every single study or field of study or scientific endeavor creates its own terminologies and defines them that in such a way that governs the entire field of study. So, for example, I gave one example earlier. In law, in the court system, at least in the United States, because I'm only going to speak for here in the United States, we call it legal jargon, where in the courtroom, our everyday words are used differently. And in order to prevail in court, in order to navigate the courtroom and all the legal stuff, you have to be aware of how words are used in the court system. So, for example, the word person, person, the word person in everyday conversation means a human being. Like we say, people. People is plural for people. You got people, plural, for a lot of persons. Okay, so a person is a human being. Okay, but when you go into the courtroom, a person can also be a business, which is not a human being. A business can sue another business. Why? Because a business in law is considered a person. Okay, so I'm just giving that quick example of the importance of nomenclature. So I continue and say, every scientific or philosophic discipline has a need for a very concise set of terms for itself, a very precise labeling system. Failing to create a concise nomenclature results in what? Ambiguity. I need to bold that. Results in ambiguity. The failure of most writers on spiritual matters to take care of this requirement is the chief reason for the confusion that reigns in the minds and in their minds and in the minds of their readers. Confusion is brought about through imprecise language. Spirituality is a science. Therefore, to make it scientific, there is a need for a concise nomenclature. Just as there is politically correct language, there is a need for spiritually correct language. And that's our job. We have to start looking at it not to shun and make fun of spirituality. We have to look at what people are calling spirituality and elevate it to the level of scientific scrutiny, the same way we would do any other field of study. Because think about it, all the ologies, L-O-G-Y, O-L-O-G-Y, ologies. We got psychology, the study of the psyche, which is the study of the mind. We have Egyptology, the study of ancient Egypt or Egypt. Geology, the study of geo, the earth. Biology, the study of life, bio, life. So if we're going to actually make any progress in discussing these kinds of things, we have to elevate whatever we call in spirituality into an ology. We have to make it into an ology. And it doesn't mean that everything that people call spirituality is true or accurate or whatever. It just means that we better look at it under the scrutiny lens now. We need to scrutinize what people are calling spirituality. But we got to do so the same way we do with other fields of study. We can't make it exempt. We can't give it a special treatment. You know, the same way we scrutinize chemistry and biology and evolutionary biology and psychology and all these other ologies and stuff, the same way that we can talk and scrutinize those fields of study, we should also be able to scrutinize and study anything that people consider spiritual or spirituality, without giving them an excuse or a free pass. That's what we have to do in order to make any progress. If we don't do that, then we might as well just throw in the towel. We might as well just shut it down, go to Disney World, and go on vacation somewhere. That's so the importance of nomenclature is very critical. We have to create nomenclature, and this is why I spend so much time on words, because the very word spirit is it adequate? And the answer is no. That one catch-all word, everything is a spirit to everybody. Oh, I'm spiritual. My spirit is great today. Or I woke up in good spirits today. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. I don't practice a religion. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
don't I don't practice a religion. I practice a spirituality. I'm doing my spiritual work this weekend. So I'm gonna turn my phone off, y'all. Don't disturb me. I'm doing my spiritual work this weekend. You know, that's what people say. So everything is spiritual, spirituality, and this and that. Like, nah, I don't date. I don't date anybody who's religious. You got to be spiritual. You know what I'm saying? So because people do that, we're not going to get anywhere. We better start elevate. We better start elevating it to the level of scrutiny. Because I don't want people to misinterpret what I'm saying, because I said this before, and people heard me say this, and for some reason they think that I'm saying that quote unquote African spirituality is scientific. It is science and stuff like that. No, what I'm saying is that we need to look at whatever is being called African spirituality or spirituality, period. We need to look at it the same way we do scientific things, in a
Yeah,
scientific way.
I think I understand perfectly what you mean. I think from my understanding is just like the way, let even go to religion. Okay, the Islamic faith, they can tell you, okay, this is what we believe. We don't care if it is wrong or right, but
Yep.
this is what we believe and this is what we believe. Then the outside world can critique their faith. So when you critique their faith, they will say, well, they can choose to accept it or reject it, but they tell you that this is our paradigm and this is exactly what we believe. So expel that. So if I want to critique Islam, I know exactly this is what the Quran says, this is what the Hadith says, and this is what the Sirah says. So I can critique their dogma. So if African spirituality, the way it is right now, just fluidic, there is no established discipline for us so that it can be critiqued properly. So that if someone want to critique the spirituality, they can have what you call the nomenclature, the concepts. Everything have to be defined properly, so that when people want to critique, they can critique it properly. And those who want to advance in it, they can advance in it based on the certain principle that have been laid down already. Otherwise, it cannot lead to cultural development. It will be stagnated. People cannot evolve. So it has to define itself in a modern concept and the kind of consciousness we have today. It has to define itself and put itself out there for critique, and it helps so that we understand in what way we can evolve in it and in what way we can critique it properly. I think that's what you're trying to say, and I get it.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. And in tandem with what I'm saying and what you understand me to say, which is right, which is correct. The brother Cedric Ortega is making these comments that I want to address, and he says, so making something into an ology means it's something other than imagination, and thus warrants a field of scientific study. Before we make it an ology, there must be something worth investigating. Now, I want to address this because this is the other extreme. And so when I have these conversations, like I said, I've been dealing with this for over 10 years. And so I'm drawing from my own experiences of talking to many people with many different backgrounds. I've talked to the extreme ends and people that I would consider fall in the middle. Okay, so you have materialist people who are also may refer to themselves as atheists, and things like that, where they don't see any value at all in even investigating what these indigenous cultures have documented in terms of their observations and their attempts at explaining their observations. So you have some people who don't even find it valuable or worthy at all to even look at. And so this comment echoes that a little bit, because in many of my previous conversations with various people, they will call something imaginative, like for example, an ancient culture of people, an ancient population of people, whatever they thought, people today may look back and say, okay, that's just imagination, and they'll word it that way. That's just their imagination. That's just spookism. That's just their beliefs. That's just their religion. And see, when they do that, they're basically having a hands off thing, like to kind of push it away. It's like one of those sentiments of pushing it away. Like, okay, nah, it's not even worth my time, my attention, because those people in the past, they didn't know anything. They couldn't possibly know anything. Therefore, I'm going to make that assumption, and therefore, I'm not going to waste my time. So, actual scientists, people with an actual scientific mind, a curious mind, would not block that possibility or that opportunity, I should say, to find out what someone said and whether or not it stands the scrutiny or not. So there are people who don't find it worthy, who may not be interested, and that's cool, that's fine. Then there are people who will investigate and will filter things and say, all right, well, what actually are they saying? And once I find out what they're actually saying, is there any truth to it? Is there any explanatory power in it? Does it have merit? Is it accurate? Is it inaccurate? Is what they explain just outright flat wrong? Is part of it wrong? Part of it may be right. And the part that's wrong is due to their lack of resources in terms of instrumentation and measurement devices and different things that we now have today that people in antiquity did not have. See, so it's really it really comes down to like what Diop was saying, that we have to build up the courage and the interest to explore and investigate these things. That's number one, because if you don't have the courage and the motivation to do it, you're not going to do it, which is fine. Everybody don't have to do it, and everybody should respect that. Everybody should respect the people who don't do it, and vice versa, people who do it and look into it, and whatever the case is. It should be equal respect passed around for that. But the thing is that people who don't do it, you can't walk away not doing something and not investigating, and then all of a sudden you springing forth with conclusions and assumptions and stuff like that, because that makes people pseudo is all levels of the hottest of hells. Pseudo as all outdoors to do that. So what I'm saying, just to reiterate what I'm saying, is that when it comes to the spirit is the root word of a lot of different terms that people use and toss around today. You got the word itself, spirit. You got spiritual. You got spirituality, spiritual work, spiritual system, African spirituality, African spiritual system. You know, we got all these different terminologies that they all have this word spirit in there. And when you start to examine and investigate, what do people actually mean when they say spirit. Like, that's a start. Like, what do people mean? And different people mean different things. So it's definitely going to depend on who you're talking to, what group of people you're talking to. And me pulling on my own experiences, I've ran into people who use spirit as if spirit is an entity that can do things, that can hurt you. Like, the spirit can actually hurt you or help you in the real material, in the material world. I've ran into people who do that. I ran into people who describe spirit as energy. And then when they do that, I ask them, well, what is energy? Because I ask them, well, what is spirit? They say spirit is energy. I'm like, okay, well, that's not very helpful. What is energy then? Because I have my understanding of what energy is. But what is energy to you in your sense? Because you're equating spirit to energy. And then when people start to explain it, they don't know. They don't even know what energy is. But yet they feel comfortable equating spirit to energy. And I'm like, well, did you know that energy is simply a calculation? It is simply a measurement of the ability to do work. And that measurement is expressed in joules. That's the unit of measurement that we use to express energy. No different than when I asked Sekou, when I asked you earlier, how tall are you? You said 63 centimeters. You use centimeters as a unit of measurement for the property, for your property of height.
Right.
But nobody would ever look for height out there in nature somewhere doing something. Same way, energy cannot be an entity or a thing that does anything. It's a property of matter. No different than height. Height is a property of matter. Length, width, and height are measurements which are properties of matter. Energy is the measurement of the capacity to do work. So this is what I mean. So when people talk about spirit and spirituality and spiritual things, but yet they articulate it using concepts in the sciences, now what they are doing, they're opening the can of worms for us to scrutinize it scientifically. That's what I'm saying. So if somebody's going to come to me and try to tell me that spirit is energy, I got a bunch of questions for them now. Okay, so-and-so, let's say spirit is energy. Now, energy needs matter. Energy necessitates matter, which is material. Now, let me ask you, is spirit immaterial to you, or is it material? And I've asked this question. People say, "Nah, it's immaterial. It's not made of anything physical. Spirit is not physical." I'm like, okay, then how can it be energy then? Because energy is a property of matter. You need matter in order to have energy. But you just said that spirit doesn't have anything to do with the material world or matter. So that can't be the case. Try again. You see? So now they have to dig deep and be like, well, wait a minute. Okay, I can't describe it as energy. Then what is it? And see, what happens is it's called a process of elimination. Once you eliminate what things are not, then over time, the outcome, you'll get closer and closer to what things really are. When you start to eliminate. So you take what people are saying and you start to eliminate, if you can. It's the falsification process, which is a trademark of science, something that is falsifiable. So that's what I'm saying. And while I still have this comment up on the screen, here's another roadblock that I know for a fact that happens because I experience it all the time. You have people that will make attempts to talk about things that they know little to nothing of, So, for example, I'm going to use Egypt as I always do. People will talk about Egypt or the ancient Egyptians themselves and talk about their beliefs, their worldview. But yet, they have done no study of the ancient Egyptian language, its culture, to even ascertain their worldview, to be able to make comments about their worldview. Because what tends to happen is people summarily and rush and just say, okay, all that stuff was primitive, all that stuff is spooky, spookism is religious, there's no way they could know X, Y, and Z, this, that, and the third. But yet they haven't done any work to make that determination. That's an assumption that real scientists shy away from and don't make, because you follow the evidence, but you don't try to draw your conclusions prior to doing the work. That's pseudoscientific at its best, to act like you doing science or projecting that you got a scientific mind, but yet at the same time you're pseudos all outdoors. And this is what I charge people of when it comes. Now let me narrow it down to for instance, people of antiquity all across the planet, not just Africa and not just Egypt, but I focus on Egypt, right? They relied heavily on figurative expressions, figurative language. This is the nature of communication and language itself. Figurativeness is a natural emergence of language itself, the human act of communication. Why? Because writing as a recording of language, writing and to visually represent language is a new phenomenon. It is young compared to the age of Homo sapiens sapiens. It's roughly 5,000 years old. Okay? Prior to that, human beings communicated orally. And so what in language we have what's called neologisms. Neologism is a fancy word to say new. It's the combination of the word neo and logos. Neo means new, logos means word. So neologisms is a fancy way of saying new words. So when you get a speech community of people, how they invent and add on to their vocabulary and create new words is called neologism. And how they do that is to explain different things, they had to create figurative ways of explaining things. So then you have what's called, your metaphors, your tropes and similes and analogies and symbolisms and things like that, where one thing stands in for another thing. Okay? Now, people of antiquity have always observed nature. Take this comment off. Have always observed nature. They have always pondered the how something happens, the why it happens, how things work, what's causing it to work, what will happen if this happened, and so on and so forth. This is a natural curiosity that is pretty universal in all human beings, and people documented those ideas and those explanations. That whatever best explanation they could have at that particular time, they documented these things. Prior to writing, they documented it within their language, but in a figurative way. So when writing comes, it's no different. So the point I'm getting at is that people who don't understand the use of figurative language, they will look at people's documentation from antiquity, people of antiquity and their documentation, and write it off as spookism, and write it off as belief, and write it off as imagination, and write it off as just some stuff that's not worth investigating. All because when they look at it and they read it, they're assuming that the people documented that stuff to be taken literally when it was never documented or intended to be taken literal. It was documented in a way where it's figurative. And without understanding that process and how that works and why it was done, then you're going to miss the whole thing. And this is the thing I run into when it comes to ancient Egypt and talking about Egypt and anything. Now we didn't have to go to Egypt. We didn't have to go to that far in antiquity. We can go to what influences everybody here in this country, United States, which is the Bible, which is Christianity or the Abrahamic systems with the Bible. There are some people who look at the Bible and want to take it literally. Literalists. Then you have people who understand the Bible as being full of figurative expressions. And it's a big difference when you talk to those two types of people. Now, you may have somebody come along and say, nah, I don't believe in the Bible. The Bible is just trash. Now, the motivation for people to say that, oh, the Bible is just trash, man, I don't believe none of that stuff. That's just some spookism right there. You believe in that? You believe in that garbage? They're making that statement with the first core assumption that what's written in that Bible is supposed to be taken literally. And if so, it's nonsense. You see what I'm saying? So a snake talking, or let's just what's a better analogy? Or something. Well, anyway, you could take any story. A man getting swallowed by a big fish, being spat back 3 days later on the island somewhere, Joppa, whatever. What's his name? Jonah, in a whale, and all these different things. If you read it and you think that it was written to be interpreted and taken literally, then the stories are very silly. So here's an example. When you go to the movies, let me pick a movie. Superman. If you go to the movies and go see Superman, you're walking in there knowing that it's science fiction. So your expectations and your experience is going to be based on knowing that it's science fiction. Your expectation is not going to be that this reflects real life and that everything I see in this movie is factual and actual. And you go to the movie, you enjoy it, you're entertained, you walk out, you're like, oh man, you're telling everybody about the movie. Now, if you were to walk in that movie, the same movie, thinking that you're about to watch a documentary with real raw footage and it's supposed to be a true, actual, and factual movie story and everything like that, when you watch it, you're going to walk out like, oh man, they tripping, man. This ain't real. That's some silly stuff. That's some garbage. That's fake. That's fake. You see? So this same thing that I'm describing is similar to what people are doing by passing judgment on people of antiquity and their quote unquote spiritual doctrines and philosophies and things like that. They don't take the time to engage the culture to actually find out the realities behind the figurative expressions. That takes too much work. So instead, people summarily and microwave it and just say, nah, that's all spooky. So anyway, I wanted to say all of that because Cedric's comment brought all of that to mind and then some. So just wanted to point that out. I know I'm way behind on the comments. Let me take this off the screen. Way behind on the comments. Let me go forward. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, so I'm reading Cedric's comments as well. So so Cedric is saying he's a methodological naturalist, whatever that means. And so in that, we always put claims to the scientific process to know the accuracy of any statement. Now let's pause there for a minute. In order to put a claim to test, you have to comprehend and understand the claim. And it goes back to what I'm saying. What people tend to do is have little to no understanding of claims from the get-go, but then attempt to take their misunderstanding or lack thereof through a scientific process to feel like they know the accuracy of a statement. And that's what I've experienced, especially when it comes to various different other cultures. And so this becomes a problem. And I give many examples, and the heart of the problem is really this lack of understanding figurative language. That's a real speed bump. That's a real issue. That stumbling block that prevents people from actually performing the process that they would like to perform on things. Let me keep on going. Am I all the way at the bottom? So let me keep going. Being scientific requires you asking specific questions and never assuming a claim has any validity without evidence. Let's define evidence, then we can have a conversation on what spirit is. No, you take, yeah, I mean, you're saying you're right. I'm not saying no to that. So spirit, the claim is, by some, is that spirit is energy. So let's do this. I'm going to do something very simple. Let me go down here to the bottom. Put this on the screen here. So this is very, very simple and very, very basic, right? So we have energy. Energy. Let me ask the chat, and I'm gonna go ahead forward to the bottom. I'm gonna ask the chat, and I want y'all. You know, the link is pinned to the top if y'all want to come in here, because I'm not gonna be on too much longer. But let me ask y'all a question. We're gonna walk through this real quick. Does energy exist? Let's start there. Does energy exist? And all I need is a couple of answers. One person to answer. I usually wait for 3, but anybody can answer that. Does energy exist? Is there a such thing as energy? I see Asar said, we still talk about energy. Yeah, we still talking about a lot of things. All right, so Donnie says yes. But I want y'all to walk with me for a second. I want y'all to walk with me. This is very, very basic and very, very simple. All right, anyway, because I don't want to, I know it's a lag. So energy is studied peace. I can't see who that is, but I'm gonna pause and open the mic, because anybody come on the panel. Let me open the mic.
Peace, Cedrick.
Okay, Cedric. All right, good. I'm glad you're here. So we're gonna walk through this real quick, if you don't mind. Let's walk through something real quick. Okay. So let me ask you.
I would start the other way around, though.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a definition of what spirit is. There is a standard definition of what spirit is. Let's start with spirit. We know what energy is. Energy is the ability to do work. Like that's a scientific fact. So me being on this panel, we don't need to define energy. Spirit is what we have a contention about. So let's look what spirit is and see if by the definition of evidence there is anything to support the actuality of that claim. That spirit is something that is an actuality. That's how we apply the scientific process. The methodology is what's the claim? The claim is spirit. Let's start by defining and see what the definition of spirit is. And now we have somewhere to work from.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's do what you just said, but let's do it this way. Let's forget spirit, the definition of spirit, because as I had on my screen, the importance of nomenclature. Okay, like for example, the word theory. If you look up the word theory and the way that it's used in everyday talking, the way people use it on TV and on the streets, it's used differently in physics or in the hard sciences. The word theory, a scientific theory, is conceived as something different than what people think about it. Okay, like a hunch or just a guess. That's not what a theory is, really, but that's how people use it. So just because we can look up a word in the regular everyday dictionary, that's outside of words being used with specific definitions as a form of nomenclature for a field of study. Okay.
So we're putting the claim to the scientific process, right? Because I'm a methodological naturalist.
Yes.
So there's only science I'm going to rely on. So it's either what does this term mean in a general sense, or we can look up what the term means in the scientific sense. Now, if we can't find it in the scientific sense, that means that term doesn't quantify or doesn't qualify as an actual aspect of a study applied in the scientific field. Then we would need to use the regular nomenclature, how this word is used and what it represents, and put that word again to the scientific process, which starts with what's the definition and is there any evidence?
Well, here, but see, this is where you're gonna be just chasing your tail. If the word spirit is not a term that is found in scientific articulation and documentation and stuff like that, then you're not going to be able to put it to a scientific scrutiny.
Then the conclusion. What is the conclusion that a methodological naturalist would reach to at that point?
Well, none. It shouldn't reach any conclusion yet. That would be haste. I would call that haste. That would be hastily done, because here's the thing. Just because a term is not found in scientific literature does not in and of itself invalidate anything.
No, that's why I said then you would need to use the word as it is defined in the standard dictionary, or, for example, we could go to the Stanford Dictionary of Philosophy and see what the term means on a philosophical level, and then again put it to the scientific process, because methodological naturalism comes out of a philosophy as well. So we could examine the word in the philosophical realm.
Well, but here's something even better though, is that okay, and this is what I said earlier, and I'm gonna repeat it because I definitely don't want this to be misunderstood, is that the purpose of these fields of study creating a nomenclature, which is simply a vocabulary of specialized terms that have very specific meanings to them, is to eliminate ambiguity. Okay, so because the whole spiritual conversation, spirituality, spirit this, spirit that, it has never gone through a process of creating a a list of terminologies with surgical and precise definitions to eliminate ambiguity, we're always going to run into a problem. So it
Yeah,
doesn't
but
it
I
doesn't it
tend
doesn't
to
matter.
think
It
that
doesn't
the word
matter.
has been defined in all its forms, though.
No.
For example, I said, let's go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy and let's see how the word is been
Okay.
defined,
Let me
its
let me let me show you.
etymology,
Let,
and
let me let me
that
show
whole
you.
still.
Yeah, I've done that already, right? And I'm gonna put the let me go back to it so I could show you, because I don't know when you tuned in, but I showed, for example, for the sake of time, I showed the Oxford um, definition of spirituality from the Oxford Dictionary.
Mhm.
That's very popular. Okay, so if we were to read it, it's very simple.
Yeah, but
Um,
I tend to
since number
think
one,
that the word has been
Rossan, I think
defined
you got some
in
stuff in the
all its
background.
forms, though.
Could you mute?
For example, I said, let's go to the Stanford
I'm gonna have
Encyclopedia.
to mute. I'm gonna have to mute him for a second. Okay, so the Oxford Dictionary defines spirituality as the quality of being concerned with the human spirit or soul, opposed to the quality of being concerned with material or physical things. Now, if we were to use this definition to govern our conversation, then that rules out that rules out any associations of spirit and spirituality with energy.
Yeah, but I'm not making that claim. I'm still a step behind because even in that statement, I still don't know what spirit is. Spirit hasn't been defined. Like if I approach this from a complete layman, okay, that's an exercise that does that. But what is a spirit thing? Spirituality, for me to understand spirituality, I must have a clear definition of what spirit is.
Okay, so let's do this. So no, I was showing you that example as I was showing you that as an example to show that um, what hasn't happened when it comes to quote unquote spirituality, and all those related terms is that people have not done what a study discipline has done, which is to create a um, a nomenclature
I
that
beg to
eliminates
differ again.
all ambiguity. No, no, no,
I,
no.
I suggest we go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It's going to be completely broken down. Even when we use it in terms of our character, it all in science, it's going to all boil back down to activities of the brain. However, yes, in colloquial sense, spirit is a person's character, spirit is the atmosphere, spirit is all these things that we can say, okay, those are things, and we understand the intangibles of it. But what are the other definitions that lead to this concept of spirituality? It's not
But
my
see, I don't
nature.
think.
It's not the atmosphere that I'm in having a good time. That is spirituality,
But
right?
see, what I
That's not
don't. But I
how
don't.
that word is used.
But what I don't. But I don't think you. What I don't think you get is that no matter what dictionary we use, there's going to be ambiguity there. Do you agree with that? Because let's go with what you just said. Spirit, when you look into the philosophy encyclopedia and you look up spirit and stuff like that, it's going to give you a number of different things that's going to create ambiguity. It's going to say character. It's going to be the disposition of something. It's going to be this, that, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute. That's a
Yeah,
wide range. That's a wide range of a whole bunch of different things. Thus,
but it's also going to
ambiguity.
give you a specific definition with regards to spirituality, ancestor worship,
Okay, so
communicating with the
let's
dead, an incorporeal entity that has a consciousness. All these terms are also going to be used, which we can apply the scientific method to.
but I don't think that you acknowledge what I was just said though. Oh, so let's do this. Let me actually do it with you. Let me do it with you. So we're gonna pull up. Um, let's pull up the one that you're mentioning. Uh, um, I don't have the link. What's the name the name? Okay, you give me a source that you would like to use in terms of
I
spirit?
usually, but I'm on my phone, but I
No,
usually
no,
go
no.
to the
I'll go.
Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Okay, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. All right, and hopefully I can find it to where we can pull this thing up. Okay, spirit. Oh boy, man, this is definitely not gonna help me. All right, this is definitely not gonna help me. Hold up, and I don't want this big bunch of silence here. Boy, because I'm gonna make a point. All right, now that's Hegel. Now you know Hegel is definitely not a fairy. But anyway, I'm gonna click on one. I'm gonna click on one. We're gonna. Nah, that's aesthetics. Let's go with Hegel spirit. See, it's just pulling up the word spirit, not like as if I'm just like doing a word search and not a definition. Phenomenology of spirit. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna share my screen, and you said that you usually go here, so maybe you can just tell me which one do you actually go to. So let me do that. Um, because I want to make a, I want to make a point, but I guess I'm gonna have to definitely go this route. Okay, so and that's definitely small for you. I know it's small for everybody.
Yeah.
Blow
Let
it
me
up.
see if we can make that bigger.
All right, there we go. It's bigger. So hold up. Let me back up though. Let me back up. Let me start at the top. So here's spirit. So here are the results. It's giving me, it's gonna give me different articles that's within the in here. You have Hegel's aesthetics, Lady Anne Conway. The one I clicked on was George Wilhelm Hegel, and I don't know if people are familiar with him, but he's definitely racist all outdoors. But which one would you suggest that we consult?
Just click one. Click one. I probably read most of them. So click the top one. Let's just go with the top one. Let's see what it says. Let's go through the
Okay.
exercise. Everybody can go through it with us.
All right.
I can hardly
Here's
see them. Not bad.
okay. Here's I'm just going to table of contents. So it's like that's Hegel's philosophy. Blah 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 blah. Published work, books: The Phenomenology of Spirit, Science of Logic, Philosophy of Nature, Philosophy of Absolute Spirit, Philosophy of Subjective and Objective Spirit. Let me just click on one to see. See, this is not going to like give us like a spot to actually go to. We got to read a whole lot to
Yeah, that's the whole.
extract
Yeah,
ex-
you got to
extract
read a whole lot.
extract what spirit would mean. But here's the thing. Um, Now I'm
But
gonna tell
let's
you
use
this.
the Stanford. Just use the Oxford Dictionary's definition of what spirit is. So we had the spirituality that we use from there. Let's use spirit from the same dictionary.
Okay, Oxford Dictionary. All right, let me just go back to Oxford Dictionary. Spirit. Bam. It's gonna pull up. Oh nah, this is man. This is pulling up a whole entire book. Oh, that's not. I'm sorry. That's not even a dictionary.
No, that no.
Oxford Dictionary. Is it gonna give me? All right, here we go. Here we go. OED. Search. Now, why is this? I got these cookie things popping up. Wait a minute. I gotta sign in to actually use this. Are you serious? They didn't change it up.
What? Don't get later.
It's telling me to subscribe. I can't search. Boy, I'm about to blame that on you, man.
I'm gonna take that L. I'm gonna take that L.
Wait a minute. I don't. Find out my boy. Hold up. This is crazy. Am I just tripping? All right, let me just put spirit in. Goodness gracious. Definitely not that. Spirit. Why is that? I'm doing this. Spirit Airlines come up. Now you know.
Okay.
All right. Well, see,
You got the atheist search on, huh? You see you busted, Ujao. You got the atheist search profile, huh?
Where?
On your Google. I'm tripping.
Okay, let me see. Definition of spirit. See, I said spirituals of spirit. We want to just deal with spirit. All right. So we're gonna work. We're gonna work with these definitions that pop up. So,
Yeah.
now I had some up earlier. Now you probably missed it. So so since you're here on the panel, we can do it live from any definitions or whatever, dictionaries or whatever case is. So this is the dictionary from Google's built-in one, dictionary.com, I believe. So it says spirit. Number one, the first sense, the non-physical part of a person, which is the seat of emotions and character, the soul. Now, already they confuse or they combine the soul and spirit into one. They make them synonymous. So that's problematic right there, because they're equating the soul and spirit as synonyms of the same thing.
Okay. But what they attribute to those two elements, spirit and or soul, we understand those and how they pretty much operate without these two agents in the equation. Like from science, we have a broad understanding down to even chemicals. There are some areas we still haven't figured out, but the whole process of how these emotions work, how we view ourselves, we all understand at this point these are chemical and electrical impulses that occur via the brain.
Yep.
Can we agree on that?
Yeah, but that doesn't speak to what a spirit is, though.
I'm saying right there, when I read those two, and I say, but wait, they're given agency to these two things, spirit and or soul, whereas we understand in the scientific perspective how these things work without using either one of these terms.
Yeah, I mean, if it's emotions or the character, people are using them synonymously with spirit. Like, for example, the word vibe. Like, oh, I don't like her vibes.
Yeah.
And they're talking about the feeling that they get when they're around somebody. Like, oh, I don't like their vibes, man. They rub me the wrong way. We say things like that.
Yes, but we understand when we are applying these terms, and we take these terms, we apply them to science, and we go, okay, they define this term as, okay, so we can eliminate this definition because we know these are activities of the brain.
Well, but that
Agree or
doesn't
disagree?
negate. Well,
Process
no, I
of
disagree.
elimination.
No. Well, I disagree because just because we know that the brain activity plays a part in all of this doesn't negate the existence of, like, let's say, anger. People get angry, right? We agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just because I know that anger has something to do with the chemical imbalance or balance of different hormonal aspects and neurons firing off in the human body and in the brain and stuff like that, doesn't negate or eliminate the existence of what we're calling anger. People get angry.
Slow that down. Say that again. Anger is a product of your impulses from your brain, how you interpret a situation, and it produces a certain reaction physical reaction in our body that we identify as anger. So that emotional component that we experience, we have now defined it with the term anger. So
Exactly.
one
So
is
so
not
ang- so
separate from the next.
yeah, but I'm saying we're not negating anger. We're
We can't
or
negate anger. Anger is simply the definition of an actual physical reaction that we can measure, observe, and know how it is produced by, again, the brain. So
okay.
it's
So
it's
let's take
just a
let's take let's take
definition
that.
of a process.
Okay, so let's take that same logic and use it for the word spirit. So spirit, as you articulated, is part of the seat of emotions and character, which also has something to do with the brain and stuff. Am I correct?
No, I
Oh,
say
so
we can define all these emotions as chemical processes and physical and chemical processes all entwined in the brain that produces these results that we identify as different emotions. Nowhere in that explanation, that scientific explanation, do we require any agency, or is there any talk of a spirit or a soul? It's just the processes that take place in the brain. We can measure them. How we know it's a process in the brain? If I was to damage an area in the brain, the reaction would be completely different to the same stimuli. So we know that it's not outside of the brain that these activities happen. So there is no place or room or requirement to give agency to these ideas.
okay, I want you to notice what you just did. So and I'm gonna walk through this. So when it comes to anger, I'm gonna put anger on the screen, right? Anger. When it comes to anger, you said that anger is a term that is used to refer to a process that is associated with aspects of the brain. I'm just keep this short. Aspects of the brain, right? And chemicals.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's what you said of anger.
Of all emotions.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And anger being an emotion. Okay. So all emotions. All right. So now now you're talking about a process and associated with the brains and the chemicals in the brains and stuff like that, and we can identify distinctions between those processes and label them accordingly. So we got anger, we got love, we got happiness. All these so-called emotional terminologies that we use in everyday conversations, they all are rooted in some form or fashion with processes within the brain and the chemicals, right?
Yes, it is part of the awareness produced by the brain of self and your ability to relate to your environment. And that includes other
Right.
individuals. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So now, when it comes to spirit and its definition, put spirit up here. So when it came to spirit and its definition, oops, what you said was it's also uh, processes associated with aspects of the brain and chemicals in the body, right? But when it
No,
comes to
I didn't
spirit,
say that.
what you no 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 wait, I'm gonna correct myself for a second. Um, when we read the definition of spirit out of the dictionary that I just had on the screen, the issue is when we read it, you identified the emotions and character part as being processed associated with the aspects of the brain and chemicals, and you said nowhere in there scientifically do you have to invoke the word spirit or soul.
No. Yep, that's what I said.
Okay, so the issue that you're having is in word choice because anger is not in the description either, but you're okay with summarily calling the process or whatever the case is anger. But when it comes on this side, When something else is part of the process associated with the brain or chemicals and whatnot, the issue is really the very word itself, spirit.
No, it's
Because
not.
you okay, but
Let me
that's
explain that.
exactly what you just did.
No, I didn't. The definition used to describe the processes that happen in the brain was defined by the word spirit and soul. And I'm saying when we use science, because I'm a methodological naturalist, I want to know if these words have any factuality to them. How do we describe the process of the brain that produce emotions? We have a description of how these things happen, and we know it's with the brain. Now,
Yeah,
does the
yeah.
definition of soul and spirit said it is the processes that happen in the brain?
They said you said it mentioned emotions, and you said emotions come from the brain.
Yeah, it is reaction to stimuli from your environment
Yeah,
that
but
produce emotion.
here's what's happening. So we have uh emotions, brain, right? You're saying emotions, I'm saying this in a summary way, not detailed, but
Yeah,
emotions
I get
extend,
yeah.
yeah, emotions extend from the brain, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically.
Basically,
O-
globally speaking, yeah.
okay. Now the dictionary said spirit deals with emotions. Now we've already established emotions are from the brain, and if somebody says spirit is associated with emotions, therefore it's a very simple and straightforward logical statement
No, it's
that
not.
it very much is. So we have B here, C, and if I put A, if A equals B and B equals C, then A also equals C. This is basic.
Yes, it is very basic indeed. Again, when you look at the definition that is being used for spirit, it supplants and takes over for the brain. It is agency given to these emotions outside of the brain. And that what makes those two statements false, because scientifically we understand them as processes of the brain. So now you're interjecting another agency that isn't required. And Occam's razor, we can't apply that. It's not
No, but
necessary.
but see, you're actually defying your own contradicting your own statement. You said emotions are rooted are emergent properties from the brain's activity and the chemicals. So let's just put it that way. Emotions is an emergent process or thing that's a result of brain activity.
Yes, and not a result of soul and spirit.
No, but see that's where you're leaping out the wind. You're leaping. You're pulling the cart before the horse. So
Neither
let's
governed
stick
by.
there. No, let's stick with emotions and brain. So I'm gonna take off spirit right here. So if I set up emotions are emergent properties from the brain,
Mm-hmm.
and you're okay with that. So emotions is associated with the brain. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
If I add that spirit is emotions, now it's very simple and straightforward. Spirits are emotions, or a spirit is emotions, and emotions are emergent properties of the brain. So, so why would you have a problem with that, other
Let's
than
go.
the
Let's
very word
so
spirit?
so conclude what spirit means to you. Spirit is the emotions that are emergent. That is the emergent property of the brain.
No, let's switch to anger. Like you see, can you see my screen? I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen. But that's what you just said, though, right?
Say it again. Just say it again. I'll tell you if that's what I said.
Emotions are emergent property of the brain.
Yeah,
Emotions are spirit.
I was paraphrasing what you
Yes.
were saying. Yes,
And
yeah,
then the last part you said emotions equals spirit.
spirit. Yeah.
Okay.
So if I
Go
were to
ahead.
say that, if I were to say that, and that's what I have on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Spirit equals emotions, and emotions equal brain. I only have equal there, not that emotions are the brain, but they emergent from the brain.
So emotions are a chemical and electronic state, brain state.
Okay, great. And spirits are emotions.
No.
So
So spirit is electronic and chemical processes of the brain.
yep, in my equation, yep,
In your equation.
that I have on the screen, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And
Would you have a
that
problem with
is
that?
valid. That is valid. Why? Because
No,
again,
no,
we apply Occam's razor, and that extra definition wouldn't be required to identify emotions or what
oh,
it is.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
So
My
when we
thing did.
apply Occam's razor, the most simplest explanation is the best one. There is no requirement to give agency. So now I can say, well, spirit is now connected to the subatomic particles that are flowing in the universe.
I mean, you very well could possibly say that, but
Uh,
whether you should or not is different. But okay, let's do it
That's
with
my question.
anger.
That's my point. Like, why are you adding spirit when that process and what emotions are is already defined? It's just a brain
No,
state. Simple
no,
as. Like,
no. But
so now
listen.
we take brain
Wait.
state and we say brain state is spirit. And then why would I need to add another word to identify brain state?
The same way we add the
Brain
word
state is what
anger.
it is.
The same way we were to add the word anger,
No,
and you don't have
anger
a problem with that.
is a specific expression of brain state.
I
Just
know,
as love is a specific expression of brain state. Now you're saying love is a specific expression of spirit. And why would I need to say spirit when in science we can quantify and qualify brain states?
okay. Here's the reason why. To answer your question, is um, that different people speak different languages, and so when you say, like, for example, the word brain, brain, what was the understanding? Okay, anger. Let's take anger, which is, like you said, is a specific brain state. Then if it's a specific brain state, then why do we have to say emotion? Why don't we just say anger is a specific brain state? But we add these words in because what's
Because
natural to a human community.
emotions group only one specific area of function of the brain. Emotions isn't sight. Emotions isn't hearing. These are all processes that the brain also does. So we identify the different activities of the brain collectively. It's called emotions. They are brain states, but breathing is also impulses and chemical reactions that take place in the brain. Everything of the human body takes place in the brain. That's why we have, for example, psyche. But the psyche doesn't deal with the fact that we breathe. Like we breathe automatically. These are processes that take place in the brain. So these
I don't think you're. I
definitions
don't think
only
you're hearing
identify
yourself.
in specific areas of function of the brain. So
You
it's
see, I
all
don't
brain
think you're hearing
states.
yourself. Yeah,
It's all
exactly.
brain states, Wujao, but
Okay,
we
okay. So
identify the
you're
specific
making.
areas.
Okay, your explanation is the same answer of why we would add on any other word. You said that the simplest form. You asked the question, why do we have to add this word? And so if everything is rooted in a brain function, then why don't we just say that for everything? We don't do that. I
I
mean, that's not
just
a real. That's
explained
not a.
you why though.
No, no, no,
But
no.
I
That's a
just I
rhetorical. Wait,
just
wait, 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 wait,
explained you
wait, wait,
why.
wait. I wasn't asking you for a response. That was rhetorical. What I'm saying is that we do that because we adding these words to have different nuances to narrow things down to describe different aspects of the whole. So if every action and everything that the human being experiences and goes through and all acts that human beings do starts in the brain or is part of the chemical processes in the brain and stuff like that, then we name all the different varieties of these things. So, like you said, anger is an emotion. Emotions are processes of brain states. but anger is a more narrowly specific marker for one of them. So the addition of words is for that purpose. So what I'm saying in addition is that anger, for example, that's a term that we use now today. People who speak other languages, even in modern times, don't use that form of the word.
Yeah, vex.
A-N-G-E-R.
I vex. I'm mad. I'm upset.
Okay, mad,
Pissed
vexed,
off.
upset. Yep, pissed off is a phrase. Exactly. So not everybody used the same form of a word to point to the same specific emotion.
Yeah, I understand that, but I was having a
Okay.
scientific conversation.
No, I know. But my point though that you're helping me to make is that you see how these multiple words, see how you have the word vex, you have the word mad, you have the word pissed, you have the word anger, you have the word furious, and all these other we call synonyms.
Synonyms, yeah.
For this, synonymy is real. So I'm saying you have multiple words. Now, if we were to do a study of this, we would have to define and utilize a term that governs the field of that study, which is called nomenclature. That's how nomenclatures are created. And so what I'm saying is that any conversation wrapped around spirit, anything, whether it's spirituality, the word spirit itself, or spiritual, or all the other kind of stuff, we have to first create a surgical or definitive nomenclature to where it eliminates the ambiguity of how other people can use these terms and stuff like that. That's what I was saying before. So
we have
the word
neuroscience.
spirit,
We have neuroscience that already pretty much has defined, and we have a psychology and sociology that has pretty much defined all these activities of the brain. Now we're working on details and exactly how and what works.
But that's
But
different.
anytime you develop a nomenclature that is in addition, Occam's razor, to what already identifies all these processes, it's going to have to be scrutinized against the actual identifying agent of these activities. So now we have ambiguity with spirit. We're going to create a whole definition based on an ambiguous term that we can't quantify.
No. That's where you and I definitely disagree. What I'm saying is, see, I'm going the other way. And when we first spoke, you elected to go the opposite direction from me, which is why I wanted to go the direction I wanted to go. So what I'm saying is that those people, I'm talking about the people who espouse a spiritual anything, spiritual doctrine, a spiritual conversation, or they invoke the word spirit in their explanations, whatever. Those people, it's their agency. It's the onus is on them to elevate, to be able to articulate and use a nomenclature that eliminates ambiguity so that we will know exactly what they're talking about. So for example, the person who uses the word spirit, we would need to know, well, what exactly do you mean by spirit? What are you talking about specifically when you say spirit? That's what I'm talking about. So any scientific field of study or philosophical field of study, they always create a nomenclature for that purpose. And I'm saying the spiritual communities out here, these spiritual people in these spiritual communities and adherents, that's what they do not do. And so because they don't do that, all these words are used differently. Because listen, I have over 10 years of experience talking to people, and it depends on who you're talking to on how they define these terms.
But you know what? One thread to all these definitions, whatever a person assumes this word means, once we apply the process of methodological naturalism by examining what they mean and equating that to what science understands these things to mean, we see that these terms are either redundant, unfounded, or have no basis in reality. These are the three categories that we end up with.
That can't possibly be the case. So I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna tell you why. If I call breathing, if I call breath, which is a result of me breathing, the breath that I'm breathing out and in, if I call that spirit, and I choose to call it that, then nothing in your science, anything, will be able to negate or refute that.
No. So, but what was my first point? Occam's razor. I'm going to just tell you, oh, you're breathing. Cool. All right.
No. But see, you're abusing the Occam's razor, because if my language, if my heritage and where I am rooted and anchored in, and the form of the word I choose based on my own agency, because I could do what the hell I want to do, I call it spiritist. There's no way you're gonna come and tell me that that's redundant or whatever. That's my choice. And
I'm gonna just say, okay, you're breathing. I'm not gonna tell you it's redundant or anything. I'm gonna watch you in your face and say, okay, you're breathing.
Okay, okay. Exactly. But by you saying that, let me ask you this. What would be the purpose of you saying that I'm breathing when I already said it, but in a language that you're just not using? So what would be
all I'm letting you know
purpose?
Is that I understand what your definition is. I agree. If you call breathing in and out spirit, fine by me. If you call it drinking water, fine by me. As long as you understand that you're doing whatever.
No. But
that is a physical, real activity that I can quantify and go, you're defining breathing as, or in your language, breathing is known as, for example, in one of the native languages I speak, the rosea butala. So you're breathing. Okay, rosea is air.
Yeah, but
is you're airing. Okay, okay, you're airing. Fine. Okay,
now, but here's what I don't want to confuse. Me saying calling breathing spirit or spiritus does not need your approval. See, because and I'm not saying you're saying this, but the way that you're wording it is that, okay, if I use the word spiritus to describe my bodily function of inhaling and exhaling, and then you say, oh, okay, you're breathing.
Okay.
What you're really doing is just trying to understand it in your language and in your understanding.
Yes, exactly. That's what I said. I said, I'm letting you know that I understand what you are expressing. Because if I didn't, I would require further inquiry. But that I can use a synonym or translate that activity in the language I use makes me say, okay, I understand.
Okay, right. But I'm saying, but I was making sure that the purpose of you saying that to the person wasn't an approval thing.
No, I'm not approving or disapproving. I'm just confirming my understanding of the statement.
You're setting up the equivalency. So you're saying, okay, I get what you're saying. So because let's say if I spoke Latin and I didn't speak English, I didn't know English at all, I just spoke Latin, and I say it, and then you repeat it in English to me, it wouldn't do nothing for me. Like it's really for you, not for me. It's like because you know language, you may understand Latin and English where I only understand Latin, then you translating it for it's really for yourself. So that being said, what I'm saying is that Occam's razor and stuff and all that other kind of stuff is really irrelevant when it comes to
but Occam's razor isn't applied in translation. Occam's razor is applied in definition when we are both in the same equation.
I know.
Like, maybe Sabu Rosea, if I tell you Rosea, which is air, I am airing. What? How? What? I'm airing?
No, but
What I
here
mean is
here's
I'm
you
breathing.
breathing.
Pero mitahal rosea. I'm sucking wind. That's
Yeah, yeah,
the translation in Papiamento of breathing. Mitahala, I am sucking. Rosea
yep.
is wind, air.
It's air. Yeah, yeah. But so we agree that it's not applied in translation. But what I'm saying is that it's not applied in the point that I'm making either, because we have to identify what people mean by what they're expressing. We have to allow people to express and articulate what they mean the best way they can, and then probe what they're actually articulating, instead of projecting or assuming or comparing it to something as a judgment tool for their validity. So for example, if if I identify breathing as spiritus, the act of breathing as spiritus, and I articulate that to you, then you can take that and go further. Like, okay, you can say, okay, yeah, I do the same thing. I breathe too. That's why I'm alive and blah blah blah. You can whatever. But if you misinterpret, if you think that I'm saying spiritus to mean some disembodied agency, father, sky daddy out there in the universe, in Andromeda somewhere, then you're gonna totally miss what I'm actually saying and what I actually mean by what I say. If you go to your dictionary or to some other assumption that you make, instead of allowing me to define the terms as I choose to use them and what I mean. This is basic semantics and pragmatics in communication. So what I find people do is that they violate these things when it comes to time, historical or antiquity, people of antiquity, and the records, whether it's oral or written traditions. People tend to project and not try to understand actually what these people mean when they say what they say. So
So
we
when we
project.
understand what they mean and what they say, and
Yeah.
sometimes it's just plain wrong. And I can understand and accept their philosophy within that time frame. But however, I don't need or have a specific requirement to give it any validity when I have a better understanding of how these things work. Now, I would be damn crazy to acknowledge Thor and his hammer as being the reason thunder and lightning occurs and rain falls. Now, wouldn't I?
You would be bat shit crazy if you took that story literally too.
Isn't that what I just said?
Yeah, that's what I said too. Also,
Exactly.
you
So
would
I
no
gotta
no no
listen
but
to
no
their stories. I gotta
but
listen to
wait
their
but
stories and go
no
beautiful stories. But however, that ain't how reality works. I'm sorry. That's simple, just like Thor.
I know, but see,
Who take those stuff
but here's the
literally?
thing. I know, but here's the thing. For you to say that, right? For you, okay, if if somebody used the Thor story and assume that the intention of the transmission is to be taken literally, that's the only reason why you would say that. But
So
if you understood it to be figurative in and out, then there'll be no need to say that, because it's
no,
already understood. It's already understood to be figurative.
when I look at the state of the reality today, where Hebrew Israelites, Christians, Muslims actually think that there is a disembodied entity living outside of time and space, having an
Hmm.
influence on reality, although unmeasurable, unquantifiable, intangible. With that being the state of reality today, Wu Zhao, you want me to believe that these people who didn't have our technology, didn't have our tools, didn't actually attribute these activities to these gods that they create.
Um, if you talk about the Christian God, to this very day, uh, the Abrahamic systems, they actually do have a conceptualization of some kind of entity that they refer to as God, as being the creator and separate from creation and did X, Y, and Z on 6 days and went to sleep on the seventh day or whatever the case is.
Oh,
They take that stuff. Some of them take that stuff literally and actually believe that that's actually how what occurred. Yes, there are
good. So
people like
now I'm
that.
saying with today's technology and our understanding, however, still limited of how reality works, we could disquantify these type of statements pretty easy. Still, there is a contingent that actually what? That actually believe these things are real. Sorry about that. There's a
Yes, there.
contingency of people that. So now let's
Yes.
take it back
Yep.
into antiquity, where regardless of what we want to believe, the technological and understanding of reality was not where it is today. That's just a fact. That's why these people attributed these natural phenomena to these gods that they actually believed in. How I can make that assumption? Because again, look at the state of reality today, and it is just human nature to believe. So you cannot convince me that the Norse
You know that's
who
totally
used to deal
unscientific
with
of you though.
lightning and thunder did not believe that there was an actual God responsible for these activities.
Okay, that was very unscientific of you to do so, but I can understand you saying that based on your assumptions. But here's the difference,
Which
though.
assumption? What is the assumption that I made?
No, you said that you're gonna assume that based on you even said why you can make that assumption is because based on the state of reality of today, you got a faction of humanity that believes in the sky daddy concept. Christians and Muslims and Jews believe in the sky daddy concept of God because
We
that
still
exists
got
because that exists.
the Hindus and
Well,
the
yeah, but
Buddhists to some
I'm
extent.
just,
So
yeah, yeah,
majority of
I'm just
human
using,
beings,
I'm just using
majority
what
of
you said.
human beings still have these ideas. Not the minority, not a small portion, the majority. For we know for a fact that atheist people, as myself, strong atheists, are in the small minority. So today, the state of reality is people still believe in a God, and they
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah,
reduce
yeah,
the
yeah,
amount
yeah.
of gods because they can't get around the evidence. So now let's go back into time with
You're just
less
repeating yourself.
information.
Yeah, you're just repeating. So my point with what you said, I understood what you said. What you're saying is based on the world that you observe today and how people are today, that you're gonna make the assumption that in the past it was definitely like that or even worse. That's the summary of what you said in terms of
Yeah,
people believing, and you use the
yeah.
Norse as the example. You said Thor, thunder and lightning, and all that other
One
kind of
of,
stuff.
and I
Yeah,
use one that
so I
is
get it.
uh, not has any relation to anything that we talk about. I went completely outside of us to make that point. I could have gone to South America and talk about
Yeah,
all their many gods, but I can't bring up
yeah,
any specific names, the Jaguar King and all those different
yeah,
gods who rule the sun and the moon and the stars and thunder and lightning and
yeah.
all
So
elements of nature, which we know for a fact they did not quite understand.
okay, so now my statement was that's very unscientific. That's a comfortable assumption that you feel that you can make based on the state of affairs of today, and you're going backwards. But that's definitely unscientific because you definitely can't falsify that or probe that any further than you just making a statement. So I do acknowledge that. But here's the
No, no, no.
thing.
We got
So
anthropology to establish these things. We got behavioral science to establish these things. I'm
no,
not
no, no,
just
no,
pulling this
no.
out
But
my backside. Where we look back, we got thousands of gods, and each god has a specific function, and it is in control of an aspect of nature. So now, what we got today, as we continue to evolve, we've reached to the point that we put all these gods into one just to make it easy. Now those are hard facts. You can't get around that, Ujjao. I'm not making an assumption. I'm
no, but that's
summarizing
that's
what
not
human history has proved.
No, but that's not what I'm saying that the assumption is because yeah, you can do that. I'm saying you people are dead. People of antiquity are not around to probe their mind, to ask questions, to see what they believe and what they didn't believe or anything like that. So there's no way you're going to refute that. So what I'm saying is that, of course, you can do that with people who are alive today and stuff. You invoked anthropologists and so on and so forth, of course, and people who study, human. I'm not questioning that. What I'm saying is that, first of all, do you understand figurative expressions and its role in human communication and the whole human existence, our existence? Figurative
With a
expressions.
hard
Why
self,
was it? Why is it used?
but a hard self, my brother, you don't know you fly like a mofo.
Yeah. Why is figurative language used? Why was it invented, and why was it used in our human experience from antiquity?
I
Why
can't
was it
answer
first
that
used?
question. I'm aware of it, but I can't answer that question as to why we do.
Okay, but can you give a reason as to why it would be used in antiquity or whatever the case is?
If I go again by the same means of projection, it's a form of hyperinflation or over emphasizing a specific point by going to the extreme. So, Wuja, you fly. Now everybody knows you can't fly, so I'm attributing that statement most likely to something else, and it all depends on where you are, who you're speaking to, what that would mean. For example, over here we say a sharp, and then we transfer that into your blade, like it continues to metastasize and change. But so yes, we do it. If I am to use a unscientific analogy, which is to refer to myself, then I will have to say, cause it's cool. However, I cannot, like I said, I didn't study up. I don't know what the anthropological explanation thereof is, or why it's part of the human psyche. Probably you can expound. I really don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of books on it. A good book to get is called "Metaphors We Live By," and I'm saying that for the listening audience. But the reason why I asked that question is because um, if you're not in tune or part and parcel of the cultural conceptualization of the communication of that day and time and of those people, which we call semantic signs, right? If you're not part of the speech community of that group of people, then you run a very high risk of misunderstanding what was meant. And remember, the word semantic, means meaning. And so you'll miss the actual meaning, which is the whole point of communication, is the transference of meaning. And we do so by attaching meaning to a form that we call sound, and we transmit from person to person, so on and so forth. And so the reason why I'm saying all of this is because what a group of people mean is inherent, is known among the people. So we have to be careful when we approach a group of people and overlay our understanding and our meanings onto them, when we can, there's a high chance that we'll miss the mark. And so I say that to what you were saying earlier. A group of people that use figurative expressions, you use the Norse in terms of Thor and the hammer and thunder and lightning and stuff like that. The people who coined or created that expression to explain something, how do you know whether or not they said so for it to be taken literally, like there is a man with a hammer that absorbs lightning and flies through the air by spinning the hammer and stuff like that, or is it a way of explaining something that's a stand-in? And by the way, what you explained earlier is hyperbole, which is exaggeration. That's only one of many forms of figurative expressions. You have tropes, you have metaphors, similes, hyperboles, and all symbolisms. Period. So, So this is the first roadblock before we even get to the science, the scientific analysis of anything. In terms of scrutiny, putting it through the scientific washing machine, we first have to gain knowledge and try to ascertain the realities behind the plethora of figurative expressions that these people of antiquity documented, whether it's orally or in writing. And that's what I don't see people do.
Now, you just made the claim earlier, Mind, that it is impossible for us to understand what dead people meant when they said what they said. You said
that's not what I said.
I didn't say that. You said that.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that it's impossible to ask dead people questions. Like you can't dig them up and ask them questions.
As to know what they meant, what they were saying when they described Thor. Right? So now you made that exercise impossible for us today to know what they actually meant outside of us applying a process by understanding what these gods represented. And most of them, as we can see, represented aspects of nature that they knew or didn't understand how it actually worked. So they attributed it to a god. How that God expressed himself could be figuratively and is figuratively because they did not know.
Well, it's not figurative because they didn't know. See, that's your leap of assumption. It could be figurative because that's the method of documentation for that day and time, just like we do it today.
Documentation of what?
Of whatever they wanted to document.
Yes, of their observations, right? So they sought under enlightening, and what did they describe?
Well, listen, science to this very day still uses figurative expressions. To this very
stay right here with me. Yes, we talk about looking for the God particle, and everybody's freaking out. I know this.
Oh no, not that. Not that. I'm saying period. Like science. Today's modern science, as sophisticated as we are, with all of the technology that we have, we still choose to use figurative expressions to document our observations to this very day.
Good. So my point. To document actual observations that we have tools and technology to fully understand how they work. So now let's take it back.
Wait,
what was their explanations based on?
I want you to understand why I said that, though. I said that because people not knowing is not the reason why people figuratively express things, because we still do it to this very day. Scientists.
Yes, however, when we're examining what and how they could have known, we know that they didn't have the tools. So we know what they are expressing is predominantly their imagination.
No. It's only if you assume that they're trying to explain something that they didn't know. Because here's the thing. If a group of people of antiquity are explaining their observations and trying to come up with explanations for their observations and what they can observe in their environment, in nature, and the behavior of nature, and they document it, then by default, it's only going to reflect their capabilities of that day and time. So it's only if somebody today assumes that those people are trying to document something beyond their means, would they say such a thing? And the only way that you'll even know that is first you have to figure out and analyze what they actually said. If you don't know what these people said and what they meant by what they said, as best as you can ascertain, then you're going around in circles. That's why I said chasing.
Why is there an assumption that there is not an understanding of what these people actually meant? So when the Norse explained Thor as the god of thunder and lightning, an entity, an agent responsible for a physical phenomena, However, he was flying through the air and whatnot. We know that's their imagination. We know that. But the fact of the matter is, their explanation for an observation was given agency to a God, an incorporeal, not physical entity outside of their physical control, that they gave agency to these things. That's a phenomena that we see throughout all civilizations, all cultures all over the world. We can't deny that simple fact. And
No, but
again, we root that in the fact that even today, 99% of humanity still believes that we were created.
okay, so you having said all of that, you still you said Thor is a Norse god, or Thor is a yeah, a Norse god, and he's the god associated with thunder and lightning. Like, he's in all throughout the comic books. Everybody should know that. And you're saying that their explanation, or their wrapping up, or explaining, the natural phenomena of thunder and lightning. We know that thunder is an actual occurrence in nature, and we know that lightning is a natural occurrence in nature. And um, in today's understanding of thunder and lightning, we pretty much know a whole lot about it, why it happens and how it occurs and stuff like that. And so um, these people attributed that. You're saying these people attributed to a god, instead of the god being that explanation, or assign it to that phenomenon. So let's just I'm gonna come out of Norway and the Vikings and Norseland, and come back into Africa a bit. So the example I always use is the Nile River. The Nile River is a real river. It has real water in it to this very day. But the Egyptians called the Nile River, or assigned the Nile River to a god called Hapi. So um, that deity Hapi is a way of them assigning something that governs that natural phenomenon and occurrences, all associated with the Nile River. So do you have a problem when people do that? Do you see that as being problematic?
I still don't have a definition for what happy is. Is happy just a name for the river? Or is happy responsible for what the river produces?
No, happy is the ontological label for all things that deal with the Nile River. So you know how we as humans, we categorize things, right? We categorize everything. We give things jurisdiction and governance. And so what people of antiquity did with their gods and goddesses, what the gods and goddesses actually are, is their way of organizing natural phenomenon, or existence itself. So they will assign phenomenon to different characters, to as an organizing mechanism to document natural phenomena. So everything that occurs in the river will be assigned to a character called Happy.
So happy
Everything.
had agency over the processes that happened in the river.
No, the processes in the river are governed by Happy. Remember, I said it's an
Just
organizing.
does
It's an
happy,
organized.
does happy, happy has agency over the activities in the river. She
Happy.
governs them, or he governs them. He makes sure, interferes, that this process happens, that this happens, that this comes down when it comes down. Happy has agency over that aspect of nature.
No, Happy is okay. You know what categories are, and you know how we put things in categories and how we exclude things out of categories based on criteria. So the top level names of these categories happen to be called gods and goddesses. That's what people know them as, gods and goddesses. So happy would be the top level of a category of things that deal with the Nile River. Just like Sekhmet is a top level category for all things deal with medicine and healing and diseases and things like that.
So,
So so it's an organizing. So the same way that we say physics, the word physics is a label that organizes a bunch of various different studies. You got quantum physics, you got all the different kind of things. You got the word anthropology. You got anthropology is a word that labels, it's an umbrella term that labels and governs a whole bunch of other different things that fall up under it. So these gods
now
and
let's
these
let's
gods and
let's let's
goddesses.
go back. Let's go back to the processes of the river. I don't
Okay.
understand what happy is. Explain the processes of the river in our modern day
Happy.
scientific definition so I can understand. Because I don't know that a river has a hierarchy of processes. There's what would that
Okay.
be?
I don't know. Okay. Well, um, I don't. Okay. People that live near rivers may have a better understanding than based on what you're saying, but the Nile River, um, the Nile River was the lifeline of the ancient Egyptians,
I
and
understand all that.
okay,
When you say
so
happy and you don't give happy, the agency, you say happy is a top layer of categorization, then we have categorization of these activities today, I'm assuming. So, what would a river top category be and the processes that fall there under? Oh,
what today?
yeah.
Wait, I'm make sure I understand your question right because I was in the
Let
middle
me put let me
of
rephrase
explaining.
let me explain myself. When the ancient Egyptians, in my understanding, when I read or when I'm explained what happy represents, happy is the agent, the one responsible for these natural processes occurring. Happy brings the flood. Happy brings the silt. Happy causes, happy is the agent for the activities that happen on the Nile. Their God is the one they use to describe the natural processes, which is no explanation for it. It's God did it. Happy is responsible. It is the same way that we use the gods of the gaps today. Their gap was simply a little bit bigger, and they filled it in with a happy. So now trying to these scientists, they knew the river flooded, but they didn't know why. Happy did it. That's why the river flooded. The silt came black. They don't understand that it's high nitrates that cause the organic material to break down and turn black. Happy, happy is responsible for all that black soil. Happy, right?
Okay,
I
but
completely understand that.
but
There's
see,
nothing wrong with them assigning agency to a
so
god to
so a
explain the
second,
natural phenomena that
but
they did not understand.
yeah, but a second ago you said you didn't know what happy was, and when I was getting ready to explain, you cut me, and then you gave your explanation of what happy was when you said you didn't know what happy was, and this is
But
a
I
this is a
said I knew what
this is a
happy was.
problem.
I said happy is it has agency. Happy has agency.
Wait,
Happy is the God responsible for the activities on the net. Then you said no. Happy is a classifier.
yes, all the deities are ontological and taxonomic labels for the organization of existence itself.
Yeah, God of the gaps. Yeah.
No, what I just said is it has totally nothing to do with the God of the gaps.
Yeah, it does. That's the God of
Eh,
the gaps. An
No, it happened.
ontological explanation for existence and
What?
reality
Okay. To you,
is
wait. To
God.
you, what is what? Okay, to you, just so I'm make sure we're on the same page. What does ontological organization mean to you, or ontology? What's that?
When we use ontology, for example, when we look at a dog, right? There are books, there's actual dogs, there's leashes, there's a body of attributes evident that point to the existence of this thing called a dog. So when you say Happy is that, then we go back to Happy being God of the gaps.
No, ontological processes is when you take beingness, the study of beingness, and it's the organization of being and its different modalities to put beingness in categories. And the outcome of the ontological process for any group of people is called their worldview. How they see the world, how they see the universe, how they organize the universe in their minds and their conceptualizations and things like that.
Yes.
And so this is why I say that indigenous peoples, gods and goddesses, are their ways of organizing the world ontologically.
Yes.
And I used the word taxonomy or taxonomic because they established hierarchy of value system of these organizations. And so Happy, being the river god or the one that governs the activities and things dealing with
what
the
is
Nile
to
River,
govern, Uja? What is to govern?
govern is to be over a sphere of influence. So governance and governor is not, it doesn't have to be an active thing because Happy is not a literal anything.
I know that.
It's not right. Okay.
I know that. I know that.
Okay. Right. So what I have on my screen right now, I have on the screen the god hydrology. So hydrology, the god hydrology governs everything dealing with the waters of Earth. So to explain, I'm using it in a sentence for you to understand. So the god hydrology governs the activities and things dealing with the waters of the planet Earth.
So now we're gonna play the semantic game because I'm gonna say the God water is responsible for all the activities on the water. Did I explain any of the activities on the water, or did I attribute the activities of the water to the God water?
No. See,
I could play that game. That's a semantic game.
Okay,
look, I'm gonna change it up again. The dragon hydrology is responsible for all the activities that take place on the water. Did I explain the activities, or did I say, you know what? The dragon god is responsible for it.
Wait. But you're
agency.
No. Listen to what you're doing. You're calling it a semantic game because you're assuming that I'm actually trying to explain the activities of the water when I never said such a thing. I just simply made a declaration. Wait.
The inability to explain the activities on the water is why they use the god of the gaps, and it's called Happy. That's you.
Listen. What I don't want you to do is to assume, like, you're going too fast, because I never made the claim to explain the activities of Earth's water. I simply made the declaration that the god hydrology governs the activities of Earth's water. And
what does govern mean? Isn't that to have agency?
I used it in a sentence for you to understand. No,
governance to have agency, right?
No, governance does not necessarily mean having agency, because it doesn't have to be active. It's governed. Like, for example, there are laws that govern jurisdictions. Like, I'm in the state of Georgia, and so Georgia is a jurisdiction that I have to abide by the laws within this jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm. Those laws, they guide and control your behavior. Those laws have agency over your activities.
No, the laws do nothing. the laws do not do anything. The laws are not tangible to do anything to me. So don't get pseudo on me just yet. Now,
I didn't bring up laws in the sense as prescriptive instead of laws as descriptive, because we're in the science realm, so I deal with descriptive laws.
But see, now here's what you just did. But see, now it's interesting that you can do it for laws and make that distinction from prescriptive versus descriptive. But when I said God of hydrology, you assume prescriptive because you use the word agency. You see what I'm
No,
saying? Oh my
you
gosh.
use the word God. You say
I
govern.
said the
To
God
govern is to have
hydrology.
agency. Good. So now I
No,
just
no, I didn't say
use
no. I
other.
I, I never said it means agency. You did. I'm telling you that it
Good. So
doesn't.
what I did was just showed you that that's a semantic statement. I can transfer anything in there and apply the same rhetoric, controls over, governs over the processes of the ocean. Still haven't explained nothing. I just gave agency. I said this thing is
But you
responsible
said,
for what
but you
happens on
said,
the river or
yeah,
the ocean.
yeah. But you said still haven't explained nothing, as if that's something that is claimed to have been done or being done. When see the thing is, you first start with the declaration. If I tell you, I'm declaring you, I have agency, I have control, right? I'm telling you this. The God hydrology governs the waters, the activities, and everything dealing with the waters on the planet Earth. I make that declaration to you. That's just a declaration. I'm not telling you anything further than that or anything. There, it would be premature for you to assume anything or to say you still haven't explained what the water does and stuff like that. That would be crazy to do that until you ask me, well, explain to me some of the processes of Earth's
No,
water.
I'm not going to ask you that. I'm going to ask you to explain to me how does happy govern these things? What does happy do?
No, okay, I'm using this word on the screen for a reason. So this is happy does nothing because happy is not real. Good gosh, man, I hope you understand that.
What does happy govern, though? You said happy governs.
Just like I said, right. So your
What
issue,
does it govern?
yeah,
How does this governance happen? What does happy govern? What does happy do? Happy prescribes the laws of nature.
no, no,
What does
no,
happy
no,
do? How does
no.
happy
See,
govern?
wait. See, now you're going back to what does he do as an action and prescribe, whereas on the other thing you were using describe. And see, I want you to notice when you're flipping back and forth like that, because I think all right. Let me take the word God off the screen because I think that may cause some issues, especially with
Yeah,
you say
that's
you're
why
a
I'm
heart
going
you're
back
a
to
heart
happy.
you're a heart
I'm trying to
you're a
stick
heart.
clear of the God and just stick to happy.
Okay, so hold up. I
Happy
think
has
I
his
think
agents.
I think the word God is creating an issue because I heard earlier you said you were a hard atheist, and I know how God is a difficult issue with
But
atheists.
then
So
atheist
hydrology
is a little bit broader than that.
governs all Earths. I'm just putting this on the screen so we can keep it simple. Water. So I took off the word God, and now I just have hydrology governs all Earth's water. Now, do you have the same sentiment now that I took the word God off of there? Is this one more palatable for you, or it doesn't matter?
Hydrology is the study of how water works. It's not what governs it. It doesn't govern anything.
Okay, so now we're back to
Paleontology
where
doesn't
wait.
govern anything.
Okay, so
So
now
from the
we're
time we
now.
use the word
Oh my
govern,
goodness.
now we have agency. Now hydrology, once it starts to govern, it doesn't mean hydrology as the study of, because
Okay.
studying something never governs it.
Uh huh. So you're you're um you're caught up on the govern. No matter how I actually define how I'm using it, you're forcing it to be used in what however way you're used to using it.
Hy-
And this
Hydrology. means
No,
the
no, no,
study
no, no,
of.
no, no, no. I know what hydrology. I'm talking about
So now,
govern
if you
because
put
this is
hydrology
what
here
you.
and they then say hydrology is the study of governs all water,
Okay,
huh?
let's take off the logy and put hydro. Good gosh, man. You see, and this is the thing. See the issue, and you're making my a
Now,
bigger.
what is
You're
hydro?
you're making wait.
What is hydro?
You're
Water governs all Earth's water.
hydro is a word. So
Yeah, what
so
does it mean?
you're making a bigger point, a more high level point that I always make is that communication is really at the root of the disconnect between understanding. So I took off the word God, and then it becomes an issue with govern, and you're looking at the word govern to be synonymous with agency, like to do something, to do something, to actually do something. And then you're looking at hydrology. When I put hydrology there, because you're familiar with the term, and logy comes from logos, which is the study of
Shouldn't I
something
be familiar with the
as a
term?
as a. No, I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm glad that you are.
So,
I'm saying. Wait. I'm saying because you are familiar with it. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying because you're familiar with it, it's triggering what you already know about the word, which is that hydro means water, and logy is from logos, which is the study of something. So it's the study of water. It has to do with all the studies of water and liquids and things like that. So because you know that, if I were to say the God hydrology, it's a conflict in your mind because you already have stamped in your mind what hydrology
no, it's a
is and so on and so
conflict
forth.
of the terms as they are defined. You cannot put hydrology governs all Earth's waters. That's just a false and inaccurate statement. You're the one that's creating confusion then, because we know
No.
hydrology means the study of how water works, all of it. Okay,
Okay.
then studying how something works is not governing it. It's not having agency over it. It's not controlling it. It's not creating or setting up or identifying or explaining the descriptive laws. It just isn't. The sentence is wrong, Ujao. And
Listen.
because I am clear
Listen.
with the definitions, we are having this semantic debate because you simply are making
No,
a
it's
sentence
not.
that doesn't make no
No, no, no,
sense.
no, no.
So now
Listen.
you take
You
off
gotta
hydrology.
to pay attention. Wait,
So
wait,
now
wait.
let's go
You have
again.
to wait. But you have to pay attention. When I first said, oh, you must have dogs. When I first said, you might have to mute for a second. When I first started saying this line of what I'm saying, I explicitly started by saying I'm going to make a declaration, and I'm going to make the declaration because I have agency and I have control to do so. I'm going to define something. Now, the moment I said that, you're supposed to, if you're comprehending what I'm saying, you're supposed to dispense with your preconceived definitions and everything, and allow me to do a declaration. That's what declaring is. So I declared that hydrology, the God hydrology, governs all of Earth's water. That's my declaration. So
So
there's
now
no way.
watch,
There's
watch
wait,
what
wait,
I'm
wait,
gonna
wait,
do,
wait, wait,
Uja.
wait, 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 wait,
Declares
wait, wait,
mean to
wait,
me,
wait, wait,
declares
wait,
mean to
wait.
me when we're talking, since we can
Good gosh,
define words
boy.
as we go, I'm gonna say declare means to me that you're talking about peanut butter. You see, you can't do that, Wujao. We're both
No,
speaking
no,
English. These terms
no,
are defined, and you
no.
can't
I
play that.
can't.
I must shut my reasoning and understanding down to follow you. That's
All right.
crazy bullshit.
No, okay. I'm
You,
gonna show you.
like,
I'm gonna show you. Wait,
huh?
wait, 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 wait. I'm gonna show you
Well,
how it's
back
not.
up, back up.
No,
You
listen,
are
listen.
actually telling me
Wait.
that to
No, no, no,
follow a
no, no. There's no need to back
conversation
up.
with you, I
There's
must
no need to
shut
back up.
down reason and logic
No, that's
and
not what I'm
stop
saying.
using words as they are defined. Put
Wait
my
a second.
years of
Wait.
study and training aside to assume whatever Wu Jiao thinks these words supposedly means. Wu Jiao, who
Wait.
you, what?
No,
You just
listen.
said that, Wu Jiao.
We could say
Like
no.
you,
Listen. We could say
what?
no. Listen. We could save time by you not doing that. So I'm going to show you how you contradict yourself and don't know it with what you said. Um, I earlier we spoke of figurative expressions being utilized today, and you gave some examples from your local area of figurative expressions. You said shop and blade and this and that, right? Now, I know what sharp means. I know what a blade is, a knife and a blade is. But people can use those terms in a different to mean something different than what I already know them to be. And I'm not going to sit up here and make a fuss and say, "Oh, stop playing semantic games. You're not really sharp. You're not really a blade," because I understand that they're the architect of their own minds and they're articulating something to me. So I have to understand what they mean by the context in which they're using it. And see, because I know you don't know, I can tell you don't study semantics and pragmatics.
No, right now we're in a court of law and we're having a scientific discussion. So I'm going to stick to the parameters of the actual meaning of the words. The semantic games we can have that way in this YouTube speech. Now, right now, we're talking about factual scientific claims right here. And why are we playing the semantic games post hoc? Why would you use hydrology in a semantic sense and mean it the same way?
No, we're gonna come right back to what I said. You don't study semantics and pragmatics.
No, I don't. No, okay. I don't. And right then now, that's not applicable because we're in a court of law having a scientific discussion. Mute point. Let's go.
Actually, we're not in a court of law. You just made that up. We're not.
Yeah, I just made that up.
We're on YouTube. We're on YouTube. We're not in the court of law. So you just spooked yourself out just now.
Yeah. So we're having a scientific discussion, and we're going to stick to the parameters of which the words we use are clearly defined. We're in the scientific realm, so we understand what hydrology means.
I know
it has a factual meaning.
But you just realized. I want you to realize that you just got real pseudo on me.
Yes, I got super pseudo for a second. They're good. All right, but let's move on and get back to the actual discussion, which is a scientific one. If you use hydrology, it means what it means, Wujao, and now you expect me to suspend my reasoning and understanding to accept your definition of it on the fly.
Listen.
It was such a definition on the fly that you could cut it down to hydro, Wujao. We're not going to do that.
No, listen, it's very, very simple. So what you're saying in all of the words that you're saying is that nobody has agency to declare what they mean by the things that they say. You have to approve it. No. Let me get this out. Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, I'm agreeing with you. You don't. Okay. You cannot go to your doctor and tell him your heart is not working and you actually mean your gut.
Good gracious. No,
you don't have agency over words.
Not necessarily. No, what I'm saying is, in my scenario, this is why you got to pay attention. When I first started speaking and I shared the screen, what I had on the screen before, I told you specifically, I said, Cedric, I'm going to make a declaration. I'm going to declare something out of my own agency and right to do so. I
have the right to dismiss it the same way. I have the right to say, Wujao, no, I'm not going to suspend my reason and logic to take your whatever definition of a term that is already defined hard and we know what it is. So no, your declaration can be whatever it is, but we're having a mutual discussion. So your declaration is mute at the door.
No.
You are not going to bring your declaration into a scientific discussion because I can't have any other discussion about water than a scientific one. I'm a methodological naturalist.
Okay,
those are my parameters.
I understand your limitations that you call parameters. I understand, but let's come to a conclusion now. So, based on your sentiment and your stance on having a conversation, you're now when I say this, you're going to deny it, but you're limiting yourself to understand and to be able to communicate the understanding of other people, because you actually just said that no, I cannot make a declaration to you that's outside of what you already have anchored in your mind. So when that happens, now I know that you're not an anthropologist and you're not a historian and things like that, but
No, I'm not.
when it comes to cultural anthropology,
Hydrology. When it comes to hydrology, I know what the hell that word means.
yeah, so do I.
And when it comes to word govern, I know what the hell that word means.
All right, okay, but
Don't I?
yeah, and I know what a
Okay,
blade
good.
means
So,
too. Wait,
so
wait. I know what a blade means. And earlier you gave me some weird statement about a blade that don't make no freaking
yeah, but
sense.
I also said you will fly, which is a statement that you understand same way don't make no sense. But you didn't draw reference to that one now, did you? You see,
No,
we could
both.
do this all day.
Yeah,
But
exactly. So
but we're
wait,
having a colloquial
wait.
conversation about how one looks, which is a very
Oh my,
subjective matter.
wait,
Now we're talking about
colloquial.
water.
Wait.
Is there any
Are we having a
subjectivity
scientific?
to that term?
Wait. Are we having a wait? So you get to dictate when the switch is on colloquial versus scientific. Is that what you're telling me?
I was talking about how you're dressed and how you look. What is scientific, but what a subjective opinion, and the words we use to describe that subjective opinion.
No,
And now over
regardless.
here, we're talking about a factual, tangible something, H2O, water, hydrology, the study
No,
of
dress.
water, hydro
No,
water.
clothes. Wait, clothes is something tangible. You can't be that daggone spooked out, Cedric.
No, no, no. How you look in the clothes is subjective. That is what the colloquial speech was referring to, the subjectivity of how you look in the clothes, not the clothes themselves. Chow, please.
No, I'm saying regardless
Like
is
no. Regardless.
no.
No, the
But I'm saying
subjectivity was, in my opinion, on how those clothes looked on you. That's a subjective
I
opinion,
know,
which was
and
accompanied by a
no, but what you're
subjective
doing,
and irrelevant term. Fly,
what you're
sharp,
doing,
cool.
I know, but
It
what
had
you're
nothing to
doing,
do with the clothes. I know the clothes are tangible and real. Why would you even suggest that the subjectivity had anything to do with the clothes? That's like
what?
what? Like what?
No, what I'm saying is that whether it's subjective or objective, whether it's colloquial or scientific, you're using. But the point is that you're not getting is that you're using words that are not rigidly and statically fit to one thing. And so
Yes, when we're having a colloquial
because
discussion, but when we're using a
oh
word
my
like
gosh, bro.
hydrology, like
Goodness
you were
gracious.
saying in the beginning of the discussion,
Wait,
we have
a
to make an
knife.
analogy,
A
remember?
blade.
The study of. So now
A
when we
blade.
say
A
hydrology,
blade.
which is a scientific term,
A
which
blade
has a clear definition, it's not colloquial. I'm not
is not.
referring to any specific style or fashion. It's not my opinion. It's simply the study of water.
All right, let me ask you this:
Can't you make the distinction in the two
what's the
conversations?
study? No. What's the study of food and cooking? What's that called?
I don't know. Cuisine art? I don't know.
Okay, I think it's dang, it escapes me. Okay, whatever that word is, blades and knives and the sharpness thereof is governed by that field of activity.
Yes, I
Whatever it's
completely
called.
agree. But in the conversation we were having,
Wait,
I
but
was
wait, but
using a
wait,
colloquial term to refer to a
but
subjective opinion. That remains the same.
I know,
Like,
but
what you
I'm not
explaining me
no,
where
but I'm
knives
not
and
allowing
forks
you.
are being used?
No. But a blade is a term, and I'm not going to give you agency or allow you to misuse the term blade like you did. See,
Okay, I'm
that's the
sorry.
same thing.
I'm sorry.
That's
You're
no. But
fly.
that's the same. No. That's the same thing. Fly either, but that's the same thing that you're doing in reverse. When I told you
No,
that I'm
I
making
am not.
a
And you
declaration,
keep
yes.
making that
Oh my
false
gosh.
equivocation, and I really don't understand why you're
this is
doing that. Like I
this is
really
crazy.
don't.
This
Wait,
is
when I talk
actually
about how
crazy.
you look, is that a subjective thing, or is it a objective, factual, scientific declaration that we're examining? When I say you look good in your clothes, is that objective or subjective? It is a scientific, quantifiable statement, or it's just my opinion. Which is it, Pujab? Let's clear that up before we go over into hydrology again. Let's clear that up. Which is it?
Clear what up? What you want cleared up?
My opinion? Or is it an
No,
objective, hard, quantifiable scientific fact that I stated?
uh, somebody, how somebody looks is definitely subjective, and it's highly opinionated.
Good.
So
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 now,
so
whatever word I
we ain't
use
gonna
there,
pass this.
is it
But
relevant?
it doesn't matter.
Whatever word I
It doesn't
use there,
matter.
is it relevant?
But I want you to understand what you're doing though. Just slow down for a minute, because you're like like several times you're making my points and don't even know it, because let's take your example of the difference between we're having a colloquial conversation or regular conversation, and you gave the example of somebody looking fly or sharp, and then you said, hey, in your town you say blade and everything like that. Cool, fine. But then when it comes to a scientific conversation, you're more rigid and restrictive on terminology.
Yes, that's
Okay,
exactly what I've been saying from the jump. We're in the realm of science. We have clear
wait a second.
definitions.
Wait a
That's
second.
why
So
there's a difference between
listen,
scientific theory
boy, you
and
gotta
a
let me talk.
colloquial theory.
Boy, don't nobody need to call me MC Ironlong. I'm gonna give you that title. So let me get this out, cause I'm gonna make sense of. I'm gonna come back to what you just said earlier. I'm the one that said that nomenclature is critical and important to these kind of discussions. I said when it comes to discussions about anything related to spirit, spirituality, and everything like that, what has to occur is that people have to formulate a distinct nomenclature that will serve to eliminate ambiguity and start to create a more rigid way of articulating and discussing these things, like how you said when you're having a scientific discussion. You are more rigid with terms and stuff like that. So I said earlier that that's what people in the spiritual circles, that's what they need to do. They need to eliminate all the ambiguous nature of these all these different terminologies, like God. God means so many different things to different people. Spirit, soul, religion, belief, and all the other trigger words. Until they elevate a proper or more formalized nomenclature, then the articulation that people have, or when people express themselves, it's going to be all over the place. It's going to be whichever way the wind blows, whoever you talk to. Like I said, I've been talking to people about this stuff for well over 10 years, specifically about these things for over 10 years. And it's inconsistent because there's no nomenclature that's created. Now, when I walk into a physics room, if I go to a physics professor in the physics classroom, there's uniformity there in the field of physics. Why? Because they have created a more restrictive nomenclature for that particular field of study. Same thing with medicine, same thing with law and legal stuff, and so, biology and everything like that. But when it comes to spirit and spirituality, people don't do that. And that's part of the problem. And that's what I said earlier. And so when I said that, if we take the word spirit, what can be the definitive meaning of it within a field of conversation or a field of study about all things spiritual? What would the definition of spirit be in that scenario? Now we can't
Is there something to measure? We would have to have something to measure, test, quantify, then label. We don't start off with a label and go look for something.
Huh?
We got test, measure, quantify, establish, and then you label. Then you categorize. You don't start with a category and then go look for evidence. That don't work.
No. But that's not what I'm saying to do though. So I don't know why you. That's what I said, huh? I don't know why you.
But that's exactly what you would be required to do when we're talking about this thing called spirit. Because there is no definition of it. There is no quantifiable thing. How are you going to set up a nomenclature?
No. No, I'm saying no. It's the opposite of what you just said. Now, first of all, I didn't say that. So that's why I'm like, huh? Like, where you get that from? No, I'm saying for the people who claim to practice a spiritual tradition, who claim to be spiritual, and who claim spirituality, they would have to articulate a or build a proper terminology and eliminate ambiguity by giving rigid definitions to what they mean when they say what they say. Because right now it's all over the place. It depends on who you talk to. I can talk to a room of 100 people claiming to be spiritual and get 100 different ideas and conversations about it, but yet all of them claiming to be spiritual or dealing with the spirit. Now I don't have that problem with physics. I can talk to 100 physicists and pretty much get a unified understanding from all 100 of them with just some minor, maybe some minor things.
Can
But
I ask a question, Miguel?
the point I'm make hold up, the point I'm making is that I'm not saying that people just come out the clear blue sky and just work backwards. I'm talking about whatever it is they think they're talking about or are talking about. They have to articulate it through the lens of building a nomenclature, which is why I had it on the screen. The importance of nomenclature. I mean, I had it on the screen, and everybody understands this when it comes to scientific fields of study. But when it comes to spirit, all of a sudden, people get amnesia. Like people just lost their mind, and I don't understand that. I had this right here on the screen. Every scientific or philosophic discipline has a need for a very concise set of terms for itself, a very precise labeling system. Failing to create a concise nomenclature results in ambiguity. The failure of most writers on now this is what I'm saying. The failures of most writers on spiritual matters uh, to take care of this requirement is the chief reason for the confusion that reigns in their minds and in the minds of their readers. Confusion is brought about through imprecise language. That's it. So it's because of the imprecise aspect of everything spiritual and spirit, this, that, and the third, that no one's going to get anywhere. And that's what I'm saying, that it has to be elevated to a more precise way of articulating these kinds of things.
And I'm saying the inability to give precise and clear definition is because there is nothing quantifiable that you can actually measure and categorize. What
But
I
how do you
want to
know that
ask
though?
you is,
Wait,
I,
how do you know that?
let's go back to the previous slide. I want to ask a question. If you take that sentence into a physics class,
What, this right
what
here?
would a physics professor say?
Uh
Hydrology governs all water,
yeah,
Earth's water.
and actually I got this from a scientist. Not this statement, but I got hydrology always spelled out hydrology. If I put the
Yeah,
logy back there,
I know what
I got
hydrology is.
no. I know you know. You said that earlier, but I'm saying that I actually got this from a scientist
This
because
sentence,
yes, hydrology governs all of Earth's water, and they were talking to a teenager when they said it, and they said it to let the teenager know that hydrology is the governing body of studies that deal with Earth's water. So in other words, hydrology is the study of Earth's water, but the way that he worded it was just like what I have on the screen.
and how
And he
old
was
was this child?
and he
Because I'm 49 years old and I know better. So how old was the teenager?
the teenager it was high school, so they had to be above 16, probably 18, between 16 and 18 years old.
Okay, high school
And,
level.
and
All right, I understand. You ain't
high
getting away
school
with
high
that on
school
college level or higher. Because that sentence,
well
hydrology,
but
the study of water governs all Earth's water.
Yeah. So scientists to this very day, to reiterate one of my points earlier, scientists don't have a problem like you, and they're not agitated by
Excuse me.
by
What are
by
you implying
words.
with that statement, Wujao?
I'm saying you had like that's why you want to come back to this slide because you have a problem with the statement, and I'm saying that scientists don't have the same problem you do. They don't mind saying things like this
You don't
because
mind
because
saying hydrology, the study of water governs all waters matter.
no, but that's not what they're saying. They're not saying the study of water. They're saying hydrology. You can read, right? You don't see the word
What is
study on my
hydrology?
screen. Wait,
What
wait,
is
wait, wait, Cedric.
hydrology?
Wait,
What is
Cedric.
hydrology? What
Cedric.
is hydrology?
Cedric.
I'm
Show me
reading
the
what is
word.
on your screen.
I know.
Hydrology, the study of water, governs
No,
all waters.
no, but see, that's your problem. You're actually adding the
I'm
study
not
of
adding
water.
anything. I'm explaining what hydrology is.
All right, do me a favor. Don't say that part and just read what's on the actual screen. You use your eyes and read what you actually see.
Hydrology governs all water matters. What does that say? The study
Hydrology
of
governs.
water, the
No.
study of water governs all Earth's water.
Wait, wait, wait,
That's what
wait.
that statement means, though, right?
No, 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 no. But
What does
but
it
but
mean?
listen for a second.
I don't
Now
understand what it means. Explain to
notice.
me what it means.
Okay. Now you do understand what it means. You're
Yes, I
just
do.
you're
I want you to explain it to me
no, no, no,
without using
no.
the
I
study
know,
of
but
water.
what?
So
No,
explain it
what?
to me.
I know, but what you're doing now is what you accuse me of doing, which is playing games because you already know what it means. So here's the
Exactly.
thing.
And I'm going to
Wait,
repeat
wait.
what it means. Hydrology, the study of water, governs all water matter, all Earth's water.
Yeah.
Incorrect.
So, but listen, the statement doesn't use the study of. It's actually using hydrology.
Which is?
Hydro Hydrology is the study of water, but that's not what the statement is saying. The statement reads, hydrology governs all Earth's water. Is right there in black and white. But here's the point. My point that I said in the sentence I said is that scientists that I know of, they're not stuck up on this sentence here. They're perfectly fine by it. As a matter of fact, you can do this. You can YouTube. There's a series of videos where specialists in certain scientific fields they go through a series of explaining complex things to different age level people. They talk to a elementary school person, a high school person, college level, and then one of their peers. And so it's like four different levels of them explaining the same thing, and they go through the difference of how they explain it depending on who they're
Yeah, well,
talking
we
to.
understand you're dealing with a high school explanation. Just like in high school, you get that atom is surrounded by these imaginary lines called schiller, and in there the electrons exist in those bands. Yeah, I get it, Wucha. Been through the
Okay,
process.
so all right, so if you get it right,
Yeah, so that
then
when we reach college, they tell you, you know what, that was all incorrect.
okay.
It doesn't work like that. And then explain
Well,
it to
I
you
don't.
accurately.
Well, in the videos that I just made reference to that I suggest that you view, they don't say that what they
I
said what they
don't
said what they
I don't
said
need to look at
before.
it.
I
I've been
know.
through the
I didn't.
process, so I know.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. So, but the point with those videos though, is for other people that they don't say that what they said before is incorrect. They just have different ways of explaining the same thing. And this is the flexibility of of actual scientists and actual scientifically minded people who also teach. They are flexible enough to be able to explain and articulate things in the same thing in different ways depending on who they're talking to.
Exactly. So I know I'm talking not to a 15-year-old, not to a 16-year-old. So I expect the level of the conversation to be on a much higher level, Wujao. You keep trying this bullshit, sneak this and it don't work, Wujao. Not with me. I'm not that sensitive. And again, I could play this game on all levels. So good. We're not talking to a 15-year-old, right? So I understand that statement.
Yeah. How old are you?
So now let's take it back.
How old are you?
To how Happy governs.
You in your
let's take it back to Happy.
Are you in your 40s?
Wujao, I got a 26-year-old son. I made 49 a couple of days ago, Wujao. I don't forget more than you gonna learn on this subject matter. So please don't stop doing that. Talk about teaching. Anyway. So we're not going to digress the conversation into a dick measuring contest. For those sneak disses, I know them. Check. Let's get back to Happy now.
Well, I swear. Listen.
No, forget it.
You like the rest of the pseudo
Happy governs.
Wait. But I want to say this though. I'm gonna say this. We can get right back on Happy. I'm saying it's crazy and it's just weird to me how like that paranoia kick in and stuff. Like I only asked you if you were in your 40s, so because I don't know you, right? So I was just trying to get a gauge of where you at. So I'm older than you.
It was in retrospect.
I'm older than you.
That's okay. We don't have to do the dick measure. So before you made those slight statements, you should have inquired about my age. That would be the accurate scientific process, and how you apply that. But anyway, let's get back to Happy.
Accurate scientific process.
the way you do it first before you start to guesstimate my intelligent level or my college age or whatever to assess my intellectual level. You should have asked my age first, no? Then you would understand I've been through college, been all that, done all that, So you would have get that already. But let's get back to that.
No, just because you tell me your age doesn't tell me.
Doesn't mean shit. I know
what your aptitude is.
So your comments about methodological naturalism being rigid and not going outside of the scientific process is rigidness, and real scientists go into the spookism to have a look of what's going on. I understand all of that, Wujao. I need to suspend my logic and reason to follow what you were saying, to be one of those people that are bouncing my head. Yes. I get what you want. And because it's not happening, we're going to start with the low blows, sneak disses, and yeah, we get it.
I understand.
We are at that point in the conversation where you know where to go.
No. Listen. It's real simple. I understand your type. Let me just put it that way.
I fully understand your type. I really do understand your type.
All right,
I get your type so clearly.
So now back on Happy.
All right.
So Happy
governs don't mean that she actually engages with the activities. She's just responsible
will you for those activities.
Summarizing what I understood, you could correct me. I asked to go back to Happy, right?
Okay. Wait. Let me ask you this. What is the scientific way of asking you, what did you eat tonight? Because you like real chatty. Like I can't even talk without you cutting me off. Is there a scientific way? Is there a scientific way to ask you that?
I inquired to go back to Happy.
Are you going to think I'm slick dissing you?
I surmised where we left off so that you can either correct me or expound. That's all I did. But you got a problem with that? I'm sorry.
No, I don't have a problem with that. It's just common courtesy. It's just when talking, like I can't talk at the same time as you, right? It's not fair to the audience. So when you talk, I shut up. And then when I talk, I at least want to get my full thought out there a little bit, before you stomp, smother my words. So I said let's get to as soon as I said let's get to Happy, and I was going to continue to talk, you just jumped in like, yeah, da. I'm like, good gracious. So anyway, so Happy, I have this on the screen for a reason. So hydrology, now I'm not getting off of Happy. Hydrology is the study of water in its most simplest, strict definition. The study of water. Hydrology. Hydro meaning, water, and logy is the study of, etc. So we got that out the way. I know you already know that and everything. Cool. Now, if I tell you hydro or hydrology equals happy, would you have a problem with that?
It's irrelevant to your explanation. Go ahead.
No, but I ask you, would you have a problem if I tell you that hydrology equals happy?
At this point, you haven't explained much. I reserve judgment. You're just speaking. I, I have no opinion at this point. Continue.
Okay, happy means hydrology. How about that? Are you okay with that? Happy. The word happy means hydrology or hydro. Not
Happy
necessarily
means
study.
hydro
Yeah,
or
hydro.
hydrology. Which is it? Both.
No. I'm saying the logy part is the study of. So happy and hydrology would be synonyms. Let's just put it that way. Hydro and happy would be synonyms.
Happy is water.
Yep.
Okay. Water
You cool
has
with that?
agency
You cool?
over the Nile. Okay.
No, water. Yeah, water. I mean, I know we both know what water is. So, happy is the water to the Egyptians. Is the Nile specifically?
Okay. So happy is the water that governs the water. But happy equals water. Good. No problem with that explanation.
No. But govern. All right. Let me ask you this: What does govern? Like if I say that like in your mind govern. 'Cause we had a problem with this earlier. Govern is, you think, agency, right? You think somebody doing something.
No, I just repeated what you said. I just put happy. I equated happy to water. Instead of saying happy governs the Nile, I said water governs the Nile. That's all. Because you equate happy to hydro, to water. So I could say hydro governs the Nile, or happy governs the Nile.
Well, hold up, but okay. So let's do this since we're on happy. Let me do this with you real quick. So,
But I get your explanation, though. You said happy is water, and
okay,
water
no.
governs the Nile.
Okay, I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear with you. What did the Egyptians did the Egyptians call their water the Nile?
I don't know. I'm repeating what you said.
No, it's just a question. I'm just asking a
I
question.
don't
No,
know.
that's fine. Okay. All right, because when you said happy governs the Nile, I just want to show you what you did. Because the Egyptians didn't use the word Nile. Okay, they
My
used the word
bad.
happy.
Which one do
They
you?
no,
Happy governs happy.
they used the word happy for the Nile.
So the Nile means happy.
The Nile is happy, right?
The Nile is happy. Okay,
That's what I told. That's what I told you.
okay, good. But then the previous statement of happy governs and all of that is redundant. Happy is just the Nile. When you open the dictionary or the map, you're gonna see happy. I get that. Yeah.
Okay, so now happy. So happy has character. It has behavior. Because the river has behavior. The river floods. You are aware that happy swells. He gets bloated, and he swells up for a certain period of time, and then he contracts for a period of time. And in that process of expansion and contraction of happy, he actually makes it easier, or makes a way for the people who live near happy to actually grow food and survive and sustain themselves. So you see how that works?
Happy is the river. Good.
Man, you gonna learn something tonight, but nah.
Good. Happy is the river. Done.
Okay. So there you have it.
Then the
right,
word governs become redundant.
No,
then
no,
God
no.
becomes redundant. Happy is just The Nile, the river.
Okay. See, I definitely understand why you're saying what you're saying because you're a hard atheist, so I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get that God will definitely be, um, you don't you don't want to use it by any means. So if it's redundant, you definitely gonna get rid of that word, and then govern implies agency, and atheists don't like abstract agencies. So
It's
you're
not a
definitely going.
matter of not liking abstract agency. Fundamentally, isn't any. It's a natural process. So when I say happy, I understand it and all its natural processes. It's a river. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a river that has characteristics and behavior patterns
Yes,
and
the
all kinds of
Amazon
things, right?
has its unique characteristics. So does many
Yep.
rivers. I appreciate them all, the different species of wildlife, how
Exactly.
they influence their environment. Yes, the
Exactly.
river.
Exactly.
Done.
So
And because I'm a methodological naturalist, I am going to hold on to the natural explanations that actually quantify the processes that happen. Like
okay. So
there's no
so do
need
you
for a
so
God in that equation. So happy
okay,
is
so
just a river.
yeah, but see when you word it, you have to say happy is just a river, and you add the word just to kind of diminish from the elevation
Diminish
of like a
what?
god, of God,
Diminish
right?
what? It is what it is. That
No, it
I
is.
don't think it other than outside of nature. It's just a phenomena of nature. I see a rainbow, it's just a rainbow. Doesn't make it less spectacular or less amazing, but it's just a rainbow. These are the natural processes of the river. It's just a river. It is not a quantitative analysis of it's just an affirmation of its natural origin.
Okay, but I want you to understand that there's two different nuances to these sentences. If I say it is just a river versus it is a river, me adding the word just is adding something to it, and that's all I was addressing. When you said
Look,
happy is
look,
just a
look at this.
river,
I'm going to say this. Happy, and all the magnificent processes that it take place on the river are just natural processes.
they're natural processes. They're not. I mean, I don't know why you have to say just like you're expecting something
No,
supernatural or
it,
something.
it, it is taking the discussion, if any, out of the realm of the supernatural.
Yeah, but I'm not in the supernatural.
What's wrong with affirming it in reality with
But okay, but listen,
just
I'm
nature?
I'm but I'm not in the supernatural world or realm or anything like that. So you don't have to say, you don't have to reaffirm that. Like, I mean, if you need it, then continue, but I don't need that. So that's cool. But so anyway, what I'm saying is that happy, okay, let's say happy is the river, right? That we call the Nile today. And if the river or happy does something unfavorable that doesn't allow the crops to grow or does too much flooding and everything like that, and we report and document that in a figurative way by giving happy these behavioral qualities and characteristics and characterize happy, then that would be our way in our culture of explaining the mishaps or the damage that the river may have occurred at any particular time. And you can see how we can document that in a story form, so that people can read about it and understand it for future generations and things like that. Do you see how that can happen? Is that possible? Is that permissible?
Of course, I understand how they would describe a natural phenomena other than we would do it today, especially as a methodological naturalist. I would look for a more substantiated explanation of how these processes, but I can appreciate it in story form and leave it for what it is.
Okay, like you know what happened. Are you in the you in the Caribbean or you in the States?
I'm in the Caribbean.
Okay, well I'm sure you remember New Orleans, the levees breaking and the flooding when that
Oh
happened.
yeah, that was terrible. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so if now we don't document stuff like that in modern times in a figurative way. We just say, hey, the levee broke, and we got video footage in the news and all this other kind of stuff. But if we were to tell that account in a story way, in a narrative, we can give characters or personality to the actual real events that have occurred, like the levee breaking, what caused it to break, something hit, did whatever happened and stuff like that, and that wouldn't take away from the actual occurrence that happened, as long as people understand the figurative aspect of the story that's being recorded. Do you follow that?
Completely.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Having that understanding, why is it that when people pick up documentation from other cultures around the world and people of antiquity especially, why do they not take that into consideration, that what they're documenting is their day and times explanation of different events, phenomena, and so on and so forth, but in a figurative way? Why do you think that's hard for people to
I
wrap
don't
their mind
think
around?
it's hard for people to accept and understand. It is the analysis of the story in itself, and it is based on how they were able to actually quantify that experience. I mean, if a volcano erupts and it burns down a village, that's a tangible something that these people experience. Now, however they describe it, the one-eyed giant blue got angry and started to cry, however they would explain it. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm not,
Mm-hmm.
that's a natural story. I'm just using my imagination,
Yeah.
just like that, right? Um,
Yeah. Does that
they
does that make it
explaining that
inaccurate?
story, yeah, them explaining that natural phenomena like that wouldn't be something that I would say is like outside of the realm of what I could expect and say, you know what, that's the explanation of a volcano. It's a tangible something that they can actually physically quantify. It's hot, they know it, they feel it, they sense it. However, there are aspects to these ancient stories that we can purely attribute to their imagination, them conceptualizing the environment around them. Now, what happens is when we assume or give the problem starts when we start saying, well, they knew these certain type of things, and we start to equate a story that they had to actual, factual, quantifiable measurements that we have today. And then when we examine the people making these claims, or we examine the claims made of their awareness of these phenomena in actuality, we know for a fact that they could not, because they simply didn't have the technology to analyze and understand certain phenomena. Experiencing a hot volcano or experiencing a dike burst that they built, right, is a way
Yeah.
different thing than having a narrative of how the universe came into being, or how human beings came into being. What we see is that there's no unifying story amongst these stories. They're all related to these people's specific geography. We understand that there was nothing that we can say is equatable to our actual understanding. And when we take these stories out of context and try to start to equate them, that is where the problem and the confusion lies. Now, you explained to me Happy is simply a river, and these people attributed and created a narrative, and Harry and Happy became a character, even call it a god at that point. I can deal and accept that. It's a natural phenomena that they're explaining, and they give it a human type character, or a character that has actual characteristics, and they explain this story so that It's their way
Yeah, we
of
do we
expressing
do it
that
today. Yeah,
experience. I
yeah
agree.
we do it today. Like we call like cars of third person pronouns, he and she. Oh,
There you
she
go.
broke down. She broke
Yeah,
down.
boats,
Anthropomorphize
homophiles. Yeah,
a lot of different things. Even the country of America is Uncle Sam. You know what I'm saying?
yep.
United States is Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam wants you. We know the country ain't a real Uncle Sam. So anyway, so let me cause I didn't even realize that Rasan is still on because I know he had the mic issue earlier. Rasan, is your mic on?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Let me okay, but before you speak, cause I'm gonna give you the mic. But let me
I don't.
just
I don't know that I have much more to say other than a couple of things now. Y'all done got me tired and sleepy now.
so hold up. All right, wait. Give me 1 second. Then let me just summarize, cause Cedric, cause I've been on too long. I'm trying to see if anybody else has some things to say. But let me just reiterate because I don't want anybody to lose the point that I was making earlier is that because I'm just doing a quick summary of what I said from the beginning really that there are people out here that equate spirit with energy regardless of what any dictionary says or what any books will say. When you hear some people talk about energy, you can't help but to hear them describe energy. And some people flat out will tell you that if you ask them, well, what is spirit? They'll say it's energy. Now, if if they're describing spirit as energy, the point I made on Facebook is that when they invoke that equation of making spirit equal to energy, they are opening the door for spirit to therefore stand all of the scrutiny that we place on energy. So, for example, if spirit is energy, then we can look at energy and start to ask the questions in reverse about spirit. So, for example, if John Doe tells me spirit is energy, and then I look at the field where energy is studied, which is physics, and physics informs us that energy is a property of matter, then I go to John Doe and say, hey, you said spirit is energy. So, in order for that to be true, then that means you also hold true that spirit is a property of matter because energy is a property of matter. And do you have to understand it? If he says yes, then boom, we're good to go. Then I go on further. I say, well, energy is a measurement. It is a measurement of the capacity to do work, and it is expressed in the units of joules. Now, is spirit in your mind? Is spirit the same? Is spirit a measurement to you? And if he says no, then we have a problem. Then spirit cannot be energy. You see what I'm saying? So my point on my Facebook post is that in order for people to equate spirit to energy, they have to have competency or enough knowledge about energy to make that equation or make that determination. And what I find in my own personal experiences in the years and years of talking about this with people is that they don't have enough grasp about energy to make that equation, but yet they still make that equation. They still make those things synonymous, and that creates a problem. And so that's what I'm addressing tonight. I mean, that's what I addressed on Facebook from time to time, and what I was addressing tonight is that part of the problem is people don't know enough about energy to make the equation that spirit is energy. Okay, so in order to set up an equation, you have to know both sides of the equal sign. You have to know about A and know about B in order to say that A equals B. Because if all you know is A and you don't know nothing about B, then it's impossible for you to say A equals B then, because you don't know. And so that's the point that I made on my post, and that's the point that I made tonight, like 5 hours ago. So anyway, Rasan, what's on your mind?
Um, that actually shifts the conversation a bit. But I don't know. Let me see if I can say this in a way that actually addresses something I saw and how both of you all were kind of dealing with the conversation. I think a lot of times when we have these conversations, we're eager to and I say this with a double-edged sword. We're eager to criticize what may be out there. It's popular that people are doing, or what one person did, a couple of people did, whatever. But we don't present a reasonable alternative. For instance, if and then before I say that, and then the other problem I saw with the atheist brother is that while you're criticizing or talking about the like for instance, the philosophy from which the word happy came. In no point during the discussion did you ask, well, here are, for instance, some things that I know that some concepts that I would associate with the river. Okay, energy maybe, water maybe. Just something like that. Now the question is, what are these words in that language? And this is how I would address it from a scientific way and understand and appreciate it. Now tell me the words that would equate to these concepts in science. What are the words in Sesh, Medew, Netcher, or whatever that we would use to deal, that we would attach to those concepts. So then we become, in doing that, then now we're talking about concepts. We're having a conceptual conversation, a meaningful conversation, because we're literally talking about meanings, rather than debating, semantics, as he put it. So it's one thing to point out that, okay, semantics. It's another thing to talk about the actual meanings that the people were dealing with. And then, after acknowledging some agreement, on the conceptual level, then we can talk about the language surrounding that. But having said that, going back to what I was saying about, just what I was saying about reasonable alternatives, Joe, if it seems to me if you're going to have such an exhaustive conversation about, people dealing with, the word spirit and, and all the different meanings that we can have about, about that word. Number one, again, if we're dealing with this particular philosophy, then, what words might be candidates for that? And then, are those dealing with the same meanings that have become
I gave some earlier. I don't know if you were tuned in, but I've been on for 5 hours. So when I first started, we had a brother that's from West Africa, Sekou, and he was on, and he gave some terms in his language, in the languages that he speaks, and everything. So we kind of went through that exercise earlier. So you may have missed that.
Yeah, I did. Because in fact, by the time I came, I think I saw him on cam once. Very shortly, and that was the last I saw him. So,
oh yeah, no, that was when you get a chance, you probably just go back to the beginning and watch that little portion. Gave some terms. He gave some terms in the chat, and then he came on and pronounced them for us. I think it was 4 terms altogether, where they describe different aspects of. They're trying to describe different aspects of different phenomena, and the way it's translated is part of the problem, because all of them are translated as spirit. I mean, not spirit. Yeah, spirit, but then energy, power, force, and all that. And that creates a problem because those words don't mean the same thing, but yet they're used synonymously. You know.
Well, one thing I noticed, while y'all were talking about happy, which, by the way, I knew immediately what you were attempting to do with the brother with your God hydrology, um, analogy. It was I understood where you were trying to go, but but you when you say the problem about it, I'm just gonna be honest with you. The problem, hard atheists, in my experience, hard atheists are just bigots. They really it's like talking to a Jesus freak or something. You can't really get through to them because they're bringing to the table what you mean. They don't give a fuck what you keep my language, but they don't give a damn what you really mean and what really, what's really the content of
Nah,
the
listen. I'm experienced. I've talked to a lot of the full range of atheists, from the hard atheists to the soft atheists to the agnostics and every. I've had my share, so I kind of know the sentiments, the various different nuances in that too.
yeah,
So
well, no, no, no,
what I
no,
was
no.
what I was doing,
I
what
was
I
very specifically saying hard atheists. And I've never
no
had
no
that.
no 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 I know no I'm talking about, no I was just explaining to you that I've dealt with hard atheists, but I've dealt with the kind of the wide spectrum of atheists, so I'm familiar. So now I'm saying I'm aware of my futile attempt. See, I'm not saying I'm not. See, a lot of times. See, let me explain something. This is for everybody. I come from a school of trained debate. Like I was on a actual debating team in college and even high school. And one thing that we definitely learned that was drilled in us is that never expect to convert an opponent in a debate in real time, because it rarely happens. So you're really talking and explaining things for the onlookers and audience, not so much for the actual person
Yeah.
or the opponent. So I'm well aware. Like that's, I mean, I always have that in my mind. So a lot of things I'm saying is really for the teaching moment for others to pick up on, whatever they could benefit out of it, and not really to
Exactly. I
convince
fully agree. I
anybody.
know, I know when I came on here what kind of conversation I was going to have. Of course, you're going to maintain your position, and the idea is not to convert anybody. Bigotry? No, I wouldn't say so. That's not a fair assessment. And my disbelief in God has nothing to do with methodological naturalism. Disbelief in God is just simply a disbelief in God, but having a firm rooted, firm stance in skepticism and methodological naturalism is just a stance and a way of understanding reality. Bigotry has no place in the conversation. And me and Wajah, we've had our battles back and forth, and Wujao, just as much as I know that there is no personal feelings here. It's just how we jab at each other, and it's we just debating. As for a matter of fact, I agree completely and 100% with Wujao's firm scientific stance with regards to equating spirit to energy. We have no debate there. We spoke about this before, right, Wujao? Like he cleared it up, and I was like, "Yep, you're absolutely right. Agreed." Bob. And one point of contention that I have is the fact that we assuming to be able to create nomenclature, and that would be, in my opinion, opposite or contrary to how the actual process works. It's based on observations. It's based on quantifiable data that you are able to categorize things, thus creating a nomenclature that is worthy and goes with it. What we're dealing with is a concept of attributing agency to something outside of the brain, and that was the discussion we're having. But in terms of
No,
bigotry
that's where we
or
disagree
behavior,
though.
yes, of course,
That's
that
where.
is our point of contention, and that is
No, no,
where the
no.
debate was.
I'm saying that's not. I'm
Well,
saying, but that's not
here's my
what's
problem. Hold on one
that's not
moment.
what's done.
The problem I have with all you just said is that, for instance, in dealing with the term happy, and the concept of happy, and the entire culture and philosophy dealing with happy, you all had very little conversation about the etymology of happy, the symbolism they use in the assessment of Netcher as it relates to happy. You didn't have any conversation about you know his relation to other Interu, and the problem is that you're not really, because you haven't done any of that, you're not really having a substantive conversation about it, and you end up having a whole conversation about all this other stuff that you end up having, and you really haven't really learned anything about whether or not these people actually had a logical way of thinking. And so that's the problem.
You're creating the assumption of, again, here's where your presupposition that I equate illogicality to anyone's belief system. That's you're making all these assumptions that is not incorrect. And we were having a discussion primarily. Wu Jiao narrowed the conversation, which was fine by me.
Hold up. We can't hear everybody speak. So we
But I
definitely
listened
gotta.
to your point.
To go back though to tell me he's moving too fast. I didn't hear what he said. What assumption did I make here?
That I assume that we're having that these people or cultures or other civilizations were illogical or irrational. That's never. I didn't make any of those claims. Would y'all please support me?
I didn't say that you did.
So like, but so I never made any of those assumptions. So why those words came up then, I'm unaware. However, what I'm saying is we narrowed the conversation, and Wujao was trying to explain to me how happy was a ontological umbrella definition for the processes that happen on the net. And I was questioning the validity of that. We narrowed it down to happy being equatable to the Nile and all of its processes. Now, I accept all the stories around that. I have no problem accepting the stories around that. I have absolutely no problem accepting the stories around that, understanding the root and the nature of what happy represents. So, I don't understand how I'm leaving this conversation in opposition to, or when we come back to spiritualism, there's where we have this debate. But with happy, I was just pushing for a definition and an explanation. He gave it to me. And he also explained that whatever story is their conceptualization of these processes, the swelling of the belly, then the contraction, etc. So I was completely open and listening to the explanation and had no objection to it. So bigotry, no. I simplified the definition and the understanding in a naturalistic way. And am I incorrect for understanding that they were explaining a naturalistic thing which I can equate? No. So I can accept that and I explained also where I have my contention. So there is no bigotry. I completely accepted this happy explanation and embraced it completely. Like I agree. I said that. But me simplifying it to a naturalistic definition doesn't imply any bigotry on not accepting their explanation of a natural phenomena.
Why would okay. But it seems like your only reason for rejecting it is because of an aversion you have for the concept of agency, being somewhere in there.
If you put agency into the equation, you're going to have to quantify it, and it's unquantifiable. Then we're going to be back at point one. But that was what the point Ujao was making. It was an actual agency.
Well, I I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with not having to talk about agency, because but there are other things that should be talked about. For instance, happy. I wouldn't say that happy just has something to do with water. I think a more broader understanding of happy has more to do with fluid dynamics, which is something different than just water. And when you're dealing with fluid dynamics, now you're dealing with, the not simply movement itself, but the way something moves, the particular condition under which it moves, why it moves, So I mean that goes into a whole question about, it falling from the south to the north and all that stuff, the angle, all that stuff. These are all discussions that need to be had when having a conversation about happy. But if you just break it down to water, you're going to miss a whole lot. If you miss the symbolism that you use writing the term, then you're going to miss a whole lot. And so if you start, rejecting things simply because the very question of agency can even be raised as it relates to happy, because yes, they did give them characters and things like that as mnemonic devices and things like that. The bottom line is that when you get lost in all of that, you really are, just going off into things.
I don't think you actually heard the conversation and the actual statements I made when I referred to the natural processes that it comes from. So I'm using the word natural processes to incorporate and encapsulate all those natural processes that happen on the river. Now, that we didn't go into the specifications of it doesn't mean that they don't exist or that I don't acknowledge them, or that happy doesn't represent all of that. Like, I used maybe the wrong words to quantify things or put things in a whole package, maybe because I understand all these natural processes. I don't need to specify and speak about each one. I accept that happy represents the river and all its natural processes. I said that. That was my
say something.
actual sentence.
Okay, but let me go back real quick. I just want to address something though, of the disagreement, the actual, maybe one of the key points of parting ways is that when people talk about spirit, it would be a disservice to assume that people aren't talking about something. So what I'm saying is that we need to give people a chance that if they're gonna talk about spirit and anything related to spirit, we need to give them a chance to articulate what it is that they're exactly referring to. And what I'm saying, in order to do that, those people in that circle need to eliminate ambiguity, the ambiguous nature of all the different terms that are found in those circles, such as spirit, soul, and all those other kind of things. And so what you were saying, Cedric, was that would be in reverse. You have to observe and stuff like that first, and then define or name something. And what I'm saying is that they're actually talking about something. It's just that the way that they go about talking about it, it filters through a bunch of confusion because of all the ambiguity that exists, and because of all of the imprecise language and the overlapping of concepts and misunderstandings that people have, and we don't treat it like a field of study. Like, why can't we create a field of study called spiritology or something like that? I'm just making that up, but I'm saying, why can't we formalize a study of spiritual things? Now, I'm gonna tell you the quick knee-jerk answer to that question is, people be like, well, Joe, you lost your mind, because what do you mean to try to formalize a study of the spirit when the spirit is all people's imagination? There ain't no spirit. Spirit stuff is spooky. The spirit stuff is whatever. And see, that's the problem.
I kind of heard that kind of sentiment.
No, I would ask a different question, Ujao. Me coming from my background, my first question is, okay, what type of study are we going to use, and how are we going to falsify such a study, and what kind of instrument? Those are my three
Okay.
questions.
Okay. Now, those are perfectly fine questions. But before we even get that, we have to set up set up definitions for what people mean. So remember, define definitions don't have a prerequisite to the scientific method. Like every word that exists in any language around the planet did not first go through a scientific method in order to create and coin words and define them. So for anybody
Absolutely
to
not.
so for any right
Nobody doing that.
so exactly. So what I'm saying, step one is to formalize a precise and surgical terminology that will govern the entire discussion and study.
But Fujao,
Yes.
seeing the origins and the nature of the spirit, like you said, put 500 people in a room, they're going to have 500 definition. Who determines which
Exactly.
definition? Or how do we determine which definition is the one to use?
No, the same way that any other field of study did it. Because remember there was a whole bunch of different definitions of many words that people use now in a more precise way in these field of study. Like if you look up a thesaurus, which is a synonym dictionary that have a lot of synonyms in there, um, there's a whole bunch of different words to choose from for any one given word. But through a process within the study, they actually achieved it. And so it's not impossible. It can actually occur and it can actually happen, and it needs to happen. It must happen if anybody's gonna make sense of it. Otherwise, everybody's just gonna walk around in circles. 10 years from now, everybody's gonna be talking about the same stuff,
But
spiritual this, spiritual that,
all
and
these
whatever.
definitions that do exist, none of these are then valid.
You said say it again. None of them are
The
what?
definitions that exist for spirit and spirituality, the ones we continuously test and and prove that there's no validity to them. Because there's no validity to them, do we now go again engage in a process of again redefining what spirit is? Because there was just a list there with all the uses of this word spirit. Each one of them is a valid definition that we can quantify or not.
Well, okay. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I just want to get your sentiment on this. The word spirit comes to us in English via Latin. So the Latin speakers coined the word as spiritus. That's the form that they use to pronounce it, spiritus.
See, you
And
say,
so now let me ask you, what did the word? And I'm asking you if you know. If you don't know, that's fine. But
mhm.
what was on the minds of those Latin speakers when they coined the word spiritus?
They assumed that the air was actual life, that it was the entity, the force that propelled them forward. Without it, they had no quote unquote life. So, spirit, breathing, air was actually pulling in life into the body.
Okay, so now, um, so spiritus. If I paraphrase or summarize what you just said, spiritus would be synonymous with breath, right? Is that okay to say? Do we agree with that?
Yes, when you put it completely into the how you say that, methodological naturalism, it would be equatable to breath. These people assumed and understood or thought that breathing, the actual exercise of breathing, was that one thing that was life itself. Without breath, there was no life force within the human being.
Okay, so now that we've established that, because I would tweak that a little bit, but I'm cool with what you said, right? But now, if a human being were to stop breathing, would they still have life? would it still be alive?
No.
Okay, so in their mind, the wind or the breath actually did sustain life, correct?
Yeah, no, they thought that the wind was life itself, not that it sustained it.
No. Listen,
There's subtle difference.
wait. Okay, but all right. Now you're saying that, but I don't believe that because I mean I'm fully aware of actual Latin literature that uses the word spiritus, and it's not that's life itself, because they understood that the wind, once a person stops breathing, that person is pronounced dead, or considered no longer alive. Like every human observes that.
Facts.
Okay, so so it is this wind that sustains a human being's life. The the
Agreed.
the the wind sustains human beings' life.
Well,
So,
air.
okay, so spirit is this in living, has an in living ability.
What does in
As
living mean?
it it means to cause to live. To in living something means to cause it and sustain its life in living. So
Does it
so
do?
yeah, because without it, if you can't, if I cut off the wind in your immediate environment, you would die.
And then my heart beating is wind, is a spirit. Then my brain functioning is spirit. Then all aspects of the human body that once shut off cannot sustain life would be then considered spirit.
No. The word spiritus does not mean heart. It doesn't mean brain. It doesn't mean any of those things. So we can't.
Good.
So we can't.
I'm
We
doing
can't.
that to prove and expound on their limited understanding of what actual the totality of life existed of.
Well,
So
but see, that's but
breath
that's
is but one aspect.
I know, but that's irrelevant because all we're talking about is breath.
Yeah, I agree.
What I'm saying, no, what I'm saying is that breath, without breath, without air, we die.
Agreed.
Without air, we die. You go into
Agreed.
if somebody holds you under the ocean, we will a human being under the ocean, they will eventually die. Okay,
Agreed.
through suffocation. So it is air that is a requirement for life, human life. So spiritus, in the minds of the coinage, the people who coined the term, was a vital aspect of life. It
I
was a
agree that they
necessity.
viewed it that.
It was necessity for life.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So
Today
now,
we understand it, but one of the aspects that is a requirement for life. But granted,
so
I agree
okay, so
everything you said.
so now my question is is that the same understanding that people have when they use the word in now, nowadays? Is that the limitations to the meaning of that word, the way people use it now
No,
in general?
no, no.
Okay. So here's the point I want to make, that a nomenclature creation is paramount to any progressive conversation dealing with anything related to spirit. And this is what I said earlier, that we have to go back to the drawing board. And I said this many times earlier tonight. I said we would have to go back to the drawing board and see where these terms started to overlap and become ambiguous, and reverse that, make it disambiguous. We would have to reverse that. And how we would reverse that, we would have to understand the history of how these things were used, and where the problem creeps in. And I showed that earlier. So I don't know if you were tuned in. I showed that between the word anima or anime, which is a Latin word for that, often translated as soul, the word suki or psyche, the word spirit, spiritus, and what was the other word? And the word soul itself, our English word soul itself. And you can see, even in the history of the word, how one overtook the other, and if you look at the literature of that day and time when it occurred, that's when a lot of the confusion crept in, and
But
and
every
how we.
time they use the word, they define the way that they use it, right? But what became ambiguous is the fact that you couldn't quantify any of those ways that they use the word.
No, 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 no.
That's
What
where the
what
confusion started.
No, no, no. The ambiguity came in when the rigidness or the precision aspect of its semantic scope started to dissolve. So anima started to overlap with spiritus when they were two different things. Spiritus is our spirit, anima is our soul, is our word for soul. And
See
so
now,
now
when we
nowadays,
say spirit is something that belongs to us, but it is originally meant that the air that we consume, that's something outside of us, a natural process. It was used as a natural process. Now it becomes something that is part and parcel of a human being.
no, but the original the metaphoric switch. The metaphor, as a matter of fact, I want you to read this. Oh, nah, you probably can't. It's probably too small on the screen. I'm gonna read this for everybody to see it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I had it. I had it. I had it right here. This is interesting because everyone is familiar. Let me put this big on the screen. Everyone is familiar or should be familiar with Sir Isaac Newton, right? He's the inventor of calculus and we Newton's laws and all this other kind of stuff. So he was definitely in the field of science. But I want everybody to pay attention to how he describes or how he uses rather the word spirit. This is coming from his book Principia, volume 3. And it says, and now we might add something concerning a certain most subtle spirit which pervades and lies hid in all gross bodies, by the force and action of which spirit the particles of bodies mutually attract one another at near distances and cohere if contiguous, and electric bodies operate to greater distances as well repelling as attracting the neighboring corpuscles, and light is emitted, reflected, refracted, inflected, and heats bodies. And all sensation is excited, and the members of animal bodies move at the command of the will, namely by the vibrations of this spirit, mutually propagated along the solid filaments of the nerves from the outward organs of sense to the brain, and from the brain into the muscles. But these are things that cannot be explained in a few words, nor are we furnished with that sufficiency of experiments which is required to an accurate determination and demonstration of the laws by which this electric and elastic spirit operates. That's deep of how he expressed that, because it makes my point. It supports the point that I'm making, because obviously in his day and time, he didn't have a
When was that
problem.
written?
This is Principia. I can look up the date. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's it's during his day and time. Sir Isaac
Prince of
Newton.
Peter mathematical.
Say it again.
Prince of Peter mathematical. Dog running.
Yeah,
The dog. I got something to say.
yeah. Whose dog is that, boy? I can't even hear you.
It's a Principia Mathematica, I think it's.
Yeah, yeah. It's the Principles of Natural Philosophy, the Principia. This is volume 3.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So,
By
the
the
point.
way, he's a huge Egypt enthusiast. Isaac Newton was. I'm just throwing that in there. Sorry.
Okay, but I want y'all to see the point. prior, like if nobody was aware of this prior to me reading it to you, and if I was to just say Sir Isaac Newton, everybody is familiar with Sir Isaac Newton in the realm of physics. Like Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson loves Sir Isaac Newton. He always talk about Sir Isaac Newton and Galileo Galilei and all this other kind of stuff, right? So everybody knows Sir Isaac Newton from his Newton's laws and all this other kind of stuff. But yet, as a physicist, he had no problem using the word spirit. None whatsoever. It's all throughout his work, his book. Now I pull this quote just to make the point of the fact that somebody we would attribute some great scientific achievements to, such as Sir Isaac Newton, how he uses the word spirit. So now he's not using it in the same way that many people are using it today. So it is very important to understand what people mean by the terminologies that they use, and that's, I can't stress that enough. And that's the point that I made earlier about nomenclature, because he's incorporating the brain, he's incorporating the filaments or nerves, because he don't say neurons, because obviously he probably wouldn't use that word neuron, but he's talking about the solid filaments of the nerves, and then he says an outward organ sense to the brain, and from the brain to muscles in order to power movement and action. So he's describing a process of activities and actions and mobility of the human body. But he's using the word spirit, and he's a scientist. You know, a highly regarded scientist in the world of physics. So again, the point here is that a nomenclature needs to be created, a discipline needs to be created. I don't care what it's called, but it's something along the lines of spiritology or whatever, you know. But they need to make an ology out of it, and get that one and popping. So anyway, listen, man, I've been on here for 6 hours. I'm trying to. I don't
Before
want to ignore
before you go,
anybody. I'm not going anywhere just yet. I just want to. I just want to check the chat. So if you have some stuff to say, you can go ahead. I'm just gonna look at the chat.
yeah, I'm just gonna say this. Getting bed. I think we do ourselves a bit of a disservice, quite a bit of a disservice when we stop at what Europeans have to say about a particular word and concept. Uh, Keep in mind that these words, a lot of the words that we have today, just like the very letters that we use today, came from East Africa. you know, um, it's not just letters that we are writing with today that came from there. It's also the words but they've taken credit for a lot of that stuff. And the problem with that is not, I'm not trying to get on the whole, they stole it, kind of thing. But the whole point is that when we come into the conversation, this kind of conversation, with an attitude that we're just gonna check what they said about it and then leave it at that, then we're doing ourselves a disservice, because they got it from somewhere. A lot of it. I'm not saying all of it, but a lot of it, particularly a lot of the stuff dealing with cognitive development, you know, um, um, it came from them. You know, I mean, come from East Africa. And they took up those concepts and moved them into different words, and then they became, the politics got involved, and now they're creating secret societies to hide the language in, while teaching us, to be afraid of it. So when we talk about these things, when we come back and talk about these words and start becoming more scholarly, we're opening more books than before, but now we're looking at the books only that they left us to read, when we really should be going further than that to find out okay, this word may mean this here, but did it mean the same in a place other than that before these guys, if it existed at all? And a lot of, I think that if we study it a little bit more, we'll find that these words actually did exist before the Latins got to it, before the Greeks got to it, so forth. And we need to study that as well. We can't, and I admit I'm coming from an Afrocentric perspective, but I mean, when I see something that goes no further than Europe, I have no problem accepting that, but I think in this particular conversation we're doing this, I'm not going into details about it because I've been writing on it, but I think ultimately we're doing ourselves a disservice, and talking about these particular concepts
So
without going to Africa.
so yeah, I so let me just comment about that, what you just said. Now, what you said is true. It's definitely true and should be done. But a lot of people need to build up the quality proficiency or competency to be able to do that. And the reason why I say that is because you're talking about translation, which is a semantic endeavor. So what people often fail at being able to do is to be able to accurately move meaning from one language and group of people into another language and another speech community of people. And in order to do that properly, people have to really get into the study of semantics and signs, like what words really are and how each word has a form and meaning. And you have to match the meaning side of the word. And so, for example, the word spiritus that is Latin, the spiritus, that's the form of the word. But now that form has a concept attached to it. Now the concept that was attached to it was equivalent to what we would call breath. And so whatever they conceptualized, our English form for that same conceptualization is breath, breath. So spiritus can be set up as an equation. Spiritus equals breath. And the only reason why we can do that is because we would have to have knowledge of both languages and the concept that accompanies that form. So with the lack of understanding of the conceptualization that people had, we will be at a loss for accurate and proper translations, which is, like I said, a semantic endeavor. So what would be the equivalent of our English breath in the ancient Egyptian language would be the word chau, which is wind or breath. Okay, and we say chau unk or unk chau, the breath of life. And so,
I'm sorry, I gotta cut you off for a moment. The problem, I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I do agree to a certain extent. The problem, however, is that sometimes words become colloquial, but they morph. They jump from one meaning to some peripheral other meaning that somehow became popular. You have to be careful about that. Because if you're just looking for the word breath, okay, and you're looking for the concept breath, and you're not studying all of the concepts related to breath, then you're going to miss the possibility that jump happens somewhere, and that.
Well, you're adding to my point, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that translation is a full-on endeavor that people take for granted and don't really appreciate. Like, people think that word substitution is translation, and that's not what translation is. In order to really get down and do some really good and quality translations, people really have to study some semantics and pragmatics and what words actually are through what an actual word is, and we take it for granted that we know these things, but we really don't until we dive into it. And so what you're saying, I mean, I know you're not disagreeing with me, you're agreeing, and that you're actually adding on to what the point I'm making is that, for example, you're not going to do the one for one thing. That's word substitution. You have what's called a semantic scope, and you have to consider all of the different branches within a semanteme or semantic area to consider when you're doing this kind of work. And so we wouldn't look for breath because that form wouldn't exist. Breath doesn't exist as a form in the Egyptian language. So we're never going to find that. What we have to look for is the conceptualizations that's attached to it, and we have to find that in the Egyptian vocabulary, in Egyptian.
Conceptualization and the family of concepts associated with that particular concept.
Yeah, and they call it right, and that's and so what you just said family of conceptualizations, which is a way your way of saying what I said semantic scope. That's what semantic scope is. Yeah,
I like that. I like that phrase, by the way.
Yeah, it's the entire semantic sphere of any given concept or word, because it's not one for one and rigid like that, like people may like to believe. So but I'm saying that's part of the process. So for example, like I have on my screen, and I put this up here for a reason, which is this. This is coming from an African-centered person, and a person who practice and comes from an African spiritual system. Okay, and they're talking about Ilani and Illa in the Ife language. And so if you look at where my cursor at, I know y'all can't see my cursor, but if you look at the sentence where the red is, it says in the Ife language, Ilana or Illa is energy, force, power, or strength. Now I'm just going to stop with that sentence. Here's a problem that even Africans on the continent who are fully well studied in their own culture, they speak their language that they as a mother tongue and everything like that. There is a disconnect when they're trying to articulate and explain stuff, and that's the barrier, because when it says that Ilani or Illa is energy, force, power, or strength, that causes confusion, because energy, force, power, and strength are different things, but they're often used synonymously. And so even when Africans on the continent who are scholars, who are initiated in their respective spiritual traditions and things like that, when they try to write and articulate about these things, they inherently absorb that confusion when they try to explain it. So this is what I mean earlier, that it's our job. It should be our job to undo this, to make a way for people to be able to express it way more precisely and accurately without this confusion. Because energy is not force. Energy and force are two totally different things. And power. Energy, power, and force are different. Force is the pulling and pushing on an object. It's pressure. Energy is the measurement of the ability to do work. And that ability to do work can either be kinetic or potential. And then you got branch, that's the main division between energy, kinetic and potential. So all of these things are different, but yet when you hear people describe their spiritual issues, spiritual different things, they lump all those things together. And that's the problem. That creates the problem. So which one is it? Is Ilani energy, or is Ilani force, or power? It can't be all three.
Yeah, I think a lot of.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
what you're doing right there is again, like when we use these words, like you were saying, everyday terms in a courthouse is different than how we use them on the street. So
Yep.
when I hear this word and it's different, the different way it's used, it is referring to a more colloquial sense. Somebody say, I have the power, I have the energy. They're using these words synonymous, but using both of them wrong in the scientific realm, but using it accurately to describe their ability to exercise or do an activity.
Yes, and you're proving my point. Why we can't use colloquial communication within a more precise and surgical discipline of study. We have to create a nomenclature. We have to create a precise way of articulating these ideas. That's what every other field of study does. There is no field of study on the planet Earth that don't have a particular set of terminology or nomenclature that goes along with it.
Okay, I'm gonna say that we are in the realm of a presupposition. Why I'm gonna say that and why I'm gonna make that statement is because when we speak of other things that exist in our imagination, we understand the level of varieties that are going to come when defining this imaginary concept. And we accept that. And we understand that there's never going to be a way to narrow down what is meant by these terms because it is a concept that only exists in the imagination and therefore unquantifiable. That's why we can't categorize.
That's where the bigotry comes in. That's a concept.
No,
But
but yeah.
come on, brother. Come
No,
on.
but see, here's the thing. I think you said it right when you first said it. That's an assumption that's made. Like it's a form of biasness
So
when
now,
you when you when you
to
come when you come
eliminate the
already.
presupposition position that I'm assuming you have, you would have to actually show me how this spirit concept is quantifiable and measurable. We're still not there.
Yeah. Okay. So
To
listen
take
to
it
me,
out of
Cedric.
the
Wait.
realm of
Wait. Listen.
imagination.
Listen. So listen, Cedric. Spirit is energy. So let me ask you this: is energy quantifiable?
Yes,
Okay. Therefore,
concept
spirit
of
is quantifiable.
spirit is no
Okay, but
false equivocation.
wait. Listen to what you're doing. I'm telling you that spirit is synonymous with energy. I asked you, is energy quantifiable? And then when I go back and say, and then when
No,
I go
but,
back and say, is spirit quantifiable? You say no. So so so
no,
here
no,
so
my
so
bad. I had to stop you at the equation that you're making between spirit and energy. I had to stop you there.
but you
There's where I
can't.
had to stop the conversation.
I know,
What?
and that's
What? How?
Look,
wait wait.
if
How
he
do you?
calls,
How do
if
you equate? How do you equate? How do you equate energy to spirit? That should have been my first question. You're absolutely right. How do you make that equation?
Because I can, and I just did. See this is the problem you had earlier when I make a declaration. Because
he
see,
could call the
I'm
thing
I'm
about
I'm listen. I'm the
So you
architect
can
and
assert,
author.
you can simply assert something then in the in your realm of how this discussion happened. So you just made an assertion
I
and
I
you
can
need
assert.
not quantify it, and
No, no,
there
no,
we go.
no, 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 no. I can assert and make a statement, and I worded earlier as a declaration because
Okay, it's
I have a
still an
computer.
assertion.
I have a computer programming background, so when I declare variables and assign them values, this is my way of expressing that. So what I'm
Okay,
saying is
then.
that so it's an assertion. I
Okay, good.
assert,
We agree.
right. So I can assert that spirit is energy.
Okay, good.
Now
You can assert
now
that.
ba- now based on my assertion though, now based on that though, if energy, this is now we get into simple logic. If energy is quantifiable, and I assert that spirit is energy, therefore, spirit is also quantifiable.
Okay, good. But now in a conversation when we're dealing with logical syllogism, I do not accept your assertion.
And that's fine.
then the whole explanation is
that would be the end
null
of
and void.
that would. I know, but that would be the end of the discussion. But you would have no basis to reject it.
I have no basis to accept it. It's simply an assertion. I can assert anything. I can assert anything in that same spirit, in that same frame of reference, in that same mind, and have no reason to quantify it, and it simply stands. Discussion over. You make an assertion, I make an equal assertion. And then the conversation goes nowhere, because on a baseless assertion, is that just that? I need not accept it.
No. Listen. Something that I definitely.
But let me ask a question right quick. If I assign the word fork to energy, and I say, and I tell you that the reason that I'm able to move around is because I got fork up in me. Are you telling me you can't comprehend what I'm saying to you?
At which point did I say I can't? That's the whole point I was making to begin with. But when we go over into making assertions, that's a whole other conversation. And I said, yes, in a colloquial sense, I can understand that somebody using power, force, energy when describing their ability to execute an activity. That's in a colloquial sense. I said that.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be colloquialism. It could be just what a particular word that a particular culture uses to describe this particular phenomenon.
Which phenomenon? Being able to move? Which still remains. That is colloquial. That's what colloquial means. It's the everyday use of the word by the people. Like,
no. It can be the scientists of a particular culture. They use a particular. Every language has different words. We have to learn.
So now science is expressed in formulas. So he would have to express that in a formula, irrelevant of the words he's adding to it. And then he would realize that the words don't equate to the formula he's using. Once we enter into the realm of science, where you come from and all these things fall to the wayside.
But wait. Let me say this. So Cedric, earlier you agreed that words are not there's not a prerequisite for words and definitions to go through a scientific process in order to come about in terms of coming into manifestation within a speech community. So so if I declare or assert that spirit is energy, why is there a requirement for me to set up a formula in order to make that declaration or whatever?
I assert leprechaun is energy.
Okay, good. So let's use it. So leprechaun is energy. So now here's the thing. So good. Let me switch my thing. Let's go with what you just said. Let's go with what you just said. Hold up. We're gonna work with that. We're gonna work because I'm gonna use your words to show. So leprechaun. Am I spelling that right? Leprechaun. I don't know. That spelling right? It looks funny, capitalized. Okay. So here it is. You said leprechaun is what? Energy, right?
Leprechaun is energy. Spirit is energy. You say spirit is energy. You assert spirit is energy. I assert leprechaun is energy. Put your assertion right next to mine. They're equally relevant and they have the same value. So put them next to each other. That's my claim. Put them next to each other. We're going to do the exercise for both.
All right, we're gonna go here. Here it is. Okay, so, and I'm glad. This is crazy because this is deja vu because I actually did this in a previous video. It's on our channel with somebody else on the same principles. It's crazy. All right, but here we go. So, man, leprechaun. That ain't how you spell leprechaun. There we go. Leprechaun. All right, there we go. Okay, so listen. I say, so I'm asserting spirit equals energy, and you're asserting leprechaun is energy. Now this is basic. Now this is the benefit of logic. This is the benefit of
I
logic.
declare, though, that I get to define leprechaun however I want, okay? Within the same realm that you get to
you've
define
already
spirit however
and
you
you
want, okay?
I know,
So
and
let's
you've
continue.
and you yes, and you already did. You asserted leprechaun equals energy. I asserted that spirit equals energy. So
Okay, good.
here's some basic logic. Because two different things equal the same thing, the two things therefore are equal as well. So here's the basic logic. A equals B. This that's mine.
So,
And
and
here's
mine
yours.
is A equals B2.
No, it's not.
There you go. Yes,
It's
I'm
it's
making
not.
the exact same assertion that you're doing. I just use a different word. So whatever you quantify spirit to be, leprechaun has the same quantification. Let's play the
No,
game.
no,
So my
no,
A
no,
is equal
no.
to your
Listen,
A.
listen. Wait.
I get
Listen,
to define
Cedric.
leprechaun as
No,
I
Cedric.
want. That
Wait,
was my
Cedric.
declaration. Okay, let's play the game.
I know, but listen. No, listen. First things first. This is not a. I don't want to. I don't want to have everything looked at as a game. So
It is a
I'm
game.
no. Listen, I've actually studied
This is
logic
logic, man.
Me
as part
too.
of.
So I'm telling you, you make an
Okay,
assertion, spirit, you're going
wait,
to assert what spirit is. I have the
let me
equal right
finish.
to assert what leprechaun means. Okay, so remember
Let
that. So you're not going
okay,
to come with a predefined, predefined
Cedric,
definition of what leprechaun
Cedric,
is. Don't do that
Cedric.
though.
You
Okay,
can
Cedric.
divorce
Let me,
emotion.
Cedric. Hold up, Cedric. Hold up. Let me make this clear. This is Wujiao's assertion. Okay, this is mine up here, and this is yours. Cause I don't want you to move the goalpost. Cause you already gave
Okay,
your
you know what?
assertion,
You know what? Take
Cedric's.
away leprechaun and put boo 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 boo.
Okay, no matter. Okay, that's cool. Boo 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 boo. All right, I don't know how to spell
Take
that,
away
but
leprechaun, put boo 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 boo.
boo boo
Boo boo, boo boo.
boo boo boo. All right, there we go. Boo 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 boo. All
That
right,
ain't gonna
so
change logic, brother.
No, it's not.
yeah, that's
It
how I
just
know.
makes
That's
it
how.
easier to have the conversation.
All right, that's how I know Cedric definitely didn't study law. He didn't pay attention. But okay, here.
I
All right, but
did.
here we go. Okay, so here we go. So Wu Zhao's assertion is on the top, and Cedric's assertion is on the bottom. Now, I say that this word spirit equals energy. You say that boo boo equals energy. So what we have here is, matter of fact, let me make this easier for everybody to get. So this is A. So y'all bear with me. This is B. This is C. So people can get it. And this is also B because it's identical. It's the same. So that's B. Matter of fact, let me move this down a bit. I'm trying to make it legible for everybody to see. All right, so that's what we're working with. All right, so now this is the assertions and the whole nine. Let me make it nice. All right, so there we go. So we got A equals B and C equals B. So that's what I wrote over here on the side. So we have A equals B and C equals. I'm gonna pull it down here. So
Therefore,
because now I'm not even gonna say if, because A equals B and because C equals B, therefore A also equals C. Okay, that is basic logic right there.
There you
So
go.
now,
Read.
right? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what A and C is if A and C both equal the same thing. So again, I'm saying spirit is energy. So now here's the thing. So now let's take it further. Now let's get off the terms and go for and get to the point. So energy. So here it is. B equals energy, which is quantifiable. Oops, I know I spelled that wrong. Quantifiable. Okay, remember, B is energy, and energy is quantifiable. Now, I said A equals energy. So A, because B is quantifiable and A equals B, therefore A, which is spirit, is also quantifiable because of this equation here. Because A equals B. So whatever B is able to do, A is able to do, or inherits those same qualities and attributes. So again, it's all about nomenclature. Because if I assert that spirit equals energy, and you understand all about energy, now you can take your understanding about energy and apply it to spirit, because I have established that spirit equals energy. Now you can reject my assertion, but once you reject the assertion, you end the entire conversation. There's nothing else to discuss or talk about. And this is what I meant by when people do that, they limit themselves. And this is what I said earlier. You thought I was slick dissing, but I wasn't. I was saying that mentality is very limited. It's handicapped. It's very limited. It's very restricted.
Why we reach to the same conclusion? Boo boo is spirit.
Yeah, boo boo is spirit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I have here.
What does that prove? What does that prove, though? What have we established?
Okay, what we have established is we have two different forms of words that equal all the same thing. We have three. We have spirit.
No, we have a bunch of. We have assertions and claims. We ain't gone nowhere. We haven't moved 1 inch. There's another step to this exercise to establish whether we have any validity to that claim, and that's the step that needs to proceed, right?
I know, but see, this is how I definitely know that I don't have no reason not to believe you took logic, but I definitely don't think that logic was your thing, because it doesn't. You have a difference between validity of a logical statement and formula versus does it have merit and so on and so forth. So wait.
Exactly. So we're going through the whole process here to establish whether this claim has any validity, whether it's sound. That's why I could assert boo-boo same way it's sound, but I could dismiss the assertion because it has no validity.
No, you can't, because you haven't done the work to invalidate it. You understand that? You have done nothing.
That's why I was waiting. That's why I was waiting on the second step of this exercise.
But hold up. But I'm saying
we need to now quantify what boo and spirit actually is to see if the claim has any validity. It's sounded okay.
I know, but
any claim could be sound.
But I want you to understand what you did. You said you're waiting for.
I don't know.
Wait. You said you're waiting on something, but yet while you admit that you're waiting, you already made the assumption that it's invalid. There's no validity, and that's backwards. Scientists don't do that.
The fact that you're forcing me to go through this exercise is way. But let's go through it. So I said your assertion, I don't accept it. The claim may be valid, but it may be sound logically, but there's no validity to the claim.
Wait, hold on.
There's no validity to the claim. Wait. I went through that exercise already.
Hold on.
So let's go.
Wait.
So now we need to establish whether these claims,
No.
whether
No. You're not gonna get away with that.
No, we don't need to do that.
No. What I'm saying is that
so the exercise is done.
Wait, no. You're doing it again.
Joe, what he just did was he just demonstrated that everything. He's like one of those Trump supporters who swear that they're the biggest supporter.
There you go. I completely agree with that. So we both made a claim, we both made an assertion, and we stopped that at the assertion is valid. What did we prove? Nothing, because we still don't know what spirit is or what boo-boo is. Right? Because we're missing a step in this whole exercise. So we don't want to do it?
You do, actually. It's actually, it's right in your face. You're just not looking at it, because If somebody tells you A equals B and C equals B, and obviously with that statement, A also equals C, all you need in that formula is one of those. If you know one, if you know A, you know B, you know C. If you know B, you know A, you know C. If you know C, you know A, and you know B. So if you know energy, you're actually like, so we still don't know what spirit is. Actually, you do. If you know energy, then spirit is energy. If you know energy, boo 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 is energy. Like it's that simple.
And the other thing is
Okay.
that all energy is it's not simply quantity, but it's a transfer of quantity. You have to transfer. In other words, even if you're just talking about something simple as breath, you know, you're moving breath from this place to that place. You're moving water from this place to that place. You're moving electricity from this place to that place. You know, you got or particles from this place to that place. You know, it's a transfer of quantity. You know, so if you want to, if you're stuck in the word itself and not the meaning, basically what you're doing is you're idolizing the words at the cost of meaningful discussion, and you have to take you have to take credit for all that. You have to take your hits for that, man. You're not thinking logically anymore. You're not in the realm of science anymore. You everything that you said about your clinging to science. You just threw that all out of the window, man. You look like a farce.
Thank you. I knew that was coming from long time, but that's okay. So boo boo is energy, spirit is boo boo. I'm clear, folks. I don't need no more explanation. I'm good.
Yeah, he's trolling now. You better leave alone now.
Oh, give me 1 second. So here's the thing. So and I'm glad Emicat really summed it up very well because based on this simple logic here, A equals B and C equals B, and because A equals B and C equals B, therefore A also equals C. Now, once we establish that logical soundness, all you have to do is be familiar with any one of them, as Emiket said, and you're good to go, because they're all equal. A equals B, which equals C. I can actually write that now as a tripart. So I can say A equals B, which equals C now. I can actually write this now based on setting it up this way. So people can see. This is the result. This is basic logic and basic math, actually, using variables. So we have A equals B, C equals B, therefore A equals C. So I could say all three of them are equal to one another. So Emicat rightfully spoke that if you're familiar with spirit or energy or boo 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 boo, you're good to go. Now you could pass go and continue the conversation. There's no need to hinder the conversation. And this is what I'm saying about some people that do that. They shortchange the conversation, and it never really gets anywhere because there's this overwhelming bias and such rigid and strictness that occurs, that I see, and I'm witnessing you do that a bit, Cedric,
Yeah.
by you not allowing the assertion to take place in front, because the first thing I said, spirit equal energy, the first thing that came out your mouth was, I reject that assertion.
Mm-hmm. And why
I reject
would I
that
do
assertion.
That? Why would I do that? Because I know I have a clear definition of what energy is, and none of it equates to spirit. So why would
that's called bias. Wait, but look what you did. That's called bringing sand to the beach. That's a fancy way. That's a colloquial way of saying you're biased. You're absolutely biased.
Yeah, I'm biased. Yes, I am. I know the scientific definition of it, and none of it equates to spirit. There is nowhere in the definition of energy that the word spirit or equates to spirit comes up. So when you make that assertion, I already dismiss it. And I prove that it's just an assertion by asserting then, okay, if spirit is energy, boo-boo is energy.
But I can,
knowing fully that that claim is equally false.
All right, so listen, so I'm gonna leave it at that. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave this on the screen for a little bit, and we'll just agree up to the point of, because you offered your assertion, right? Boo 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 equals energy. But now you want to say that nowhere in the scientific literature will you find boo 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 equals energy, but yet you gave that as your assertion.
Yeah.
So now
I was going along with the exercise. Simple as.
Exactly.
Knowing the outcome.
But right. But
knowing
you
the
see
outcome.
the no, you don't. But okay.
No,
but
I
here's
don't.
the thing. No. What I'm
Boo
saying
boo boo
is
equals spirit, and neither of the two qualifies as a definition or an explanation for energy.
yeah. But in this setup here, there's no attempt to explain anything. Like you're assuming that an explanation, that we're at the point where something needs to be explained, when all we're doing is setting up the logic, the core logic that's gonna lay the foundation for the rest of the entire conversation. This is how nomenclature is created. And so this is what I'm talking about. You asked among the multitude of concepts behind certain words, how can we come to know and choose which one? Well, this is part of the process. This is a part of how this is done. You lay everything out, and then you simplify. If I tell you that if I do this, let me switch it. I'm gonna keep it on the same page because I want everybody to keep this on the screen. But if I say this, if I say 5/10, if I give you that fraction is simply a placeholder for for 1/2. 5/10 is equal to 1/2. Okay, anybody who knows math should definitely already be up on this. Now, 5/10, the number 5 is not the number 1. The number 10 is not the number 2. But yet, 5/10 is the exact same as 1/2. So I do this because people don't get caught up on the form. You have to understand the concept behind the form, which we call the meaning, which is the signified versus the signifier. So the signifier is 5/10, but the signified is 1/2. 5/10 equal 1/2. Period. Now, if I were to put this on a screen, nobody's going to tell me, well, Joe, what's the validity of that? What's the validity of that? Where's the validity of that? No, I'm establishing an equation here. I'm identifying two equal things. Excuse me. One thing that's equal to each other. Two things that are equal to each other. And that's what we establish here. I'm establishing that spirit equals energy. And Cedrick established that boo 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 equals energy. Now, if we were to continue a conversation, being competent in logic, I would have no problem of using Cedrick's choice of words, boo 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 boo, in our entire conversation. I can dispense with the word spirit and adopt his word. Why? Because his word and my word both equal each other because they both equal energy. And I don't have no problem with that. I'm flexible enough as a scientific thinker that I am, that I had no problem with boo 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 being used in our discourse, because we've already laid out the logical foundation, and I'm good. And this is how science works. Remember, science is a domain of evidence, and science marries its husband or wife, which is the domain of logic, which is mathematics. Mathematics and science are used together all the time for this reason. And there you go.
So now,
You know
when
what?
somebody equates spirit to energy, they have a definition of how they are equating that energy. So you can't just say spirit. You have to put the definition of what they mean. And now, how does it equate to energy and the actual definition of energy? So we never defined the words that we were using and their context. We simply made an assertion that they equate, and not understanding or taking into consideration what these words means on their own. Energy, it's my life force. It's the power that moves me. That's my spirit, and that is energy. Now, that's the definition they're using for spirit. And that is the equation that we need to make, not just the semantic words.
No, hold up. But I think MK wants to say something. I'm going to come back. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that with what Wujao said, and with the initial topic of the conversation, where it was about people equating spirit to energy, where they need to have a nomenclature. See, it actually shows that if that was to happen, or when that happens, that somebody with Wujao's attitude would have a better understanding of that conversation, as opposed to Cedric, because this is what's happening. So let's say let's take let's take Maasai people. Maybe they have a term that they use for energy in that particular language, and that term, they will tell you that this term is, from your understanding of what energy is, that's actually what we have in our language that defines this energy. Now, if that, let's call that term boo 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 boo, okay? But so if that term, what Cedric is showing is that if that term actually gets translated into English as spirit, even though the concept behind it is what is the same concept as what we know as energy, the fact that boo 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 is going to be translated from Maasai a language into English as spirit, the minute it actually has those letters spirit, Cedric will reject it, regardless of the match in the concept. Just the
That's
fact that
that,
it's actually
and
spirit,
that's
it's
that,
translated as
and
spirit, because this formula is actually literally that. When somebody declares something A to be to be equal to B, or let's just say X equals 20, if you argue that X is not 20, then there's a disconnect somewhere, because
but
the
we are
minute that
doing as if we're dealing with an X. We're dealing as if spirit in this equation, as if it is just an undefined connection to energy. And when the person described the word spirit in the context they were using it, they were applying the scientific definition. They weren't. So in which context, what is the foundation that existed behind their use of the word energy and how they equate it? That's a life force in me. That's the thing that gives me the power to
see, now,
move.
you're taking it somewhere else
Now,
outside.
now we're contextualizing the use of the word and how it equates to then the actual definition of the word energy. What that exercise, all that proved is nothingness. We have a word, okay? It equates to energy. Energy is defined like this, and then it is defined like that. Spirit then, or boo 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 boo, is defined by the scientific definition of energy. We can do that. We can do that, and I can have that conversation and use spirit in that context completely throughout the whole conversation equally. But we know that when we equate this word, it comes with a certain baggage already. There is a context to the way they are using the word and the equation that they're making. Come on.
Okay, so let me just ask it very plainly. Uh, if I take if I find the concept of what we know as energy in the Maasai language, and then I translate it into English as spirit, would you accept it as spirit equals energy?
But then again, what in the Maasai language, what do they mean by it? Do they mean the actual scientific definition of how it is actually used? And there's a particular word that is used, and we equate it to the same energy as it is used in its scientific definition. I have no problem. But if we're describing their use of the word energy as the same concept of spirit, yes, the same equation
Listen,
is
the
made.
question was actually very simple. If I find the word that translates to the concept of what we know as energy. Now, I didn't say spirit, what we know as energy. And then
Yes.
in the Maasai language, but moving it over to English, I don't use the, obviously I'm not going to use the Maasai word, but I move it over and translate it as spirit. But that
Why would I
spirit
do that?
carries the same concept as energy. Would you accept it as spirit
Why
being
would
energy?
I translate it other than energy if it means the same thing as energy?
The reason why I'm asking that is because throughout the conversation, we've talked about how the words are being used interchangeably. And the fact that for this particular conversation, what has been suggested is that they actually have nomenclature for it.
So now you ask me if
That's
they
a
use a particular word in the same definition as we use energy in its proper definition over here. Now, my question is, when I'm translating and I'm using meaning of the word, then why would I not translate that as energy? Why
Well,
would I
I'm not sure
translate it as spirit?
if you've been listening to parts of the conversations, is that the way the words are used interchangeably are energy, spirit, force, power, and all of that. So that when you're saying why, it's those that's actually happening already.
it's
So it's not
a
about a why.
Okay, so there is false equivocation in translation then, because if it's clearly defined in the Maasai language as energy, as the properties of nature, as we know them as how we use them properly in English, energy. Why do we translate it as spirit when we
why,
know
why do you say
spirit
properly?
is an energy?
Why you say properly?
Because we have the
What
word
is
energy, we have the word energy and its definition. We know
So
what
wait.
energy is.
what's his
Go.
property though? Where does that come from? What makes it property?
But hold up. Look, Cedric, I'm gonna help you out. Then I have to go. I would
Yeah,
love to stay on. I would love
help
to
me
stay on,
out
but
and
it's
then let's
definitely
go.
late. Okay, so Cedric, I wanna. Now, I left this up. This is basic logic, so everybody who's watching can follow along. Now, just real quick, I went ahead and wrote out some more math fractional equivalents. So we got 8/16 is also a half, 48/96 is also a half. Therefore, 5/10 equals 8/16, which equals 48/96, which equal 1/2. So all of those are equal. Okay. Now, nobody in their right mind would ask me for the validity or anything of these declarations at all. I just want to make that note. But now, so Cedric, here's where I want to help you out with. So I have a picture on the screen, right? Now, in English, what do we call this concept right here?
That's an elephant.
Okay, elephant. All right. So I'm gonna put it up. I'm gonna put it on the screen there. All right. So in English, this is how we identify this concept. Now, what other language do you speak? Because I heard you mentioned something earlier.
Elefante, olifant, that's Dutch and Spanish, pretty much the
Okay.
same.
Okay. So it's elefante, right?
Hmm.
Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna put the English one up here, and the Spanish one right there. Now, Emiket, uh, in your native language, what do you call this concept right here?
Liech.
Can you spell it for me?
Liech.
Oh, wait a minute. Can y'all hear me?
No.
Oh man,
No.
the whole time I was up here talking like I don't know what. Oh my goodness. All right, so let me let me start over. Good gracious. So listen. So I said that we have established three separate forms that points to the same concept. Therefore, these three separate forms are equal to one another because they have a common concept that they share. So elephant points to this concept, elefante points to the concept, and liech points to the concept. Therefore, I can rightfully write out this equation: elephant or elephant equals elefante, which equals liech. Now, nobody's going to ask me for the validity of that equation because this is a declaration and it's sound logic once it's set up. Now we can continue forward and talk about the concept. So now I can either say the elephant stepped on my toe, or I can say the elefante stepped on my toe, or I can say the liech stepped on my toe. And all three of those statements will be saying the same thing. And there's no problem. So again, once you establish a sound logical statement, that lays the foundation for further discussions in the conversation. So if we go back to spirit, if I say spirit equals energy, and you already know what energy is, because I'm telling you, prior to Emiket saying our word elephant is liech in the Luo language, if you didn't know that, you didn't know that. Now you know. So if you already know what energy is, and then here I come and I say, well, guess what? Spirit is energy. It's equal to it. Now you know. And all you got to do is continue the conversation based on the equation, because you know energy, therefore you know spirit. And you could talk about
Huh?
energy all you want to.
No, when I ask you what is spirit, and you tell me that force within me that moves me and gives me energy, huh?
No, no, but see, that's
Like we're doing as if we're doing as if this word exists in a void, and the whole fact that we're having this
no.
discussion is because there are myriad of definitions that pre-exist
And
this word. Now,
you're proving my
elephant,
point. You're proving my point.
you're using a
No,
translation and different languages to equate to the semantic confusion that exists in one language with regards to a one word. That's how you equating these two equations.
no.
Like,
I'm very easily, because now you're proving my other point. That's the reason why
you
we
got
have to
different variables
listen.
in
Listen.
your equation that you do over here. First of all, there's no difference in language, and these words come with a pre-definition that is
No,
not equal.
no, they are.
We,
Boo boo
we
is not English, and spiritus is Latin. So you're
why?
wrong there.
How do you
Stop
determine
being
boo boo
pseudo.
boo boo is in English?
Because
How do
show
you
me.
determine boo 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 is in English?
All right,
But if we use spirit, don't we have a thousand
no. You asked the
definitions to
question.
what it
Nope,
is?
nope, nope. You asked the question. I'm gonna pull up an English dictionary and we're gonna look for boo 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 boo.
I made it up. You don't got to look for it.
Okay,
Boo
But
boo 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 might take you to Yogi Berra. Don't worry.
all right, exactly. Boo boo. All right, so again, my statement is accurate. Boo boo is not English, and spirit is coming from Latin. So although we borrowed it and we use it in English now, it wasn't English, and neither was
But
energy.
how we using it
Energy is
now?
Greek. Energy is Greek. Energy is from the Greek. Okay, so
So we're
let's not talk about
translating
the
it
same
or we're
language.
using it in English. We're
No,
using both of these words in English, right?
okay,
And
okay.
when we say spirit and we're trying to make that equation, spirit doesn't stand on its own. Nobody's going to tell you spirit is kinetic energy. They're not gonna do it,
But
Mojao.
you're proving.
So the
Listen, you're
word
proving my
has
point.
weight
Wait, so you're
already.
right. So you're proving my point. Every word that is used as a specific, precise nomenclature in these scientific disciplines were at one time used differently in everyday speech. That's why they elevated to a specific terminology. That's what nomenclature is about. I put the definition of nomenclature on the screen. And so what you're saying is proving my point. Because of the ambiguous nature of the word spirit, we need to establish a concrete definition that will govern the field of study.
Okay, good.
So
How
so so
do we
so
come to a concrete definition? We would need to have quantifiable and measurable
that's where you're wrong.
something to
That's where you're wrong.
quantify and classify this word
That's
and
where
give it a found definition, right? Otherwise, it's going to remain
nah, that's where
ambiguous.
you that's where you're wrong, because now you're contradicting your earlier statement where words don't have to go through a scientific method to be coined and established.
It's
Like you
already
got to pick and
established.
choose.
It's
No, not
already
the
established. The
no,
word's already
not the
established.
specific. No, no,
Okay,
no.
now to have it specific, to
It's
have
not
it be
established.
used specifically,
You just
it
said
has,
okay,
if we
okay.
want to use it specifically in the
All right, I got a
scientific
question for
realm,
you. Wait, all right, I got a
how do
question
we
for you.
get to that?
I got a question for you on because I want an understanding of what you mean. You said that the word spirit is already established, so that's one of your statements. Another one of your statements contradicts that because you said there's a myriad of meanings with spirit. So how can spirit be established but yet be so wayward in what its
Just
possible
like a
meanings?
just like a million
That
other
doesn't make
words.
sense. That doesn't make
Just like
sense.
a million other words that can be used interchangeably. However, when we come into the scientific realm, there's a clear definition for these words based on the evidence and the factual actuality of how they are being used.
No,
Right?
but
So
see,
when we talk about
that's not how
theory
words
in
work.
science, right, it is because we have facts, we have evidence, we have testable predictions, we have a body of work, and now we use the word theory to mean these factual, actual things. So
Nope.
now to
Nope.
use spirit
That's
in the
not what theory
scientific
means.
realm,
That's not what theory means either. Theory is synonymous with explanation.
and explanation includes hypotheses, testable predictions, the results, all the information, all
A
the
theory is
facts,
not
everything.
a theory is not a hypothesis, brother. I don't know where you went to
It
school at.
contains all the information, which I'll stop it, is the complete body of work, is what quantifies a
A
scientific theory.
theory
And
a
a theory
scientific
must
theory is an
include
explanation.
a prediction.
A
It must
scientific
include
theory
a
is an
prediction.
explanation.
It must include a prediction. Which I would let's not play this game. I know exactly what a scientific theory is. Come on, let me
I'm
not do it.
glad.
But
I know. I'm
I'm
glad that you
saying
do. I was just
there are
saying
words
that.
that are being used
Uh huh.
interchangeably, and that is something. And we can't say that the words are not being established. They're established, but we use them in context differently. That's the same way that spirit is used
No.
in different contexts. Man, we have in the spirit of this conversation, I don't think that you're being completely true to me.
No. No.
My spirit doesn't allow me to do something like that. I'm not talking about anything spooky. I'm talking about my character. When I talk about the spirit of the conversation, I'm talking about the atmosphere, the cordiality or the sentiment that involves this whole conversation, the feeling or whatever unquantifiable thing that
Man,
is taking place.
you're proving my point about for the fifth or sixth, 10th time now.
You're doing
Listen to my point. My point is because of the ambiguous nature of certain words, it is the catalyst and reason why we have to disambiguate these things and create a more precise nomenclature. So you're actually demonstrating the my point. So
Would
what I'm
you, did
saying,
I
hold on,
disagree?
wait, what? No, I know, but what I'm saying is that the word spirit is not established. You can't have an ambiguous situation and say something is established, I'm gonna demonstrate to you why. So look, I'm gonna put this on the screen, right? I'm gonna put this on the screen. This is a picture of a dollar bill. Now, if the dollar bill had many possible values, can we say that it is established? No,
It has been.
it's not useful.
It
It's
has
not
different.
useful.
Outside of the US, it has different values, though.
No, it actually doesn't. the value of the dollar is the value of the dollar. The exchange rate is different, yes, but the point is the point is that because the dollar is established and is disambiguous, it's not ambiguous at all. It becomes useful. And so you can't say that something is established until it's actually established. So what I'm saying, we need to establish a precise language when it comes to these different conversations about spiritual stuff and all this and that.
Good. And
And, and
I'm gonna ask now instead of suggesting and making. How do we go about that? What's the process?
okay,
How do you go about that process of establishing what spirit actually and factually means?
okay, very very good question. We establish it the same way every other discipline on the planet establishes their nomenclature. So I'm gonna give you an example of how it is done by using what was already done. So in biology, they use a term called morphology, right? Morphing and morphology in the field of biology. Now, that word means change, like the change of shape and things like that, because it comes from the Greek, right? And so they pulled that word into their discipline, and they established a definition, a concrete definition for it that governs the entire study of biology. So you have
Um,
so you have
Joe,
so yeah
was
yes.
that based on observation and they're noticing change and needed to label it and identify it because it was already quantified. They noticed it, they saw it, they observed it, and therefore they applied a name to it because they understood it and they were able to identify it by using the name morphology.
No, they chose a word
And
and they
then when
defined
they
it.
see that things were changing,
No, 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 no. Regardless if they saw something or not, I'm talking about the process of how a word became a staple of a discipline. The word
yes, me
morph the
too.
word the word morphology is a key term in the field of biology. Now, to let me get to my point. In linguistics borrows terminology from the field of biology, but they borrow these words and use them differently. So they redefine these terms. They use them almost metaphorically. So in linguistics, languages have genetic relationships, but in the field of biology, organisms that have genetic relationships, they're talking about genes and chromosomes and deoxyribonucleic acids and so on and so forth. But in languages don't have that. Languages don't have acids. Languages are not organic, but they use the same term. But in linguistics, it's something different. Now, how did they come about to use the word morphology and the word genetic relationships in languages and stuff like that in the field of linguistics? It happens over time in the field itself. When the field is more so organized and institutionalized, the nomenclature starts to emerge and starts to get used by the participants within that field of study. And so until we look at anything spirit and spiritual the same way, we're never even going to start that journey. And so this is why I said in the beginning that something needs to be created called spiritology or something, by whatever name, where people can actually start to formalize concrete and precise definitions of these terms, to formalize a definition of the word spirit, of the word soul, and all the other words that the discipline would need. But we need to get that done. That's my point.
Joe, words like morphology and the use in the different disciplines, are they arbitrary?
No, that's why arbitrary is opposite of nomenclature. That's
So they're
crazy.
not arbitrary. So they are used
They're precise. They're precise.
because they identify precise activities and processes, right? They're used
No.
because there's a body of evidence to establish them. These words were not randomly chosen, and then the body of work came into being.
No. The words are chosen strategically, but languages don't have genes, brother.
I know
But
he
yet,
don't have
but
genes.
yet,
I know he don't have
but
genes, and I understand how that is established
so
and how they
nobody,
use
so
the
nobody
same word.
observed genes. So
How,
nobody.
yeah,
So wait. So nobody in linguistics observed chromosomes or anything in languages. But yet
they ever
they use
say
a
that.
word. But they no, I didn't. I'm not saying you're saying this. I'm trying to tell you that it's not a prerequisite to quantify everything prior to establishing nomenclature. That's what you keep getting at, and I'm saying that nobody observed genes in languages for
That
for
they
them for them
didn't.
for them for them for them
They
for them
made
for them
a
to use it.
different observation and they chose that term. Ujao, it was based on observation that they use a specific
Okay,
term to
so what's the
identify these processes.
okay,
But I
fine.
take it back to biology because there I can have a conversation.
I know,
At the
but
beginning,
here's
we identify change in speciation over time. We understood the changes, and then we established the morphology of how actually these changes occurred. So the name was after we established a particular phenomenon,
okay. So why
regardless
can't
of the
wait?
discipline.
I know, but okay. So no problem. But why can't spirit be formalized into a more precise definition within a field by whatever name I'm saying? I'm proposing spiritology or whatever, based on observation.
Yeah, but they
Why
did that
why
already.
can't
It's called
no no
religion.
no no they didn't.
It's called religion. Oh,
No
you mean
no
they got that all packed down packed? It's called religion.
no, it's called breathing,
That's
brother.
been done
No,
long
listen.
time. It's called
No,
religion, Ruga.
no, listen.
Every culture
It's
have an
called it's called
explanation of
breathing.
what spirit is and how it
It's called
works. And
listen.
it open any religious book, you're gonna find a definition for what spirit
You're
is and how
fighting
this
it.
whole
Listen,
realm works.
you're fighting it. You're going back into the ocean of ambiguity because you said you can open up any book and they're going to define it whatever. I see. I'm saying the opposite, and you're not getting it. I'm saying what needs to be done, and this is the 20th time I'm saying this, is that we need to eliminate ambiguity because physics. If I step into any physics classroom, I am going to get a pretty much consistent nomenclature and definitions no matter where I go. And I'm saying that same type of thing needs to be established for these type of things when it comes to spirit.
Yeah,
Right
but
now,
there's
it
spirit
doesn't
science though.
exist.
Yes, there's spirit science. Check it out on YouTube. There's
There's
actual
spirit.
spirit science.
Okay, what is it called?
Spirit science. Check it out on YouTube.
Okay, it's called spirit science.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's yeah, okay, whatever. But what I'm saying is that what needs to be done is the same thing in any other, and I had it on the screen. I had it on the screen, the whole thing about nomenclature, and I know people in the audience on the chat read it already, but that has to happen. And I'm saying, you're saying it has to be observed and stuff like that. So cool, that's fine. People can observe whatever they feel like they're observing, and they want to utilize the word spirit. They need to formalize and come up with a precise definition to
Okay.
govern the discipline. That's it. So that's
Okay.
why I asked you earlier. The Latin speakers had an observation, and you kind of fought me on that too. They observe human beings breathing, and they notice that when human beings stop breathing, they die. And so they equated the breath with life because there's a direct relationship between breathing and living. Now you try to give me a little pushback on that, but that's an observation. So spiritus is breath, okay, to the Latin speakers. Now it can double over and broaden the semantic scope to mean life. Why? Because breathing is necessary for life. It's not the only thing necessary for life, but it is definitely it's definitely a necessary thing for life, especially with human beings and animals. Okay, rocks and inanimate objects do not breathe the same way humans and animals. That's why they use the word anima for animals and those kind of creatures, and they don't use it for other objects in the universe. You see how that works? So it's not impossible. It's not hard. And so what I fear is that what do you call these? You call it methodological naturalist. What did you call it before?
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, methodological naturalist, to my understanding, is where the emphasis is put on excluding the god the supernatural aspect of any and everything, and stuff like that. Am I correct, or is that a good
Science
summary?
science deals with the observable universe and reality. There is no measurements or quantification of the supernatural. It's outside of nature.
Yeah, but I'm
It's
saying, was I in the ballpark
you
when
are
I
you are
said
absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct.
okay, right? So anything that people that a methodological naturalist may feel is coming across as supernatural, they tend to reject, like at the beginning. Like there's a knee jerk reflex in my experiences with people that subscribe to your way of thinking, where they're quick to label something and reject something because they feel it's supernatural and it's not quantifiable. That's why you use the word quantifiable about 20 times tonight.
Yeah, I state my position clearly, and like you, is there any evidence that's going to enter into the equation or the discussion? We know not. So
No.
we know this is an exercise that we're having because my position is clear. I didn't come in the back door saying something that I'm obviously not. You know me. I'm a biochemist. I'm firmly rooted in scientific realm. And methodological naturalists are going to ask these questions. Okay, what experiment are you going to run? And how are you going to falsify any of these claims of us? Period. Like,
Okay,
okay.
okay. Let me ask you this. What Yeah, and I gotta go, man. I got 4 minutes exactly. So let me give everybody a chance to close out. So Rasan, you got any closing words? Emmy Cat, I'm not be selfish because I got 4 minutes and I got to cut it.
Honestly, I just sat back down. I had to go out for a minute.
Oh, okay. So Emmy Cat, you got anything?
Nah, no. I think you said it all. So,
Man, I said too much, man. We run our mouth all night. But anyway,
It was fun
so
though, yeah.
okay, so Cedric, you got any last words?
I enjoy the dialogue. It is fun. We got to do this some more. I really enjoyed. You know me. I like to talk. So it was fun. I enjoyed it. Like
Yeah, you
you
definitely
know,
you
yeah.
you,
It's
you definitely
but
stole
all
the
the
title.
like there's no weight like with a contention or against or anything. It's just healthy debate, good discussion. So don't put me all these labels of what is it bias or it's just my position is what it is, and it's going to require evidence to move me off of that position. We know that, but it's just an exercise in how this type of mind works. That's all it is. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so let me just reiterate my topic point. So I'm going back to the beginning to close out. So I have on the screen a question: is spirit energy? And the reason why I asked that question is because in my 10 plus years of directly dealing with this subject with various different people from different backgrounds, different cultural backgrounds, and different academic backgrounds. In general, many people, not everybody, but many people that I've come across, when asked about spirit, they describe it as if they're describing energy. And so some people come straight out and say that spirit is energy. When I ask, hey, what is your understanding of spirit? What is spirit? Some people will flat out say, well, spirit is energy. And some people will not say it flat out, but they will describe things that fit what energy is. And so I asked the question, is spirit energy? Because if we're going to establish that spirit is energy, and that's going to be the governing definition of what spirit is, then what people are doing when they do that, they're opening it up for spirit to receive all of the scrutiny and all of the information that rides along with energy. So, for example, energy is a measurement of the capacity to do work. And hold up, I'm hearing some noise in the background. Okay, energy is the measurement of the capacity to do work. That's what energy is. It is a calculation. It is a quantity calculation. It's numeric, and it's expressed in joules. So, with that in mind, when people say spirit equals energy, they're equating spirit to a measurement of the capacity to do work, because that's what energy is. And I put the logic statement on the screen before, right? And so what that does is now all the baggage that comes with information surrounding energy can now be applied to spirit if we're going to equate spirit with energy. So let's go through a few. I mentioned one already. What energy is. Energy is the measurement of the capacity or ability to do work. The two major forms of energy, the two major divisions of energy is potential and kinetic. Okay? That means if spirit equals energy, then spirit is also a measurement of the ability to do work. And spirit can also be macroly divided into two things, potential and kinetic. Another thing, energy is, what's another thing about energy? I said it's a matter. Oh, energy is expressed in joules. That's the unit of measurement that we use for energy. Now, energy within a closed system can neither be created nor destroyed. So if spirit equals energy, then we should be able to say the same thing about spirit comfortably, because we set up that equation. Spirit can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only transform, because that's what we say about energy. That's number 2. Number 3 is that energy is a property of matter. If there is no matter, there is no energy. That's number 3. Therefore, we should be able to say the same thing about spirit. Spirit must also be a property of matter. And therefore, if there's no matter, there's no spirit. Now, I just went through those 3 things. Everything I just said only applies if we're going to establish, or whoever establishes, the equation of spirit equals energy. Now, what I find in my experience of talking to many people is that they don't know enough information about energy to competently make that declaration that spirit equals energy. And how I know this and how I come to that conclusion is by simply asking questions, like how I just went through those 3 things. So I'm going to give you all a scenario. Emiket comes to me and says, Wujau, and I ask her, what is spirit? And she says, well, Joe, spirit is energy. It's the same as energy, Joe. It's the same as energy. Now, that's her declaration. That's her assertion. That's her declaration. That's her statement. Now, for me to probe that statement further, I'll ask a question. Well, Emiket, since spirit equals energy, do you view spirit as a property of matter? Therefore, spirit needs matter in order to exist. If she says no, then that lets me know that she doesn't understand about energy. If she says yes, then we could proceed further in the conversation. I say, well, Emiket, is spirit a measurement of something? If she says no, then I know that she doesn't know about energy. If she says yes, we can continue with the conversation. So it's a process of elimination to know the competency level of people who try to equate spirit with energy. Because once you set up an equation, in order to establish the equation in the first place, you have to know both sides. So if you're going to say A equals B, and you're going to declare that, you have to understand A and B. You have to know about A and B to declare that they're equal. If you only know about A and know nothing about B, you can't competently establish an equation. You can't put the equal sign in there because you don't know. And that's my experience of what I find people attempting to talk about spirit. When they equate it with energy, they don't know enough about energy to do that. Because energy is understood and studied in the domain of physics, in this field of study that we call physics. No matter what we call that study, that's the area in which energy is studied, talked about, articulated, documented, probed, the whole nine. Okay? And if people are going to equate spirit with that, you have to know about that in order to establish that. And that's the point that I made on my Facebook post, and that I've been making for years. That if people are going to equate spirit with energy, now, and I keep saying if, because if people establish it that way, fine, they got to be consistent and stick with it. But now, we know that spirit originally was coined to represent air, wind, and breath. That's what the word originally meant, from the Latin speakers spiritus, which means breath. The Latin speakers also had a term called anime or anima, which is often translated in English as soul. So we have spiritus, which comes to English as the word spirit. Then we have the word anima coming into English as the word soul. And hence we have our English words spirit and soul. But in Latin, spiritus meant breath, and anima also meant breath originally. So when we inherit that and use it in English, people use it interchangeably, spirit and soul, and it gets confusing. So what happened? The reason why there's confusion is because people are ignoring the metaphorical application of the terms. So when it comes to wind, the reason why spirit, the word spiritus, is associated with what people define it as today is because of two separate things that are related. Okay, when we're talking about air, wind, the act of blowing, and the act of breathing, there's two things that happen. Number one, air cannot be seen. Air is invisible. Wind and air is invisible unless the wind is blowing objects or dust particles where you can see the dust. You're not seeing the air itself, literally. So air or wind is invisible, but we can feel it, and we can see the results of its activities. So when the wind blows on an object, the object moves. So when we observe that, we can see the object moving, but we can't see the causal agent of that movement. In other words, we cannot see what's causing that object to move, but yet we see the object moving. Now, what traditions have observed in what I just gave, they describe it in two different ways. They have a word for the causal agent of the movement, and then they have a word for the movement itself. Hence, among Latin speakers, you have the two words, spiritus and anima. Now, they both translate into English as breath, but it was different aspects, or wind, but it's different aspects of it. One is the wind itself, the causal agent of the wind itself that can't be seen, and then the other is the result or the consequences of wind, which is the movement of any object. Now, how it comes to mean life or associated with life is because there is a unseen causal agent that allows life to exist and to express itself in human beings. We have the ability to move. We're actually living, and we animate, and we can move around, and we can do all the things we do, but we can't see the causal agent that allows that to happen. But we see the results of it. So in human beings, we get labeled with possessing a spirit and possessing a soul, a spirit and soul. So one word identifies the causal agent that gives the ability to do these things. The other word is the movement, is referring to the movement itself. And then we have a third word that deals with what we can see. And in English, that's why we have this tripart wording that is often used called spirit, soul, and body. The body, the spirit, the soul. That famous trinity. The body, the spirit, and the soul. All right. Now, if we go over into other cultures and other languages, we would have to carefully and cautiously identify the concepts behind words and start to do our best to match the concepts, like how I gave on the screen real quick. So for example, I use this visual because this is a very, very obvious one. If I wanted to go among Luo speakers to identify this concept, it's easy because I have an object of this creature, this gray animal with a long snout and ivory tusk and big ears. And a Luo person will identify this concept with the word liech. I go to some English speakers. English speakers will identify this concept, this conceptualization, as elephant. I go to Spanish speakers, they will identify the same concept as elefante. Now I can establish an equation and say elephant equals elefante, which equals liech, because they point to the same thing. Now, when it comes to spirit, what are the folks actually conceiving and conceptualizing? And how can we transmit or move that from their speech community and meaning over into ours, into the target language? We have to go to the source language and find out what is conceptualized there, and then move it over, which is what we call translation, into the target language. For us, it would be English. So I had on the screen earlier an African description of an Ife. In the Ife language, we have Ilani and Illa. If y'all could, I know y'all can't see my cursor, but in the part where you see the red words, it says in the Ife language, Ilani or Illa is energy, force, power, or strength. Now, whoever is making this statement, they're adding fuel to the ambiguity of these terms, because energy is not the same as force and it's not the same as power. They're different. But yet, when statements like these are made, it opens the door for confusion. And so it's very hard to articulate this. And so my stance, and this is coming from me and my recommendation for years, is that, and I'm going to put this back on the screen, and I'm going to leave with this. I have the importance of nomenclature on the screen. I put this up a few times tonight. That if we're ever going to make any progress with these so-called spooky conversations, the so-called pseudo conversations, the so-called religious conversations, the so-called beliefs and this, that, and the third that everybody likes to make fun of, if we're ever going to break the move the needle on the record or make progress, we have to create a specialized or precise language called nomenclature. And we have to concretely define these terms and put concrete references behind what these refer to. And so this is the importance of nomenclature. And so I'm going to read this part right here. I say that every scientific or philosophic discipline has a need for a very concise set of terms for itself, a very precise labeling system. Failing to create a concise nomenclature results in ambiguity. The failure of most writers on spiritual matters to take care of this requirement is a chief reason for the confusion that reigns in their minds and in the minds of their readers. Confusion is brought about through imprecise language. Spirituality, and I should say, if spirituality is to be a science, there is a need for a concise nomenclature. Just as there is politically correct language, there is a need for spiritually correct language. And then I go on to show that this is what happens everywhere else and for every other thing except for the spiritual related issues. So I say, I believe overall the conscious community, as I call the circus community, needs to realize that spirituality requires a complex educational system. Providing spiritual or religious instruction and development is as complex and rigorous as, and even more so, than teaching biology, theoretical physics, or chemistry. Anyone that is fully versed in these subjects, which is biology, physics, and chemistry, knows that to successfully teach these subjects requires some of the following. 1. A curriculum that spans about 10 years. To become a full-blown, competent expert in the field, you're going to definitely spend roughly 10 years in a certain field. 2. Lesson plans for every topic taught. 3. A nomenclature that is specific to the subject, which means that you cannot use words and concepts from their strict everyday communication. Next, clear picture of the topics and skills being taught, parts and the whole. Next, clear standards for the completion of each topic, year, and graduation. Next, accredited instructors. Next, objective evaluation of students. That's the key point. objective evaluation of students, meaning that students cannot grade themselves and teachers cannot do so subjectively. So there has to be a way of detecting progress, of setting standards and testing, and to see if somebody has gained proficiency in a specific lesson or topic so they can move on to the next, into the next, into the next. So, in a nutshell, these are the elements that go into turning out successful accountants, mathematicians, biologists, chemists, etc. The same should be applied to any spiritual or religious system. So that's the point. Let me finish reading it. The specialness of any language is possibly seen in the people's ability to create a nomenclature in that language to express knowledge with objectivity and with as little ambiguity as possible. We witness this today in all fields of study that have contributed to the body of knowledge, which is science. So I'm here to tell you all that if we're ever going to see progress in these types of conversations that you see in the circus community, we better start to scrutinize all of these things and elevate it to the point where we can deal with it the same way we deal with the scientific fields and philosophic fields of study. So one, a nomenclature needs to be created to eliminate ambiguity, just like any other thing. Because like I said earlier, when I go into a physics classroom, no matter where I am in the world, I'm going to get very consistent information in terms of terminologies and things like that. It's going to be very consistent. That needs to happen. And then two, we have to start eliminating the biasness that people bring to the table, that we heard some of it tonight, when they're making assumptions and people are not putting in the work to make those assumptions in any valid way. Okay, so anyway, that's my bill for tonight. And like, I've been on for too long, 7 straight hours, and I'm definitely about to get up off this thing. So I'm gonna do this again because I obviously didn't get a chance to engage the chat as much as I would like, but that's why I posted the link for people to come on in here. And so I appreciate Rasan, I appreciate you coming through, Cedric coming through, Emiket, and yeah, we just been doing it. Oh, and then the brother Sekou earlier, he shared some really good stuff earlier, and everything. So let me just see these last minute comments though, because I see we got the brother Mangezi in the chat, and he was the brother that I shared the comments on my post, where he tried to tell me to answer questions, and then he don't want to answer a question about a picture he posts, and another brother asked him about the picture of an Egyptian deity, and he refused to answer the brother's question. I was like, boy, talk about hypocrisy. That was crazy to me. Let me deal with this comment real quick before I go. I'm just checking some comments before I go, y'all. Real quick here. So we got nomenclature is still their language, not ours. That's false. Nomenclature is simply the act of creating precise and surgical meanings of everyday words, no matter which language you're in. So you can do it in Luo, you could do it in Chiluba, you could do it in Kiswahili, you could do it in Twi, you could do it in whatever language, and they already do it. For example, in initiatory systems, they take everyday words within the languages of the people, and they precisely define them for the initiatory system. They do this all the time. In ancient Egypt, they did the same thing. They took everyday words and then they created formal meanings for them in a certain field of study or philosophical information. This happens all the time, everywhere. So don't get scared that nomenclature is somebody else's language. Now, the word nomenclature comes from another language, but what it is not. So don't do that. Don't get scared. Don't be terrified with that. This one, movement equals animate. Yeah. The movement is animation, and we call that animation. That's why we call cartoons anime and animation, cartoon animation, where you take drawings and you make them move. That's animation. And we call film or the cinema, we call them movies, because these are still shots that move. Okay, the film reel moves, and what's projected out from frame to frame, it causes the image, the picture, to move. The items in the picture to move. So we call it movies. So yes, movement is animate. Originally, animate comes from anima, which means breath, because it was describing the movement of the causal agent. So you have the causal agent itself, and then which is spiritus, and then you have the movement of it, which is anima or animate. And those are the differences. The causal agent is imperceivable. The movement is perceivable or observable. And so we call the observed creatures in nature that move animals. Okay? The difference between plant kingdom and animal kingdom is both plants and animals are alive, but it's animals that can move on our own volition. Plants cannot. Plants rely on the force that wind has, that air has. And force is pressure. Force is the pushing or pulling on an object. That's it. That's all what force is. Force is the pushing or pulling on an object. If the object moves, work is done. If the object does not move, work is not done. And so I had some Egyptian terms on the screen that describes a lot of what I just said. So let me just put that back up real quick, and I'm gonna end with that, because somebody asked earlier, and I didn't get a chance to address him directly, but he asked about the definitions, and while other people were talking, I wrote them on the screen, and I'm trying to find it real quick. If y'all be a little patient with me, should I've been going so long. I can't even find what I just now typed out. I added to it. Oh, here it is. Here we are. These are Egyptian terms for the anatomy of being. And in case you do not know, the ancient Egyptians saw the human being as a composite of several entities. And I have 9 of them listed on the screen. Each one of them had their function and purpose and execution and whatever you want to say about them. So from the bottom to the top, you have Kat, the Kaibit or Shut, the Ka, the Ren, the Ib, Sa, Sekem, Ak, and Ba. Now I put what these are generally translated as on the right. So from the bottom to the top, I forgot Sa. So I'll add that. The Kat is often translated as the body. It's the corpus or the body. The kaibit or shoot is translated as spirit or soul. The ka is often translated as spirit or soul, more so spirit. The ren is translated as name or identity, mostly name. The ib is translated as heart or will or the mind. The sa is the what they call the spiritual body, which also makes use of the word spirit again. The second is translated as power often, and then ak is translated as also as spirit, and then ba is also translated as spirit or soul. So immediately, the way that these words are treated in our modern understanding and literature and discussions, we've already created ambiguity, because what the Egyptians separated into separate words, we now blend all together by translating ba'ak, ka shoot, or kaibit, all as spirit. And that wasn't the intention of these words in the Egyptians' mind, in their psyche, or their worldview. So that creates a problem right there. But it's important to understand this, because then people can understand more of the cultural aspects of so-called texts as being called religious and this and that, if you understand this. And so this is a good way to demonstrate the need for a precise language called nomenclature, because we're trying to use foreign words and bring them over to English, but we're blurring it because we're translating many words as the same English word, which in itself is ambiguous, the word spirit. So anyway, I want everybody to understand. Now, I put this up here also to reflect the aspect of movement, and then the aspect of the causal agent of that movement. So ka, even though it's translated as spirit, people like to identify also with personality. And a personality of a person is their character, right? We use those words interchangeably, like their character, their personality, their disposition. And, we tend to use all those words synonymously. And that's what they put where ka is. And then their pattern of character, the pattern of the personality, the pattern of the disposition emerges itself or expresses itself to the point that we can use that to identify a person. And this is where you get the relationship between the ka and the ren. The word ren means the identity, but we say name. I don't use the word name for that, because name today is very, very arbitrary. The identity. But the identity is based on a sustained set of patterns, which is what the ka is. And the word kaibit literally means shadow, or shoot. It's actually a literal fan, an oversized fan that casts a shadow, shade. It helps to shade people from the heat and the brightness of the sun. But it's used here metaphorically as a component of the human being, because just like a literal shadow, it travels wherever you go. You cannot outrun or eliminate your shadow unless you eliminate the light source that casts your shadow. Okay? So the kaibit is an aspect of the human being that's analogous to the shadow of an object. So they called it the shadow. They called it kaibit. But they translate it as spirit. And then the kat is that which can rot and morph and transform. So it's the body that has a shelf life, has an expiration date. You're born, you grow, you age, you descend, you die, and that gets recycled. That's the kat. And actually, the word kat, in several instances, is actually written with the glyphs of a fish as a determinative, because of the nature of the foul smell of a dying corpse. Anybody that's anything that decays gives off a foul odor. But anyway, so that's enough, man. I'll do this again, and we can chit chat and have a Kim and a chill and bring all this stuff up some more. But the main takeaway I want people to understand is the need. Hopefully, people get it, that there's a need to create, to bring the spiritual discussions and the spiritual circles of people trying to have these discussions. We need to bring it to the level of scientific scrutiny. And for those of you who fear the white man and paranoid, and like to use the excuse that science is the white man's thing, that's the Western stuff, we don't have to deal with that. We're good. We don't have to scrutinize anything under science. To those people, what I would say is this. Number one, you give quote unquote white people too much power. And you obviously don't know that science existed prior to your thoughts on it being or belonging or being possessed by the white man. Because that's why I start off with defining science. That science is two things at once. It is a set of methods and tools that allows a person to know when they know something. And number two, science is also the corpus or body of knowledge that is the outcome of applying those tools and methods in number one. That's what science is. And human beings have been observing their environment, the natural world, and everything around them since humans have been humans. And we try to come up with explanations on why various phenomena in nature occur. But anyway, I got to get out of here, and I'm going to say peace to everybody.
To say that when you go to chemist school, you became more alert. You more wake up. Your spirit wake up, and you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. Classical studies, we must know Medew Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Medew Netcher. Achievement in Kemet for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.